LIB presents Defend Me, Attorney by Josh Gonzales. Copyright 2020 by Life is Beautiful Printing Corporation. Distributed by Precious Pages. Narrated by Elijah Maglaya and John Carlo Canales. Chapter 1: Where It All Started. Jacksville City, West Berlin. Nasa kanto ako. After I received that message at this hour, when most people were already asleep, I immediately got my jacket on top of my study table, and trying my best not to make any noise, I sneaked out. Dad would really kill me if he found out. I grinned. As soon as I closed the gate, I replied, "On my way." Instantly, the cold wind touched my skin. I shivered as I put my hands inside the pockets of my jacket, seeking for some familiar warmth. Within few steps, I saw a familiar figure standing in the corner of the street. From there, I noticed that the orange light coming from the nearby light post was the only light guiding him away through the night's total darkness. As I scanned him, I noticed that he was wearing the weary and overly used black jacket he had been using since high school. He waved his hand as soon as he saw me. I smiled. "What's with the wee hours text?" I asked, smiling. Traise smiled back.
I just want to see you. Why? Can't I?
Beat. There was something wrong with his smile. Instead of his signature cheerful and bright smile, it was a bitter and weak one. He looked so exhausted. Seemed like he aged a lot, when in fact, he was just 19. "You speak as if I'm your girlfriend, when I'm not," I jokingly said, trying to brighten up the atmosphere. "May problema ba?"
Do I seem problematic?
He asked, acting like he was offended. "You always are," I joked. We ended up laughing.
How's school?
He asked, soon as we went back to our senses. I grinned. "Well, just so you know, girls from different departments are asking where you are and when you are coming back. Even Lady Snorlax, she misses you." We laughed again, making fun of our professor who openly showed her lust for him. "So, kailan ka nga ba papasok ulit?" tanong ko. Traise shrugged.
I doubt that. Siguro, mag-stop muna ako.
My eyes widened. Between the two of us, siya yung ganadong palaging mag-aral. Why? I asked. Worry could be seen on my face. May problema ba?" He smiled bitterly as he met my eyes.
It's Dad.
I felt my heart take a sudden leap. His dad had always been his problem since we were children. Trace was, and up to now, being beaten up for no reason at all. His family was once a wealthy one in our city, not until his alcoholic and gambler dad ruined things for them. His mom had no choice but to accept random cleaning jobs for years until my dad personally hired her to do our laundries, and that was when we became friends. We often played, colored our books, and reenacted famous scenes from the TV series we both loved to watch. I had witnessed how his mom would ask my dad for advance payments for them to at least have a meal for the day. Not only that, but I witnessed also how his dad would beat him up with his dad's bare hands and with a broom, hangers, and even with a belt. I had seen his scars and bruises. I was a witness to how traumatic his childhood was. Nevertheless, Trace turned out to be a tall and smart man as we grew up. My dad sponsored his tuition fees and school expenses in exchange of him tutoring me for free. I was a bit dense, you see. He was the salutatorian both in elementary and high school, but I knew he was easily capable of being the valedictorian. Well, only if his dad was supportive enough. In college, he took BS Biology as his pre-med course, while I took Political Science as my pre-law. He was a consistent dean's lister, and his popularity in school, because of his intellect and face, was insane. It was fine at first, until he got lost again. His father was no longer assaulting him physically, but now, mentally. His mom became his dad's recent punching bag. I told him we should report it to the authorities, but his mom didn't want to. Depressed, I witnessed how he lost interest in his studies. And left with no options, he was forced to take countless part-time jobs just to earn money so his mom wouldn't be beaten up anymore. I gulped. Well, what's with your dad? I asked with anger rising within me. Your mom got beaten up again? Trey smiled weakly, and he looked down.
He didn't. This day, he didn't.
Astounded, I looked at him. Wow, Trace! Bago yan, ha? He smiled shyly.
Courtney, isn't it a piece of good news? It's the start. Mom won't get slaps and bruises anymore.
Confused, I forced a smile. Dapat lang, no? Ako ang bububog sa tatay mo eh. He laughed.
Now you sound like a mad girlfriend.
Do you want me to? I jokingly said.
I'd love to.
Flabbergasted, I looked at him. No, he was not joking this time. Trace looked down and let out a sigh.
But I can't. And I should not.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out.
I know you like me.
He said. He was smiling when he met my eyes.
My body might have been numb from all the beatings I got from my dad, but my heart isn't.
Since when? I asked. My eyes were alarmed. Since when did you know? He shrugged.
I don't know. I just felt like you liked me.
How? I asked with determined eyes. He looked at me, and it was clear that he was figuring out if there was still a way out. Tell me, Trace, I said eagerly. How did you know? When he realized I wouldn't stop unless he'd give me the explanation I wanted, his face started to soften. He stared at my eyes intently, and suddenly, his lips curved into a small smile.
When you started giving me the look I gave you when I first laid my eyes on you.
My jaw literally dropped. My heart just skipped a beat, and I felt the entire zoo inside me. How should I respond to that when he was looking deeply into my eyes and with a smile on his lips? His smile widened.
I like you too.
I bit my lower lip. Matagal ko nang pinangarap na marinig yun kay Trace. Pero ngayong narinig ko na, bakit parang gusto ko tumakbo? I could even feel my cheeks burning red. However, before I could answer his unexpected confession, he smiled weakly.
But I should not.
He added,
I must stop.
Why not? I asked. A mixture of love, pain, and fear could be seen in my eyes. You know I like you, and you want me too. So why not? Why make things complicated for us when everything is mutual?
It's not that easy.
He said. His eyes started to be emotional.
I'm too messed up.
So what? I asked. You know I like messy things.
You don't understand.
He argued. Then make me understand. I eagerly replied.
It won't make sense.
He responded. Then make it in a way that it'll make sense. Trace looked at my face again, and he was probably looking for an escape. He was certain that I wouldn't let this go until he'd give me a valid reason. He heaved a sigh.
Sobrang gulo ng buhay ko.
He started.
My family, my dad, even me, myself. My mind was exploited even at a very young age. I got all forms of beatings from dad that made me numb to it. I also saw how complicated life was for my mom, working her ass off 24/7. I saw how my dad abused her. Time wouldn't pass that she wouldn't be getting a bruise or a slap.
It caught me off guard. I never knew that the reason could be this deep.
See, Courtney, kahit na gustong-gusto kong subukan, I'm too complicated for you. I want the best for you, but I will never be the best. I'm just one of those filths that might ruin you. With the dirt in my hands, I don't want to ruin you. You're too precious for that.
Then I'll fix you, I said. If you want, I'll hold your hand while you fix yourself. I can always wait, Trace. You know that. I said, and my voice broke. I felt tears building up in my eyes. Desperate as it may seem, but I don't care anymore.
You have no idea what you're saying. No one can save me.
Trace said, and he looked directly at my eyes.
Not even you.
That created a bang in my chest that I couldn't handle.
That's actually why I went here.
He said, and tears were visibly forming in his eyes too.
I'm saying goodbye.
My eyes widened. What do you mean? He gave me a weak smile.
I know I've said goodbye far too many times, but this time, it's real.
Just then, his tears fell.
Farewell, the best thing I never had.
He said while looking at me. My tears fell on my cheeks.
Till we meet again.
In no time, he turned his back on me. I watched him as he walked away. It pierced my heart. In this melancholic moment, he came to me like a thief in the night, carrying my own heart with him as we parted ways. I started to cry so hard that my sight got blurry due to my tears. With my chest feeling immense pain, I turned around. I couldn't watch him slowly fading in the dark. I just couldn't. I started to walk, but just when I was about to reach our gate, I heard noises. Really loud noises, as if it was an emergency or something. Bewildered, I looked back again, and that was when I saw my roots about to disown me. There were cars, plenty of them, all police cars, and then I saw cops coming out of those cars. In my horror, they gathered around Trace and pointed their gun at him.
Put your hands up in the air.
One police said.
You are under arrest.
I shuddered. What the hell was this? As fast as I could, I ran towards them, but I was too late. He was arrested and was pushed against the car as they tried to handcuff him with his hands on his back.
You have the right to remain silent.
The police said.
Anything you say can be used against you to court. You have the right to have a lawyer present during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided to you if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand?
I was stupefied. The next thing I knew, he was being forced inside the car. Just then, our eyes met. Traise stopped. He smiled weakly, and he mouthed,
I love you.
That broke me. When the police car closed, things became clear to me as if I just got splashed by cold water. I tried to come near him while I was hysterical, but the police did not allow me. Until the car departed and I was left standing still while crying.
Kakilala mo ba yon?
A policeman, who was also watching the car depart, asked me.
Grabing bata. Nakakatakot.
I looked at him, confused. But bakit po? What he said left me dumbstruck.
Pinatay niya ang sarili niyang ama.
Chapter 2. Defend me, attorney. Crowded people. Complete nuisance. The noise I was not comfortable with was coming from every corner. It had been weeks, yet things didn't go well. Weeks, yet things had become much worse than they already were. I sighed. Dito raw nakakulong yung binatang pumatay sa sarili niyang ama? I heard a woman in her 40s talking to the man in front of her. Totoo ba?
Aba, oo.
A man who was wearing a shirt with the word detainee on it said,
Napakagandang lalaki. Hindi mo may isip na magagawa niya yun. Napakatahimik pa. Pero kung magsalita naman, halata mong matalino. Sayang nga eh.
I closed my eyes, feeling chest pain crawling inside me. I was inside a detention center and visiting Traise, and hoping he would show up, because he never showed up to any visit, not even once, not even if it was me. Weeks had passed by, but things just became more tragic. It turned out, Traise killed his dad. He really did it. He admitted it. As soon as the tragedy happened, he went straight to see me before surrendering himself, which didn't happen because he was caught before he could do it. His relatives condemned him. Even our neighbors did. His mom got traumatized. She was sent to a nearby hospital by his aunt. She wouldn't talk. She would just sometimes cry, saying she saw blood and that someone killed someone. Then she'd scream. To make things worse than worst, his case was being used by some powerful politicians. The case was a national issue, a very controversial one. Him murdering his dad and the emotional breakdown of his mom. Everyone was mad, enraged, and wanted to kill him. People were protesting outside the Supreme Court building, saying now was the perfect time to revive the death penalty and let him be the first to have a taste of it. They said people like Traise, who were monsters who feared no one, should all be eliminated from the society by capital punishment. The public was mad to the point that even my schoolmates and professors, who once looked up to him, now hated him. Because of this, politicians started to use him as a platform for their political agenda, since the elections were just around the corner. Free publicity for them, I must say. Many people from the Senate and the House of Representatives, in fact, were already discussing the death penalty bill. The last I heard, it was at the second reading already. The public wanted it, and if they wanted a guaranteed seat in the government, they'd do what it'd take to make it into law, and Traise might be the first victim of it. My mind, confused and in a daze, suddenly became clear when Traise showed up. He was wearing a black shirt and shorts. He sat in front of me. No emotion could be seen on his face. "You're not wearing a detainee's uniform like them," I awkwardly said, trying to flash a smile.
I'm remanded in custody.
He coldly replied as his cold eyes met mine. Remanded in custody meant they were detained, but still had the rights with him, and they were not considered as a detainee yet. So they had the right to wear what they wanted until they were proven guilty. "Mabuti naman nagpakita ka na sa akin," I said, trying to smile. "You've been avoiding visits for weeks."
Because there's no need for a visit.
Traise said, colder than he had ever been. "But I'm not just anyone," I said. I'm your... He twisted a smile.
Everything between us had ended that night, Courtney.
Then he looked into my eyes.
Forget me.
"I won't," I firmly said, trying to get a hold of myself.
Look,
He said, making a face I never saw before. He seemed different, as if he was not the person I grew up with.
I'm a murderer. I killed my dad. Aren't you scared of me, Courtney? Aren't you afraid that I might kill you too?
"Traise, I'm not," I said, looking in his eyes still. "Because I know you are not capable of that." He laughed, mockingly,
Not capable?
and his face turned serious.
I just did.
My mouth opened up to say something, but none came out. Traise narrowed the gap between our faces and stared into my eyes.
If you think I'm still the same best friend you once had, you're wrong. So stop acting like you know me because you don't. I only let you see a part of me that will be convenient for you to see. We have our own dirty little secrets, Courtney. And what? You'll save me? You can't save someone who has no intention of being saved at all. The public is right. I'm a monster.
His cold eyes looked at me sharply.
So do me a favor. Don't come here again. I don't want to see you.
He stood up and started to walk away. I was left with nothing but pain. Just then, he stopped, and he looked back.
The lawyer you sent me? I turned him down. The public defender will do. After all, no trials will happen.
"Well, why?" I asked, shocked. "What do you mean?" Traise smiled weakly.
I'll plead guilty.
It had been hours since he said he'd plead guilty, but my mind still couldn't absorb it. His preliminary trial would start 2 days from now, at mababaliw na ako sa kaiisip kung paano ako makakagawa ng paraan para tulungan siya. Preliminary trial happens before the actual trial. Ito yung part wherein the defendant would either plead guilty or not guilty. If na-guilty ang suspect, it means ina-admit niya ang krimen, kaya walang trial na mangyayari. Doon na siya mismo sisintensyahan ng mas magaan na verdict. However, if they'd plead not guilty, The judge would contemplate if there was a probable cause to continue the case. If wala, i-dismiss ang kaso. Pero kung meron, there'd be a trial.
There's nothing we can do then.
My professor said,
He keeps on admitting the crime. He'll for sure make a guilty plea.
I sighed. Paano kung mali yung verdict? My professor laughed.
How can it be wrong when the suspect keeps on admitting? Saka bakit pa pinipilit mong inosente si Traise? Kahit may confession na at napakaraming ebidensya na nagtuturo na he committed the crime.
I shrugged. Bakit nga ba? Bakit nga ba hindi pa rin ako naniniwala kahit na napakaraming ebidensya? Frustratedly, I went to my next class. Oops! Nandyan na yung partner in crime ng criminal! A woman said. The class laughed. Ano sabi mo? I immediately asked back. Diba? You were seen together when he got caught? She asked sarcastically while the whole class looked amused. Did you plan the murder together or what? Wow! What a great kink you got there, huh, Miss Spencer? I smiled. What if we did? And I'm planning to murder you now. She smiled as well. Careful with your words, miss. We're studying law. I might get you kicked out due to death threat. Ang daming witness, oh. I smirked. In case I'll be kicked out, okay lang. At least pera ng tatay ko ang pinambabayad ko. Ikaw, saan magaling ang tuition mo? Sa kaba ng bayan na ninanakaw ng tatay mo sa Senado? She got dumbstruck. What? The crowd was now fully amused. Mapang-asar ko siyang nginitian. How's your dad's graft case, bitch? She reddened with anger.
What's
Take
with this
those words
rubbish?
back! I smirked. I won't. I can play the dirtiest shit, so don't mess
The
with me.
preliminary hearing will start any
As soon
minute
as I turned
now.
my back, I heard her say something. Too bad, she said, smiling. My dad will sit as one of the jurors in your friend's case. I'll make sure he'll be convicted. With anger overflowing from me, in the blink of an eye, she felt a flying fist on her face. I was suspended for days, but Dad managed to make things well. Until the day of the preliminary hearing came, and I found out that the public defender was my dad's scholar and my senior in school. To my horror, the death penalty was about to be approved by the Senate. I locked the door.
What's with this rubbish?
The public defender asked after I locked him up together with me in the restroom.
The preliminary hearing will start any minute now.
Panting, I calmed myself. I came here with Dad's request. Will your client plead guilty or not? Confused, he looked at me.
He says guilty.
My dad says you'll say not guilty,
What?
he exclaimed.
But he says he's...
You know he's Dad's scholar as well, right? Dad believes he's innocent. That's why he's asking you not to plead guilty and will help you in the trial. It's your first time in the field. Gusto mong maging marumi agad ang record mo? First case, talo? It had been a long argument when he finally said he would. To my surprise, he did say the suspect pleaded not guilty, that even him, Traise, got shocked. After the trial, they came out and our eyes met.
It's your doing, isn't it?
Traise asked.
I told you not to meddle with my case.
It's Dad, okay? I lied. He scoffed.
Your dad visited me last night and said my case is hopeless. Whom are you lying to?
Then the police accompanied him away. I saw the defender talking with someone over the phone. and I knew it was my dad. Dad almost killed me. The defender almost killed himself too. I created a mess, I admit, and I didn't know how to solve it. The defender was scared, as Dad shouted at him madly for believing me, and I personally got suspended. I promised to help him at all cost.
You did the most awful of all awful things.
My dad said after he calmed down.
I'm disappointed in you.
I looked down. I'm sorry, Dad.
You didn't help him. You just set his foot in his own grave.
I looked at him. Po?
The death penalty. The Senate approved it already, and do you know where it is now? It's being transmitted to the president. And knowing the current public clamor, he'll sign it. There's no reason to veto it. One sign, and he'll fall under it.
I felt a loud bang in my chest.
Once the bill got signed, and Traise got proven guilty, he'd be executed. He'd be killed instead of just imprisonment. He may be executed publicly, in broad daylight, because of you. Your friend's death will all be your fault.
He exclaimed angrily again and went upstairs. The thought of making things worse than they already were didn't put me to sleep. What if I really pushed Traise to his death? What if it's all my fault? What if the defender won't win the case? What will happen to him? Would he be injected with lethal chemicals, beheaded in public, or would he be the first victim of the electric chair? I just want help. I just want to make his name clear. The next morning, I visited Traise again. This time, I didn't have the confidence to meet his eyes.
Himala,
He said, sitting in front of me.
where did your confidence go? Did it run away when it realized the mess you did?
Beat.
Are you even aware that I may be slapped with the death penalty because of what you did?
I looked down. Sorry.
Would that be your answer once you see me inside a coffin one fine day?
I burst into tears. Sorry.
Bakit ka umiyak? Akala ko ba paninindigan mo?
I bit my lower lip, crying still. Sorry. Gusto ko lang makatulong. Kasi ayoko makulong ka. Kasi hindi ako naniniwalang ganun ka. Ginawa ko lang yun kasi concerned ako. Kasi mahal kita. There was a long pause.
You love me still kahit nakita mo na how monstrous I can be?
Traise later asked, breaking the ice.
I killed my dad. Can't you see it? Halimaw ako. Courtney, demonyo.
No one wants to be a monster, Traise, I said. No one dreams to be a demon unless being one's the only choice they have. He smirked.
Eddie, naniniwala kang I did it.
I cried. Finally. Hindi ko alam. Everything keeps on telling me you did. The evidence, kahit ikaw nga, sinasabi mo rin. Pero hindi ko ma-absorb. Ewan ko, ang gulo.
Then prove it.
He said, looking in my eyes.
You started it. You finish it.
What do you mean?
Investigate on your own. Seek your evidence. Help the defender in court. Do everything. I don't care. Seek answers for your questions, and once you've done it, give me a verdict. Am I guilty or am I not?
Still confused, I looked at Trace. I don't understand.
What I'm saying is, I'm handing you my life.
And he gave me the smile he often made during the days when everything was fine. When things were not as this chaotic. The brightest and sweetest smile that could light up my mood. The smile I fell in love with. And there, I noticed the pain in his eyes. He seemed so weary, so tired of everything.
I can plead guilty again, since the trial hasn't started yet. But seeing things now, I guess I won't do that.
Why? I asked, confusion in my eyes.
Because I'm now having fun.
Trace said,
Guilty or not, I want you to know the answer. I want you to seek answers on your own. But I'm telling you, I did it.
and he looked straight in my eyes.
I killed my dad.
With eyes that I couldn't tell if lying or saying the truth, he smiled.
Defend me, attorney.
Chapter 3. The Prosecutor. The place was full of happy colors. In fact, alphabets and painted animals could be seen in every corner. Similarly, joyful faces could be seen on everyone's face. Okay, kids, a woman said, wearing a uniform that looked like a teacher's. I want you to draw what you want to be in the future.
A policeman!
One shouted, even raising his hand. The woman smiled. I said draw. And she looked at the class. After 30 minutes, teacher will check it, huh? You want stars?
Apa!
The teacher then gave an encouraging smile. Then start now. Everyone started drawing about their dream job. With their coloring materials, everyone seemed to enjoy the activity. Some drew a doctor, a teacher, policeman, chef, flight attendant, engineer, dentist, and others. But among all the usual professions, someone's drawing was different.
Ano sa'yo?
A girl with her ponytail asked. The boy looked at her shyly.
Hindi ko alam.
Ano yan? The teacher then asked, bewildered on the drawing she saw.
I don't have a dream, teacher.
The boy reasoned out, casually. What the teacher saw were two drawings. The left showed a man beating his family, and the right showed a happy family.
The only dream I have
The innocent child said,
is to finally see Dad stop beating my mom.
I opened my eyes. What was that?
Okay ka lang?
A voice asked, and I recognized it. It was the public defender assigned to Traise's case.
Nakaidlip ka na.
He added,
Hindi na kita ginising. Mukha kang pagod.
There, I noticed where I was. I was inside a room in the detention center designated for trial queries. It had been days since he asked me to defend him, and days since I probably had lost my sanity. I kept on reading related cases and interviewing authorities to get a grasp of the case. In fact, tomorrow would be the start of his trial. I wiped the tears in my eyes.
Umiiyak ka?
The defender asked. No, I calmly said. Sa panaginip siguro, sir? He understandingly nodded.
Don't call me sir.
he said.
Our age gap isn't that much. Just call me Newt. That's my name.
I smiled back. Sure, Newt. I looked at my best friend, Trace, who was sleeping on the opposite side of the table. He was facing me. As I looked at him, he still had the face of a man who carried the world on his shoulder. He had the face of a child who got abused and exploited at a very young age. I could still remember how his body got daily bruises. I could remember how his dad let him starve. I could remember how he would usually be beaten up, even with the presence of his friends. I could remember how he endured every single thing. Nevertheless, he grew up as a really good man. Newt, do you think he did it? I asked the defender, looking at Trace still.
At first, I thought so.
Then he looked at him too.
But now, I'm confused.
I smiled. I know. He was the most genuine mouth and realistic eyes, and that's the problem. His mouth says he did, but I can see in his eyes that he didn't. It's confusing. I don't know anymore,
I bought us drinks.
Newt said.
Do you drink beer?
Beer? I asked. Canned? He nodded. I smiled. I looked back at Trace and I got to reminisce something that happened years ago when I first tasted a beer. Growing up, I became really fond of him. In fact, I didn't have any friends aside from him. We were always together and grew up with each other. I was very comfortable when I was with him, until one event happened that made me think twice if what I felt about him had exceeded the boundary of friendship. We were invited to our seniors' party. While preparing for it, I didn't have any idea what to wear or how I should dress because I was not really that stylish. So an hour before the party, I called Trace to come to our house and help me. So here it is, I said, smiling. Trace's cold eyes looked at me with disbelief.
What am I supposed to do here?
Tutulungan mo ako mag-ayos, syempre.
Bakit hindi ka nalang mag-t-shirt at pantalon?
Minsan, kailangan ko rin magmukhang babae, ano? Malay mo, may magkagusto sa akin doon eh. Di graduate ka na sa pagsunod-sunod sa akin. We laughed.
Ano bang gagawin ko?
Tanong ni Trace.
Bilisan na lang natin.
I smiled. I'll do makeup and I'll wear, for the first time ever, drum rolls, please, contact lens! I smiled so wide while saying it, hoping to see any emotions on his face. But there was nothing but disgust,
You're embarrassing me.
he said.
Alam mo man lang ba kung paano yan susuotin?
Syempre, hindi,
What?
he exclaimed. Kaya ka nga nandito, di ba? Tutulungan mo ako.
Did you even ask me kung alam kong gawin yung mga yan?
I shrugged as I opened the lid where the pair of contact lens was placed. Doesn't matter. Nevertheless, Trace held me still, trying his best not to lose his temper. That hurts, I complained.
You want it?
He argued. You're doing it wrong.
I know what I'm doing.
Can you at least be careful?
I'm on track, okay? Just open your eyes wide and stop making that awkward moaning sound.
I'm not moaning. I'm in pain. After minutes of arguing, we were able to put the contact lens on my eyes. Whoa! I was amazed while looking at myself in the mirror. It's pretty, isn't it?
Why do you need that, though?
I looked at him. Well, just so you know, I started. It's because I'm not as attractive as anyone, not as hot as the girls at my age, not even as tall as them. My hair isn't even straight. My skin isn't that clear. My color isn't that bright. I'm turning 20 next year, but I haven't gotten myself a boyfriend yet. Now look at me, trying my best to look pretty because I never felt it. Not even once in my life. No man will ever like me. Satisfied?
Rubbish.
He murmured. I heard that. I looked at him sharply. What did you say? Did you just invalidate my pain?
Look,
He said.
it's rubbish because I think it is. It's so stupid of you to think that you're not pretty just because your skin is not clear, your hair is not straight, you're not tall, or you're not as sexy as they are. It's stupid because you are adhering to their standards of defining yourself. So what if you're not like them? That's actually what makes you way prettier. You're not just like them. You are you.
My eyes widened and I didn't expect that from him. I even felt my cheeks burning.
And can you please stop blabbering about things you are unaware of? You don't see yourself when you are laughing so loud over silly things. You don't see yourself when you're eating your favorite food, listening to your favorite music, dancing to different melodies, or when you're reading your favorite book. You don't see how your eyes spark whenever you talk about the things you love. You don't see how you shine when you're doing the things you are so passionate about. You don't see them, but someone else does. So do you think no one likes you? Stop acting like a child. You may not just be aware of it, but somebody out there is falling in love with every awkward move you do, in every second of every minute of every day.
My jaw partly dropped. He stood up.
Manonood lang ako ng TV sa ibaba. Tawagin mo na lang ako kapag okay na.
He then turned his back, but before he went out, Trace said something that made my heart flutter.
You're pretty,
He said.
with or without those.
He then walked out. I was left there, standing, feeling my cheeks burning red. I touched my chest as I felt like my heart was about to come out of my chest. What was that? Why do I feel like this? Do I like him? Why do I suddenly see him as a man now? Maybe I do. I closed my eyes as I sat on my bed. No, not maybe. Surely, I do. There's no point to deny it now. I like him. I shook my head as a smile curved on my lips, remembering what happened in the past.
Stop looking at me.
Felt like I got splashed by cold water when his eyes opened.
And stop smiling.
Shocked, I looked away. I'm not looking at you. I lied, defensively, panicking.
You are. You look like you want to. Sorry. You are. You look like you want to kiss me.
What? I exclaimed.
You should have kissed me. Hindi naman ako tatanggi. I might even kiss back.
Trey smiled.
Try me.
I felt my face turning red, so I changed the topic. About, tomorrow's case. What's the plan?
We just talked about it earlier.
Newt said, trying his best not to laugh with the red face I had now.
They'll insist it's patricide, a murder. But we'll insist it's justifiable homicide. Self-defense.
He added.
Lies.
Trace murmured, but I didn't bother. In order for a self-defense to be a self-defense, it should be pointed out that he was in imminent danger, I said, contemplating.
I wasn't, okay? I told you, I killed him.
Shut up! I said, looking sharply at him. You told me to investigate, then I will. Whenever they ask you about things, don't answer yet. Invoke your rights against self-incrimination and let your defender do the things. Lumingon ako kay Newt. I think I know how we can make the scenario crucial for him to self-defend.
How?
Tanong niya. I smiled. Put me in the witness stand. The trial started. As expected, they did insist it was a parricide, and Newt said it was a justifiable homicide, and if we won, Traise will be acquitted of all charges. The opening argument started. They presented evidence, and we also did. He's a really good student, Miss Snorlax in the witness stand. He's a model student and has a really good moral character. He won't do that. Nasubaybayan ko yan lumaki, said by an old lady living near us. Napakabait na bata yan, kahit noon pa. Napakatagal na ng away namin ng amain niya. Kung totoong gusto niyang patayin, noon pa sana niya ginawa.
Half day lang po siya nun.
Said the manager of a convenience store where Trace worked.
Dapat nga, wala siyang pasok nun. Day off niya yun eh. Pero pumasok pa rin siya.
After hours of presenting facts and such, I got called. In no time, I saw myself on the witness stand, facing loads of people and the media. I solemnly swore to tell the truth in front of them, that everything I would say was a factual and nothing but just facts. Please state your name for the record, the clerk asked. My name is Courtney Spencer, I said.
May I know your relationship with the defendant?
Newt finally asked. I'm his friend.
Since when?
Since I was 6, I guess.
How did your relationship with the defendant start?
It was when my dad hired his mom to do our laundries.
Why would his mom do your laundries?
For them to have a meal for the day.
How so? Don't they have a job?
His family used to own a restaurant before.
They had a restaurant, so why would his mom do your laundries to have an income?
They went bankrupt.
Why?
His father was an alcoholic and a gambler.
Ay, ako to, no? Objection, Your Honor.
A tall and attractive prosecutor, around his 20s, protested.
The defense is trying to make a serious allegation that has nothing to do with the case.
It will yield something relevant, Your Honor.
Newt fought back.
Objection overruled.
The judge said.
Continue.
Newt smiled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He then looked at me.
What you've said is a serious allegation. If the court asks for evidence, can you support your claim?
I can, I confidently said. He gave me an encouraging smile.
At this time, I would like to direct your attention to the screen. What can you see in the exhibit?
It's familiar, I stuttered.
Can you remember it?
It's our activity when we were in first grade, I answered, shocked.
How did you know it was his?
We were seatmates that time.
Can you recall what his explanation was?
Sure, I said and gulped. We were asked to draw our dream job that time. I started. But he said he had no dream, aside from seeing his dad to finally stop beating his mom. It created noise in the court.
Objection, Your Honor.
The prosecutor protested again.
The defense is making up allegations the witness might not be able to support.
The witness is under an oath, Your Honor.
Newt said.
She's a law student herself. She knows what she's saying.
Objection overruled. Continue.
Newt smirked, looking at the tense prosecutor.
You said his dad would often beat his mom. Did I hear that right?
He asked me. Yes, I answered.
How often?
Every day. Again, there was uproar.
How about the defendant? Was he beaten up as well?
I wandered my eyes, and there I saw Traise. He was silently sitting there, looking at me. Every day. I could barely utter. People were murmuring now.
How did you say so?
We saw each other every day because he tutored me and he was my dad's scholar. A day wouldn't pass that I wouldn't see bruises in his body.
You said you're best friends. Was there a time when he told you he wanted to beat his dad back?
No, I said. It was me who was always furious. He was calm about it, saying he loved his dad still. Nevertheless,
Are there instances in your friendship that the defendant has shown any aggressive behavior towards his dad?
none, I said. He would always prefer to see himself being beaten up by his dad instead of his mom, and he would always prefer to endure the pain instead of putting his dad in jail. Newt smiled at me. A sense of victory could be seen on his face. He looked at the judge.
Your Honor, the defendant had been abused by his dad for a long time. If the defendant has a behavior of a murderer, he would have exhibited it before, but his records are all clear. He had been enduring the beating of his dad, so if he has a murderer's behavior, he could have killed him a long time ago. That's why the case is not murder, but self-defense. He defended himself and his mom.
He looked at the jurors.
The defense rests.
Would the prosecution like to cross-examine?
The judge asked.
We will, Your Honor.
It was the prosecutor. My eyes widened. Why did I feel so heavy? The prosecutor smiled soon as he took over the floor.
I would like to ask a few things I highlighted.
He then looked at me.
You said you are best friends. Am I right?
Yes,
For how many years?
more than a decade.
And you see each other every day?
Yes,
Same school?
yes,
Strong bond?
I guess so.
Strong enough to cover him up?
My eyes grew bigger.
Objection, Your Honor.
Newt stood up.
The prosecution is trying to intimidate the witness.
Objection sustained.
The judge said.
Change the question.
The prosecutor bitterly smiled. Then he cleared his throat.
At this moment, I would like you to focus your mind on the night of Saturday, the night the defendant was arrested. You said you were always together. Were you with him that time?
Yes, I stuttered.
What did you two do?
He went to our house.
Did he tell you he killed his dad that time?
He didn't.
He went to you right after killing his dad. You said your friendship is strong. Am I right?
Yes.
Strong enough to tolerate his crime?
My eyes grew bigger, shocked with a sudden punch of question.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. The prosecution is making up allegations.
The defender said.
Objection sustained. Change the question.
The prosecutor flashed a playful smile. What was with this man? He had this power to make someone lunatic by his play of words.
At this time, I would like you to focus on the video on the screen. Let's play it.
In a flash, he played something on the screen. I felt a bang in my chest. What I saw left me petrified. It was the video of the night we met, caught by a nearby CCTV.
At this point in the video, you were stopping him from going. Were you stopping him from surrendering? Or stopping him from running from his crime?
I told you, I'm not aware, I said, my heart banging inside.
What did you talk about then?
He asked, amused by the fear he saw in my eyes.
He killed someone, and police were searching around. Of course, he'd tell you something. What was it?
I told you, he didn't tell me anything, I said, defensively.
Was it a secret on how he killed his dad?
He asked, adding fuel to my fear and panic. No!
How to kill, perhaps.
No!
Was he asking you to remain silent about the crime he committed?
Of course not!
How to run away after killing someone? Maybe?
I said no!
Objection.
Objection overruled. Let the witness answer.
It wasn't about the killings, okay? I said, in tears, frustrated. I confessed my love for him. Bang. Silence. The prosecutor bit his lower lip, looked in my eyes playfully, and flashed a tricky smile, and faced the crowd.
That's it, Your Honor. The witness's current state of mind can be rational and objective. She's blinded by love and might twist facts to satisfy her love. I revoke her reliability as a witness.
He said, and looked in my eyes. He smirked.
I move a strike.
Chapter 4, The Veil of the Dark.
I move a strike.
My eyes grew bigger. Moving a strike was taking all the things I said that could help my friend out of the records. This I, as a witness, would no longer be available to help him,
I'm not done yet.
he said, smiling.
You concluded that the defendant cannot do harm, and he had no thoughts of killing his dad. Am I right?
Yes, I said, shaking, panicking.
Then let's take a look at these photos.
What I saw rendered me speechless.
It's a comic book made by the defendant. It's about a son who killed his dad. He stabbed him multiple times in the chest. Are you aware of the cause of death of the victim?
No,
He got stabbed in the chest by a knife multiple times. It was a massive hemorrhage. The knife. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. The knife directly hit his organs, similar to the comic book your friend drew.
there was again an uproar.
The defendant has shown aggressive behavior through arts, Your Honor. He didn't execute it physically, but mentally, he did. He may not be vocal about it, but through arts, he had planned to kill, and when he got triggered, He committed the crime, just like in the comic strip he made. Thus, the case is not self-defense, not a justifiable homicide either, but a murder.
The prosecutor then smiled.
The prosecution rests its case.
Just by that, I found my credibility as a witness invalidated. My testimony was now invalid. Great. It had been weeks since that happened. 2 more days of trial occurred after that. The second was really chaotic. We were like buried 6 feet below the ground. They showed evidence we didn't expect, and I'd admit, the defense was almost knocked out. They showed the knife used in the crime and found out there was only one fingerprint on it, and it was Traise's fingerprint. The forensic found a detailed fingerprint that allowed them to identify what hand was used in the crime, a left hand. The second evidence was testimonies, which were all synchronized as if they were scripted, but seemed factual. From that view, the court could decide that the case was guilty. In the third trial, we made it. We were able to defend him. I didn't know how we did, but the case seemed equal now. Tomorrow was the last day of trial, and the decision would be handed if he was guilty or not.
Good thing you came.
The man in formal attire said, smiling.
I thought you wouldn't.
I rolled my eyes. What do you want, Prosecutor Tyler Scott? He was the prosecutor in the case. Yes, the one who moved a strike against me. But no, we weren't close. It was just that I found out he was Dad's student in college.
Have you heard the news? The death penalty got signed.
It seemed like my heart suddenly went dead.
It means if he's proven guilty tomorrow, he'll be the first to be executed.
He said bitterly. And you'll just take it? I asked, anger in my voice. I know you're against the death penalty. So why push someone onto it? He smirked.
What do you want me to do? Drop the case? I can't.
Do you think he's guilty? I asked. He smiled.
At first, I was just curious about the case. That's why I took it. Kahit controversial. Along with the process, I don't know. He seemed like he can't do it, but it also seems that he can. Besides, it's my duty to prosecute him. I have to prove he committed the crime. That's what I'm paid for. That's my duty.
You'll prosecute kahit na there's a chance that he's innocent?
You know,
He said.
it's not my duty to prove his innocence. It's his counsel's duty to do so. If he's guilty and I proved it, the law is above all. If he's innocent, yet he's found guilty, that's when power takes over. Poor him. No one's willing to help. The whole public wants to persecute him. Any politician that would go against it won't receive a vote for next month's elections for sure. They're all after that.
Those hypocrites.
You know something's wrong with the law, I said. Why turn a blind eye?
I'm not.
He said, smiling.
In fact, I called you to give you something.
I was confused as he handed me a flash drive.
Tomorrow is the last day of trial. I'll do my job to convict him still. In the trial, there's a part where an evidence might be presented or a witness might be called or recalled. Even you. It's the last part, and it's the game changer. Let's say, huling alas. It may win or lose your case. You have to do well.
What's with this? I asked. Aanhin ko to.
Of course you can't use that. You're not a lawyer yet. It contains something that might clear your mind. I got that when I was seeking evidence to use and decided to keep it. Now, I'm giving it to you. Seeing that would make you either help him or condemn him. It's up to you.
As fast as I could, I went to my car and watched what was in the flash drive through my laptop. I was dumbfounded, bewildered, and dumbstruck. I was lost for words. I drove my car faster than the required speed, and with tears in my eyes, I called Newt.
Hey,
He said as he answered my call.
I found a witness we can use tomorrow.
Listen, I said. Set him aside. Put me on the witness stand tomorrow.
What?
He exclaimed.
But you were...
Just do it, I said, and with determination in my eyes, I added, I'll be this trial's game changer. Minutes later, I found myself inside a detention query room.
I told you not to visit during nighttime.
Traise said coldly, but I looked straight into his eyes. I need to ask you some questions,
What would that be?
he asked, meeting my eyes. Tell me, I said, looking in his eyes. Did you do it? He laughed.
I told you. I did.
I gulped. Remember Zuckerman and his colleagues?
The man who proposed the four-factor theory of deception?
I nodded.
What's with them?
Traise asked, confused. They said a person can be caught lying by 4 factors. I introduced, observing him. First is the arousal. When someone lies, it gives them anxiety and arousal due to the conflicting values, so they become nervous. Next is the behavior control. Basically, they just control their body movements and language because sometimes their legs become shaky. Next, the emotion. It's in their eyes. It's on their face. Lastly, the thinking. The consistency of reasoning. By saying so, I saw that his legs stopped shaking. He gulped. I smiled. Did I just catch you? He smirked.
No.
I then opened my bag and put something on the table between us. That's the evidence the prosecution used. A comic book you made, I said, my face emotionless. You didn't plot them, did you?
What are you?
It's my plot. I halted him. It's my short story. I wrote in my diary that I wanted to be published someday, but through animation. But sadly, I can't draw. So you did draw it for me. I'm a mystery thriller writer. Have you forgotten?
All right, sorry, nakapit ako. And you got to know in 3, 2, 1, go.
And you got to know I like you because it's written on my diary, the same page of my entry about the animation. I saw his eyes suddenly becoming uncomfortable. I met his eyes. You have my diary, right? Traise gulped.
You left it in...
Whoa! I exclaimed, shocked. So, I'm right? Damn, I'm just guessing. I saw the change in his aura. He was getting trapped. In the blink of an eye, I placed the document on the table. Another evidence of the prosecution. Your fingerprint.
It clearly says it's mine.
He smirked.
How can you debunk that?
That's the idea. It's yours, but I wonder. It says the hand that stabbed your dad is a left hand. There, I noticed his hands trembling. You're right-handed. I saw his mood change.
That's rubbish.
I placed another document on the desk. It's your medical records in school, I said. Last year, You didn't make it to the badminton tournament because your left hand got injured. You couldn't even hold a pen because it hurt. So how could you stab your dad with that when the record says he was forcefully stabbed? I felt tears forming in my eyes. I went to your mom yesterday, I said, now tears flowing.
Is she fine?
Trace asked. His voice sounded longing. She is, I said. But do you know what I found out? I asked, meeting his eyes, which now had become teary. She's wearing gloves. His eyes widened with visible tears forming in them. She has a skin problem in her hand, so she wears it. Your mom and dad, they are both left-handed and you are not. Your mom's fingerprint isn't on the knife because she wears gloves. Am I right? His tears fell. He looked away.
You're blabbering nonsense.
Finally, I put my phone on the table, using now the flash drive the prosecutor gave me. I played it. We listened to it, and in no time, a female voice could be heard, crying, panicking.
Hindi! Hindi mo mamatay tao ang anak ko! Ako ang sumaksak sa... Sino ba yun? Teka, sino ka ba? Bakit ako nandito? Nasaan si Mommy? Si Daddy?
With the tears flowing from my eyes, I looked at him. He said I shall investigate, right? This is the result. You didn't kill your dad, I said. Because your mom did. Trace looked down, and there was a long silence.
You caught me.
He finally said, breaking the ice, and then he looked in my eyes.
So, what's your verdict, attorney?
I sobbed. You're not guilty. My voice cracked. He smiled.
You're right about my mom, attorney. She stabbed my dad, but at the same time, you're wrong. She didn't kill him because Courtney, I did.
Confused, I looked at him.
Dumb detectives, dumb police, and dumb law. They think he really died because of that?
What do you mean? I asked, baffled.
My dad didn't die because of the knife.
Trace answered.
It was poison, Courtney. I poisoned him.
A silence. I couldn't open my mouth. I couldn't think of anything to say since my mind couldn't absorb anything. He looked down, smiling at me.
Courtney, your verdict is wrong all along.
And he looked at me. He smirked.
I'm guilty. Chapter 5. What happened on Saturday night? Saturday night. Sir, out na po ako. A tall teenage man could be seen in the counter, smiling. The manager smiled back. Bakit kasi pumasok ka pa? Day off mo, di ba? Wala pong magawa sa bahay. He said, grinning. Okay na rin po siguro. Extra income. Una na po ako, ha? Sige, ingat ka. Kayo mag-iingat dito, he said, looking at his co-employee. Ano na naman yun, Traise? The guy said, laughing. Ikaw ang mag-ingat. Dumarami na ang customer dahil sa'yo. He laughed. Baliw! With a smile on his face, he went out of the store where he worked as a part-timer. He looked at the sky. It was cloudy, as if the rain would soon pour hard. He shrugged. He was walking, observing things around him when His phone beeped. He took it out of his pockets, and as soon as he saw who texted him, the text was from his professor, whom he called Snorlax. She was asking when he would go back to school.
I miss you, darling. When will you go back?
He cringed. Related messages were from his blockmates and schoolmates, whom he didn't even know. His popularity in school was insane. Yet, he didn't care. He only had eyes for one person. 7 billion people, yet he got his eyes fixated at only one girl he couldn't afford to lose. He scanned his phone and frowned when he found no message from her. Tingnan mo tong taong to. Ang sama ng ugali. He mumbled. Di man lang ako kamustahin. Ang tagal na namin di nagkikita. Wala man lang text. Wala man lang kahit ano. Frowning still, he slid his phone back to his pocket, and soon enough, he took it out again. Di ako mapakali. He murmured to himself. Kita tayo, punta ako sa inyo mamaya. After sending it to the only woman he was interested with, he turned his phone off again. He didn't want to receive alibis such as she's busy, she's doing something, or what. He missed her, and nothing could satiate it aside from her presence. Minutes later, he found himself opening their gate, and as soon as he went inside, he smelled something, as if someone was cooking in the kitchen. Nakauwi na si Mama? He asked himself, confused. His mom worked as a housemaid in a nearby city and only went home every 3 days or every weekend. It was fine with him so that she wouldn't be beaten up by his dad, because giving him and his mom bruises was his dad's most favorite hobby. He went to the kitchen excitedly and was rendered utterly speechless when he saw who it was. It was his dad. His dad, who'd usually lie down all day, doing nothing at all. His dad would usually go home drunk, would ask for money, and would be violent and abusive. Was in the kitchen, cooking, and even humming. Oh, nakauwi ka na? He asked, smiling. Hintayin mo na to, sabay na tayong kumain. Pagod ka ba? He couldn't open his mouth. He was thoroughly shaken. Kumain na po ako sa store, he said. His voice cracked. His dad looked at him. Ganun ba? Gusto sana kitang makasalo. He felt tears forming in his eyes. Mamaya na lang po siguro, pagdating ni Mama. His dad smiled. Mas maganda nga yun. Mas maganda nga yun. Initin ko na lang uli ito. Sige po. He turned his back, mixed emotions in his chest. He was about to walk, but then he got petrified when his dad called him by his name. He got often called inutil, walang silbi, salot, walang kwenta. But this time, he got called by his name. And for him, that felt so good. He almost burst out crying. Po? He asked, his voice cracking. He didn't even turn to him. Pahinga ka, ha? He walked faster and went to his room with tears on his cheeks. What was that? Had his dad changed? Realizing all the abuses he committed? A mixture of anger and hope rose inside him. He cried, and later fell asleep. It was 10 in the evening when he woke up. Confused on what planet he was on, he checked his phone. He smiled as soon as he saw the message he got. There were still messages from his schoolmates, but this time, most of it came from someone he'd been waiting. She kept asking, what time? Anong pag-uusapan? Anong meron? Busy siya? Matutulog siya? and so on. Smiling, he replied, "Malalaman mo mamaya. Hindi mo ba ako namimiss?" Soon enough, he got a reply.
Yuck!
He laughed because he could hear her voice and could actually imagine her face. "Basta mamaya, may ikikwento rin ako." He turned his phone off again and stared. I stared pala to. Akala ko started. Okay. Let me repeat that in 3, 2, 1. He turned his phone off again and stared at the ceiling of his room, thinking of his dad. Maybe people really did change. Until he heard a noise, a laughing noise. It came from the room beside his.
Yes, yes.
A man said.
Few days will do.
He recognized it as his dad.
Wait for me. Just a few more days, okay?
His dad said, losing his temper.
I just have to poison that useless bitch.
Beat. His eyes grew bigger.
Napakalaki pala ng pera niyan sa insurance. Her dead parents left her bucks of money, yet she didn't tell me.
What the hell?
Oo. My child?
He asked.
I didn't think of that. Kung siya ang beneficiary, a little acting will do. Paniwalang paniwala naman na ang loko. At hindi mo kang pera yun. Baka nga ilipat pa niya sa akin yun. One step at a time. The bitch has to die first, and we can be together. Sige na. Nasa ibaba na yun. Kanina pa naghihintay.
Few seconds later, he heard footsteps. Disturbed by the things he heard. His dad is just acting out and wants to kill his mom. He hurriedly went down, and what he saw caused a bang in his chest. There was a violet flower on the stairs. He picked it up. Normal people would think it was just a flower. But, as a biology major, he knew it was not. His eyes grew wider when he recognized what it was. An aconite, a really poisonous flower that, when digested, could hardly be detected and may cause paralysis or cardiac arrest to the victim. With his heart pounding, he went to the kitchen and his mom was there, looking so joyful, smiling so genuinely. She greeted him, but he didn't smile. "Where's Dad?" he asked, tears in his eyes.
Nasa CR.
She said,
Kumusta ang anak ko? Di mo ba na-miss si Mama? Anong meron sa daddy mo ngayon? Ang maalaga.
His tears fell. His mom had this smile he never saw before. A genuine smile. A smile of love. A smile from someone who seemed like she hadn't endured any pain in her life. She had been assaulted and abused, yet she never left his dad. She only wanted him to treat them right, and now he did. With a plot twist of killing her. "Have you eaten?" His voice cracked. His mom smiled.
Hindi pa. Sabay-sabay na tayo.
He closed his eyes. He could endure everything, but seeing his mom being abused this much, he couldn't take it. He'd had enough. "Ma," he said, "can you cook me an egg? The usual one you make for me. I missed it." His mom smiled.
You missed me that much? Okay.
His mom stood up, and when she started cooking, he looked at the food. There was plenty of food on the table until he saw the pinakbet. He closed his eyes hard. He was barely crying. Minutes later, he saw himself dining with them. His mom kept on giggling because of his dad's romantic acts. Suddenly, he felt himself being brought back to the days when they weren't as chaotic as this.
How's my cooking? His dad asked.
Great! Parang dati lang.
His mom said, smiling from ear to ear. He shook his head, smiling bitterly. Anak, kamusta ang lasa? Tanong ng ama niya. He smirked. I think I have to ask you that question. And he looked at his dad sharply. How does it taste? It's good because I cooked it. His dad answered laughing, but he didn't avert his eyes from him. He smirked bitterly. Oh? He said. So that's how your poison tastes? His dad stopped eating. His mom left dumbstruck. He looked at his dad. Masarap ba? What are you saying? His dad asked. What? The poison will occur minutes from now. It will shut your respiratory down and will make you either paralyzed or dead. You're dead caused by cardiac arrest. He said sternly, tears once again forming in his eyes, anger in his cold yet calm voice.
What are you saying?
His mom, now confused. Ma. His voice cracked, tears now flowing. Dad tried to poison you for your insurance. He looked at his dad, anger in his eyes. And to join his mistress after. He placed on the table the flower he saw. It's an aconite. Dad tried poisoning you with it. I heard him say he only wanted to kill you, and not me. So, he cooked pinakbet. He knows it gives me allergy, so surely I won't eat it. He looked at his mom. But you, Mom, you will. Then he smirked. Pero, pinagpalit ko ang pagkain niyo. He said, and he looked at his dad. You ate your own poison. How does it taste? His dad turned red. His mom cried, panicking.
Ano bang sinasabi mo? Bawiin mo yung sinasabi mo!
Ma, can't you see it? He exclaimed. He tried to poison you. He tried to kill you because he thought because you're useless. Finally, his dad showed off his true color. Kasi wala kayong kwenta, mga inutil. In a matter of seconds, he saw his dad attacking his mom. She received really loud and hard slaps. He rescued her, and in return, he was beaten up. He tried to punch his dad, but he missed. His right hand hit the floor instead, and he felt like it got fractured. He moaned in pain. His dad saw the opportunity, and he beat him to a pulp. Punches on the face, on the stomach, on his body. He became numb from it. Until a loud scream was heard. His dad looked back, and in his surprise, a knife was suddenly plunged into his chest. He was stabbed once, twice, thrice, with the last one being the most forceful. With blood flowing like a river from his chest, he fell to the floor, with the knife still stuck on him, hopelessly. Then he saw his mom crying, with blood on her gloves. Ma. Traumatized by that gory, bloody incident, his mom fainted and fell. With the remaining strength in him, he stood up with his injured right hand. He walked towards his dad, and in the blink of an eye, using his left hand, which still hurt because of a last year's fracture, he lifted the knife from his dad's chest. That was when the door opened, and in his horror, it was his aunt. Seeing his mom unconscious and his dad lying on the floor with a stab wound on his chest, and the knife in his hand. In no time, he saw himself running away. No, he had no intention of running away. He just had to make things clear. He needed strength before finally surrendering himself. While on the run, he texted Courtney. Nasa kanto ako. Then he saw her coming out of the gate. They talked, and he kept on looking at her while they talked. He was gaining strength by her mere presence. Until he confessed. He initially wanted to confess tonight and asked for her heart. He had always been so in love with her, but was just afraid of ruining their friendship. However, after reading accidentally an entry in her diary, which said she loved him as well, hope rose inside him. But this time, it's different. He confessed not to ask for her heart, but to let her go and say goodbye. Why does fate have to be this cruel to us? He thought. He walked away, leaving her still standing there, with tears flowing from her eyes. He wanted to be selfish and hug her and just run away with her. But with the filth in his hands, he couldn't afford to drag her into his mess. She's too precious for that, he thought. Until he heard loud noises and suddenly he was surrounded by police cars. He was caught, yet he smiled. He had nothing to fear. He saved his mom. He fulfilled his promise to see her. He confessed his love. He was being handcuffed when he saw her coming to him. Their eyes met and she was crying, with pain inside him and his life now going nowhere. He smiled and he mouthed, "I love you."
Chapter 6. The Calm After the Storm. Silence. A really deafening silence. I opened my mouth, yet nothing came out. I felt my heart pounding hard, my mind in absolute uncertainty, and my tears flowing like a river.
You see, you had it wrong this time, Courtney.
Traise said. Despite the smile he gave, pain could also be seen through it.
That's what happened. And you're defending a criminal.
I was utterly speechless. I was at a loss for words to speak. My mind still couldn't absorb things.
I've been telling you, I'm guilty. Ayaw niyo kasi maniwala.
He said.
You're fighting for me just because you think that I can't commit such horrendous crime. But Courtney, I just did.
You. Finally, I said, "You're making up stories." Trace smirked.
I'm not. You know, drop your overly angelic image of me. I'm no longer the same friend you had.
Hindi mo nga magawang ipakulong yung tatay mo, I said in between my tears. Yet you'll tell me you killed him? You poisoned him?
I did. Apparently, I just did.
I cleared my throat. If he died because of the poison, an autopsy could have detected it.
But was there even an autopsy?
Bang. My eyes grew bigger. Trace smiled in pain.
My dad was buried without anyone doing an autopsy on him.
How could that happen? I insisted. Case such as this needs an autopsy,
May I ask you,
he said.
why do we do autopsies?
I blinked. To know the cause and manner of death.
And what was the poison used?
An aconite, I said, in a state of absolute vagueness.
That's it.
He said.
That's it.
He said.
Aconite cannot be traced by simple tests. It attacks the victim in the blink of an eye. It can also be traced not by a mere autopsy, but a deep and extensive autopsy, which they didn't do because their focus was on the stab wounds. I was caught in the act of holding the bloody knife. My dad had multiple stabs. They assumed it was that.
Then he smiled bitterly.
My dad was a genius for having that poison. If he had successfully done it, Mom would be buried 6 feet below the ground now, and I'm devastated. Thinking she died because of cardiac arrest or aneurysm, while my dad's still acting as if he had changed while he was busy spending my mom's insurance with his mistress.
But I protested. I protested. The prosecution stated as cause of death. It means they have a record. They may have it.
Stop it.
Trace answered back.
The prosecution doesn't have a record. They invented it out of wrongly perceived fact.
He smiled.
You were fooled. The defense was fooled.
My jaw dropped, and I couldn't think of anything to say. Wait, I said out of nowhere. Every criminal case needs a thorough autopsy for a record. Every community does. It's being done by... I then closed my mouth as I was stupefied by a sudden realization.
By a coroner.
Trace continued, smiling.
An official who investigates suspicious deaths and conducts a mandatory autopsy. And who's our coroner?
My tears fell. No. He smiled, as bitter as before.
It's your dad.
Confused about everything that was happening, I found myself raging with both pain and anger. Everyone joined forces to convict him. Everyone who was in power was in alliance to convict him for a public uproar, for a media exposure, to find him guilty.
But don't hate your dad.
He added.
He did it to stop things from being worse than they already are.
What do you mean? My voice cracked. I didn't have the strength to look in his eyes.
He knows how complicated it would be. It will be him against the Senate, against the public, against the Congress. If he'll meddle, they might take him down by bringing you onto this because of your connection with me. They even have a shred of evidence that we met that night.
Trey smiled, tears now in his eyes.
And, do you know why I keep saying I'm guilty?
Why? I asked, sobbing.
If I plead not guilty, a trial will follow. They might twist the evidence and might summon you in court and convince the public we were partners in this crime.
His voice cracked.
I don't want that. I don't want to see you suffer. I plead guilty not to hide things.
But to protect me as well. I followed.
When you were confined, when you were 9, and you kept crying due to the pain, I didn't leave you. Day and night, I was there, guarding you. That's when I had a promise to myself, to be by your side and to protect you at all times.
He then smiled weakly, tears glimmering in his eyes.
If pleading guilty means protecting you, I will.
Meeting his eyes made me burst out in tears.
Can you do me a favor?
He asked. I looked at him.
Please don't meddle anymore. Let me be guilty. If any of it would be pointed in court, It means I have to reveal that my mom stabbed him. I don't want her to suffer. I've caused her enough traumas. Imagine what would the questions turn her into. Please. Please, tama na. Stop doing this. Stop tormenting my mom. She's had enough. I'd love to see her be happy, be comfortable. Even though it was me who killed my dad, she can still be convicted through attempted murder since she stabbed him. Please. Please don't make my mom suffer anymore. Tama na.
There's a way still, I said. We can win this case. It's self-defense. If we can give a good argument, then both of you will be freed,
I don't want to risk it.
Traise answered.
It might traumatize my mom more.
But self-defense can acquit you,
It won't.
he firmly said.
In order for self-defense to be convincing, the threat must be on me. My dad didn't want to harm me that night. It was my mom who he wanted dead. There's no reason for me to be acquitted. It wasn't self-defense. I poisoned him. I murdered him willingly.
No, there must be a way still. How about your aunt? She can request for an autopsy and will prove that your dad tried to,
You can't.
he said.
My aunt, she was into this. She reported me. Even if your dad would want to ask for an autopsy, he can still be swayed by my aunt. There's only one way to avoid a mandatory autopsy: through a burden of proof. And religion reasons can be a burden of proof.
He said.
She'll say that my dad is a Buddhist and it's against his belief.
The mistress, I said desperately. We can directly trace her, or find her and be our witness in court. She'll reveal that your dad tried to,
You still can't.
he said, anger now in his voice. Why not? I said. It's reasonable,
It isn't.
Traise firmly answered. Why? I exclaimed.
Because the mistress
He said, jaw clenched.
is my aunt.
Beat. My eyes grew bigger. I opened my mouth to say something, but none came out. He stood up.
I think we have nothing to talk about now. There's no need to go to tomorrow's hearing.
Traise turned stone cold again, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of the room and was accompanied by police back to his prison cell. My tears fell. I couldn't handle all the things I discovered. I looked at my phone and wiped out the tears on my cheeks. We're done talking. Someone on the other line answered.
What was that? What did I just hear, Courtney? What the fuck?
Right. Someone was listening while we were talking. Prosecutor Tyler Scott, I said, determination now in my voice. You heard them all. You know what the truth is. Decide on your own and drop the case. The next thing I knew, the last day of trial had started. It was moved to another day since some of the jurors weren't able to attend. The trial had started hours ago and the courtroom was crowded. There were politicians, lawmakers, government officials, media, bunch of lawyers, and such. The hall was also crowded with journalists, while outside the building, people were protesting, all screaming to give Traise a guilty verdict. The prosecution was not as strong as it was before. I don't know if it was because of what the prosecutor found out last time. All I knew was that it was a good thing for the defense. In fact, the defense counsel had executed a really good performance. Newt brought witnesses who all supported his claim that Traise never had violent behavior. Our guidance counselor in high school was summoned. Our guidance counselor in college, and he even brought medical experts with him, and all testified about one thing. He had no record of violence and had never hurt anyone.
Your Honor,
Newt said.
the guidance counselor, psychologist, and even school psychiatrist testified that the defendant has no record of any kind of violence. In fact, when it was him who got bullied and was almost beaten up by a certain classmate, he didn't even fight back. Similarly, the defendant has no criminal record in his clearance. He never committed any crime at all. Thus, what happened to his dad wasn't intentional. It was self-defense. I firmly stand for justifiable homicide, Your Honor.
Then he smiled.
The defense rests its case.
It was then that an uproar was heard. The president, vice president, and even the chief justice had arrived. Everyone was flabbergasted. I expected them to come. It was a national issue. Everyone was talking about it, and exposure was a must for next month's elections, I thought.
Order in the court!
Everyone shut their mouth. Prosecutor Tyler stood up, but this time, his aura changed. He looked at us. He smiled.
At this very moment, I would like to call out the other party's witness for some questions.
Then he looked at me and called my name. Newt and Traise looked at me. Both were confused. What was it about? Wait, will he let me spill the beans? But I looked at Traise. His eyes were telling me not to tell anything. I closed my eyes.
Please state your name for the record.
The clerk started as I sat at the witness stand. I stated my name.
Take the oath of affirmation.
He commanded. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You just stated the affirmation oath.
Tyler Scott said.
Are you willing to be held responsible in case you tell a lie?
He added, looking deeply in my eyes, probably trying to scare me. I fear nothing, sir. He smirked.
I would like to redirect your mind to the things you have said on the first day of trial, which I highlighted. Can you recall them?
Sort of.
You said you were always together. Am I right?
He emphasized the always. I could sense his dark agenda. Not necessarily.
Are you debunking what you said?
I saw the look in his eyes. It was scary. What's happening?
I'm asking you.
Tyler said, then smiled.
Are you debunking it? Objection, Your Honor.
Defender Newt protested.
The prosecution is badgering the witness.
Objection overruled.
The judge said.
Prosecution, proceed.
Are you?
He asked. I met his eyes. Not literally.
Are you? I'm asking you. A yes or no will do.
I said
Are you?
yes, but
You said yes, so you've debunked. I'll take note of that.
he said, and looked at his note without paying attention to me. What the hell was he doing?
Same question.
Tyler said.
You said he went to you and you confessed your love. Am I right?
Yes, I said, my voice almost cracked.
As someone who killed someone, and was about to be arrested by the police. Is it reasonable to just go and see someone and just hear their love confession instead of surrendering yourself or running away?
It's based on the.
A yes or no will do.
He halted me. It cannot be just.
Yes or no.
I said it's based.
I repeat, just a yes or no.
He snapped. No. But of course.
You said no. That'll be enough.
Tyler cut me off.
So you've just said that what he did was not reasonable. Can we say he's running away? Perhaps with you?
My eyes grew bigger.
Objection, Your Honor.
Newt said.
The prosecution is making up assumptions and allegations. Objection sustained. Change the question.
Prosecutor Tyler Scott licked his lower lip out of frustration and looked back at me.
You said you love him. Do you?
He continued. The crowd made some noise. I looked at Traise. He was looking at me too. I do. A loud noise.
Love strong enough to sacrifice things?
Yes.
Love strong enough to stay by his side?
Yes.
Love strong enough to run away with him?
Beat. I can't open my mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. The prosecution is trying to yield things not suitable for the case. Objection overruled. Make her answer. I repeat, miss.
Prosecutor Tyler said, now looking in my teary eyes.
Love strong enough to run away with him?
But only under.
Yes or no?
How can it be answered by.
Just a yes or no.
Yes, but.
But that's it. It's a yes.
He said, smirking. How can it be understood if you won't let me explain? I shouted. The judge then gave me a warning for my behavior. Prosecutor Tyler Scott just smirked, being fascinated by the way I embarrassed myself.
At this very moment, let's talk about the comic book.
He said, and flashed something on the screen.
Do you recall our last discussion about it?
I do not. Mataray kong sagot. He scoffed.
You can't recall weeks-old discussion, but can recall what his answer was on a first-grade activity?
Yes, because I dreamt of it. Depensa ko.
When?
Interesadong tanong ni Tyler. The night before the trial. The audience laughed.
All right.
The prosecutor said.
Now, look at the book. Is it familiar to you?
It is, I answered. He presented it,
I did,
he said.
but I think I made a mistake.
I saw how he twisted a playful smile as if telling me I was doomed.
It's not the defendant's possession. It's yours. Am I right?
My eyes grew bigger.
Let's take a look at the other exhibit.
Tyler said, and he flashed another thing.
You posted it online. Am I correct?
I did. I stuttered as I looked at the evidence I couldn't ignore. Tyler smiled again.
Your Honor and dear jurors, as you have witnessed, the witness revoked some of her previous testimonies, thus putting a cloud of doubt on her credibility. Aside from this, she has shown an aggression before. Moreover, she just supported my claim that her testimonies were blinded by love over facts. It was confirmed when she told us she'd run away with him instead of surrendering him. Above this, the witness also didn't bother to correct one piece of evidence she's involved with.
There was a loud cheering noise.
Add to that, she has sworn the affirmation oath and she's clearly violated it. Aside from taking her credibility again as a witness for today, I move a strike and I charge her of perjury.
Wait. What? I couldn't open my mouth. I thought he was on our side,
What a fox.
Newt said, soon as I went back to my seat.
He knows you'll justify later and you're our last ace. He moved a strike against you, so he can no longer use whatever you are about to say.
That created a bang in me.
He's playing dirty,
He furiously continued.
ruining someone's credibility before they can even testify. I can't even find the right words to describe how demonic he is. At this moment,
Prosecutor Tyler said.
I would like to call another witness. He still has more?
Newt exclaimed. Of course he has. The secretary complained. The Chief Justice is here. It's his dad. I sighed. So that was it. Tyler was dumping our alliance because of his dad. Great. A woman in her 40s sat at the witness stand. She looked so feminine, so classy.
State your name for the record.
I looked at Traise, and his expression seemed a mixture of anger and fear. Tears were forming in his eyes, and his jaw was clenched.
Auntie.
He uttered while looking at the woman at the witness stand. My jaw partly dropped. I looked at her too, and I felt a sudden burst of anger inside me. The trial started, and I couldn't count how many times I wanted to smack her directly on the face. She kept on blabbering things, like how she saw Traise with blood and so forth. She was testifying to convict her own nephew when in fact, siya ang dapat makulong. Conspiring to poison your sister just to get her husband? How cheap could you be? Hindi ko nga alam kung bakit sinasabi nilang hindi bayolente yan. Grabe ngang magmurayan sa tatay niya, she said. Now she was telling lies. I knew Traise. He hated cussing. Now she had touched a nerve. Shut up! I shouted, standing up. Everyone looked at me. Stop blabbering nonsense! Why don't you just say the truth? Weren't you his...
Tama na.
I heard someone say, and it was Traise.
Let her.
Warning.
The judge said.
We might order you out of the courtroom with one more outburst.
With rage still in me, I sat down. Then someone went to the judge and they had a discussion. Anong meron? I asked. Newt just shrugged.
We have something to announce.
We have something to announce.
The judge later then said. The whole courtroom fell silent. Wait, don't tell me they're dropping the case.
We are saddened by the news.
He continued. And the next thing he said made my heart leap.
The defendant's mother, the wife of the victim, has died.
Chapter 7. The Game Changer.
We are saddened by the news.
The judge said.
The defendant's mother, the wife of the victim, has died.
Murmuring. My eyes grew bigger. What? I looked at Traise. Both of us were shocked. His eyes were wide open, with tears forming in them, and his jaw had dropped. I walked and kneeled in front of him. He looked at me in the eyes.
Si Mama.
He said, stuttering, tears in his eyes.
Si Mama.
He said again, can't come up with anything to say. I hugged him.
The court takes a break for an hour.
The judge said. Minutes had passed, yet Trace couldn't stop crying. He was just crying without a sound. He looked so miserable, so disturbed, so devastated. He kept telling, "Si Mama. Puntahan natin si Mama." It broke me. Until I saw a familiar figure nearby, looking at us. Aggressively, I walked towards him. "Masaya ka na?" I asked. "Masaya ka nang may nasisira kang buhay?" Tyler's eyes went emotionless.
Hindi ko sinisira ang buhay nila. Sila ang gumawa ng krimen. Sila ang sumisira ng buhay nila.
"Alam nating pareho na it was self-defense," I said. "Pero bakit ka nagkaganyan?"
It's not my duty to prove his innocence. It's his defense counsel's. Don't blame me. In life, sometimes you have to turn a blind eye.
"What are you saying?" I asked furiously. And in no time, a man in his 60s approached us.
Dad,
Tyler said. It was the Chief Justice. I smirked bitterly. Now I knew why he had a change of heart. "Hope the power you can get can also put you to sleep," I said bitterly, while looking sharply into his eyes. And just then, I walked away. When I went back to our place, Trace looked at me. Tears were glimmering once again in his eyes.
let's talk.
He said. Minutes after, I found the two of us inside a room. "Bakit?" I asked.
I'll plead guilty.
He said, his eyes now red. "What?" I exclaimed. "No, we'll win this case!"
This case has long been lost. Hindi pa nagsisimula.
Trace said.
Please, let it be guilty.
I looked into his eyes. He looked so miserable and it pierced me. "Don't you think of what your mom will feel seeing his son being convicted? Can't you imagine what she would feel?"
And can you imagine what I also feel?
He said, tears in his eyes again.
Listen to me.
Trace cleared his throat.
Growing up, I saw how miserable my life was. Dad would go home drunk, would beat Mom to a pulp, will seek for me, but Mom had hidden me. And since I couldn't be found, the beating that was for me, he'd give it to Mom.
His voice cracked.
A day wouldn't pass that she wouldn't be receiving a slap. She'd work her ass off in the morning, selling almusal. She'd go to your house to clean it and would fix things at our house at night. Wala siyang pahinga. Nabubugbog pa siya. I grew up witnessing that and crying myself to sleep knowing I couldn't do anything. I didn't have a dream for myself. I didn't want to be successful. I just wanted to see my mom away from pain, away from abuses. I wanted to see her smiling, like the last time I saw her in our house the night I poisoned Dad. If you could only see that. Those smile. Hanggang ngayon, naiisip ko pa rin ng ngiting yun.
He gulped, and tears fell from his eyes.
Doon lang nagkaroon si Mama ng ganong ngiti. So, please, patahimikan na natin siya. If you could prove that it was self-defense, it has to be proven that she killed my dad. The whole country would hate her. I don't want anyone hating my mom. Even in her death, I don't want to. So, please, patahimikan na natin siya. Pagod na siya. Papahingayin na natin si Mama.
I found myself crying, left with nothing to do. Trace killed his dad to save his mom. His mom died after hearing the news about him. And he was willing to receive the death penalty so as not to put dirt on his mom's name, even after her death. I closed my eyes hard. I didn't know what to do. The trial resumed. The witness testified again, but this time, the defense counsel cross-examined her. Shockingly, it created a game-changing scenario. "I'm his mistress," she said. Everyone was shocked. The media was frantically covering the event. With the sudden death of her sister, she broke down and confessed her sin. She told the court that she and her sister's husband, whom she was having an affair with, were conspiring to poison her sister for her insurance. She was crying so damn hard. The defense then presented a video, the same video I got from the prosecutor with Traise's mom admitting the murder. The tables had turned. It means that we could prove that his mom did it, and he could be acquitted.
How long are they gonna play the dumb card?
I heard Traise murmuring.
It's not my stabbing. It's the poison. Stop dragging my mom.
He added. The trial dragged on, but this time, it was not to convict Traise, but to prove that his mom did it. It was now the prosecution's turn.
I would like to take action about the acquired evidence.
Tyler said, implying on the video presented.
The evidence was illegally acquired without the consent of the person being filmed. I demand to take it out of the record and consider it as false evidence.
What the hell?
Newt said.
I never thought of that.
Where did you get that? I asked.
I don't know. Someone sent that to us. I thought it was you.
Then my eyes landed on the prosecutor. Damn. I just got fooled. I bit my lip. So he was playing a trick on us, huh? He sent us copies of it for us to commit false actions.
And, as of this moment, I would like to present the result of the autopsy I got from the city's coroner.
Wait, what? There was an autopsy? Since it was the coroner who made the autopsy, it meant he could debunk our claim that his mom committed the crime. By that, instead of stabbing, poisoning as the cause of death would be revealed, making his murder case stronger. I looked at Traise. He was staring at Prosecutor Tyler, and I couldn't read the mixture of emotions on his face.
The autopsy
Prosecutor Tyler said.
shows that the victim died because of multiple stab wounds on his chest. Yes, the fingerprint that the forensics discovered was from the defendant, but only because he took the knife out from his dad's chest.
There were murmurings. I saw how Traise bit his lip.
I visited the defendant's mom weeks ago, and I found out that she had gloves on her hands due to skin infection. Your Honor, I sent you a copy of that evidence. Therefore, his mom's fingerprint cannot be traced. As per autopsy, there was no poison at all. It means the victim's cause of death was the stabbing, which the defendant's mom did. She admitted the crime through the given recording. I acknowledge the recording's credibility, but not the way it was acquired.
He looked at the jury.
This, Your Honor and dear jurors, will tell us that the defendant didn't murder his dad, but just attempted to do so. However, since he tried to manipulate the case, I therefore made an additional charge on him. I charge him of tampering.
Additional charge? And what? No trace of poison? I looked at Traise, who was sitting beside me. He looked confused.
I didn't poison him. I lied.
He said while looking down.
I played tricks on him. I played tricks on him, as if I did it so Mom will hear the truth in front of her. I didn't switch their meals. I replaced them both with something that had no poison. As much as I wanted to, I just couldn't. He's still my dad. And from murder.
Tyler said. He gulped and he looked at me.
I'm downgrading the case to attempted murder.
What? Downgrading the case from murder to attempted murder reduced the chance of the death penalty. My mind seemed in chaos. Kakampi ba siya o ano?
That concludes everything, Your Honor.
Prosecutor Tyler said.
The prosecution rests its case.
The prosecution and defense made their closing arguments. Hours later, the time to hear the final verdict had come.
The defendant has been charged with first, a murder, which was downgraded to attempted murder. As the representative of the jury, and in front of people of the West Berlin, as the power given us by the Constitution of the West Berlin, with unanimous vote from the jurors driven by evidence and arguments presented, the defendant is found.
There was a long pause. All I could hear was my mind raging. I couldn't afford to hear the next few statements. What if we lost? But what if he won? Was he going to die? Would he receive death penalty? I didn't know anymore. Deafening silence followed, and then the verdict echoed.
Guilty.
Everything went as fast as light. I could hear people making cheerful noises, and I could see Traise being accompanied by the police. That was the last time I saw him. The last time our eyes met, and the last time I laid eyes on him. I closed my eyes.
Attorney, have you heard the news?
A loud and excited yet panicking voice greeted me soon as I answered the phone. Tungkol saan? I asked.
The case.
Newt, who was now my co-worker, said over the phone.
A prosecutor took it. The case you'll defend.
So? I asked. Normal naman na yun. I'm a lawyer now, Newt. Hindi na ako yung college student na kaibigan mo.
Hindi.
He insisted.
Hindi yun ang tinutukoy ko. Kasi yung prosecutor, yung nakalaban natin 8 years ago. Siya ang makakarap mo.
Natigilan ako. What?
Oo. Yung nakalaban natin sa case ni...
I smiled bitterly as pain started to occupy my chest. I'll take care of it, I said as I closed my eyes. Bye. I looked at the grave in front of me as they put the flowers beside it. See? That jerk still has the guts to be a prosecutor, I said, frowning. Knowing what he did sa'yo before? I sat beside the grave. Pasensya na. Ngayon na lang uli ako nakabisita. Dumarami na kasi ang case. Lawyer na ako. I fulfilled my promise, I said, smiling yet with tears. Ikaw yung dito mo pa ng promise eh. I sighed. I'll win this case, I said. I'll avenge you. And I burst into tears. Sorry. Kung hindi ko to nagawa before. I was powerless. My voice cracked. Sorry. Kung hindi ko to nagawa before, I was powerless. My voice cracked. Sorry. Then I saw myself crying as I looked at the photo near the grave. I stood up and smiled after a few minutes. I'll see you later, I said. Time to do some work. Few hours later, I saw myself walking in a corridor.
Nandito po siya.
Sabi ng policeman. Thank you, I said in return and entered the interrogation room. What I saw was a detainee who seemed hopeless. I sat in front of him.
I told you not to visit me.
He said, as cold as he had ever been. I smiled. Is that how you greet a friend? I asked. In the span of 8 years, you only let me see you twice. And Traise, that was 4 years ago. Suddenly, what happened years ago flashed in my mind as if it just happened yesterday.
Guilty. Sentenced to life imprisonment.
He just sighed. Rude. I visited your mom. He weakly smiled. That was the first time he seemed interested.
I wish I could too.
I smiled back. Soon. You can. He looked at me, confused. I'll reopen your case. I'll take you out of prison. I smiled. I'll be defending you in court. Traise looked at me, bewildered. I'm a lawyer now, you see? I awkwardly smiled.
You are?
He asked. For the first time in 8 years, his eyes sparkled. I nodded. I'll be facing the same prosecutor who prosecuted you before, I said, and I grinned. I'll avenge you. Traise smiled. Now say the thing you said to me a long time ago, I said, smiling back. Say it again. Ask me to defend you. He frowned.
Para saan pa?
Dali na!
Ayoko.
Dali na!
Ayoko nga.
Please?
Hindi ka titigil.
Oo, I said, grinning. He then laughed.
Okay.
There was a long pause until Traise turned dead serious. He was looking at me. From that moment, I could hear nothing but my heartbeat. As if everything had zoomed out and he was the only figure my eyes could see and recognized.
I longed for you, attorney.
The smile on my face faded.
I missed you, attorney.
And with his eyes fixated on me, it became teary.
I love you, attorney.
Chapter 8. The Game Changers Return.
I love you, attorney.
I felt a burning sensation on my cheeks, and I knew they were getting really red. I looked at the ceiling of my room, smiling from ear to ear like an idiot, embracing my banana pillow so tight, feeling not just the butterflies, but the whole zoo inside my stomach. I closed my eyes, thinking of a scenario that happened just hours ago.
I tried forgetting you,
Traise said, pain still in him.
but even up to this moment, I'm still trying.
He then smiled painfully.
8 years had passed. Pero, ikaw pa rin.
In no time, I found myself smiling and biting my pillow, fighting the urge not to scream. And as I expected it, I found myself screaming while still smiling like an idiot, giggling. Pinagkakalampag ang kama, pinagpapadyak ang mga paa, nang mahimasmasan, I lay back in bed, still looking at the ceiling. I was just a witness before, powerless. I said to myself as if he's in my room. But this time, I am in the position to fight for you, to defend you. I confidently smiled. I'll be your game changer. After hours of thinking things over, with a smile still shaped on my face, I fell asleep. And then I felt so uneasy. It seemed so vague, so disturbing, utterly uncomfortable. And then I heard noises, really loud noises. Buti naman! Sabi ng kung sino.
Dapat lang yan, no? Dapat nga noon pa yan.
One angry man said.
Huwag yun ang patagalin.
Angry people were complaining. Then things became clearer to me now. There was a mad crowd in the middle of a place I didn't know where. There were militaries and police all over the place as if securing their safety. And they were all screaming and shouting at a man standing on a stage. As I redirected my eyes at the stage, I saw two familiar figures there. Tyler, the prosecutor, and Traise. What's happening? Then the prosecutor smiled.
Your Honor,
He said confidently.
I move a strike.
In a flash, police surrounded Traise and brought him up to a tool I couldn't recognize. Wait. What? And I found myself thoroughly shocked when I recognized what it was. A guillotine. It was used for decapitation, to behead someone, cutting their head off in front of the public. The crowd was wildly cheering, and I found myself feeling a massive pain. Traise's eyes wandered, as if seeking something, and then our eyes met. He stared at me.
If pleading guilty means protecting you,
He smiled so weakly.
then I will.
And before I could move, I found blood spitting in the air. A head just got cut off, and the crowd was cheering insanely. I heard a loud bang in my chest. Everyone was celebrating, all joyful faces, and I felt my tears just fell. I opened my eyes, in tears. What the hell was that? Still catching my breath, I sat up. Ulit.
Sat up. I sat up in 3, 2, 1, go.
I sat up with my hand on my chest. I wiped off my tears. Geez, glad it was just a dream. But why did it feel so real? I stood up as I felt my anxiety rising, so I went out of my room. I went to the rooftop, trying to wash away negativities in my mind. On my way there, I saw my dad looking at the stars. A self-date? I asked, smiling. I approached him. He looked at me and he smiled back.
Gising mo lang.
I nodded. Bakit mo alam, ha? I jokingly asked.
Mukha kang bruha eh.
We laughed. I stood beside him and looked at the stars too. There were plenty of them.
You know,
My dad said, still looking at the midnight sky.
your mom loved the stars. She often went here just to look at them every night without realizing that she was the brightest among them all.
I smiled. Do you miss her? He looked at me and flashed a weak smile.
Always.
So that's why you go here? To reminisce about her?
No,
My dad answered.
I don't reminisce about her. Kasi I feel like she was still here every night with me.
I felt the pain in my chest. My mom died when I was 5. She was a surgeon, a really well-known surgeon in the country. Why don't you open your heart again, Dad? I asked. I'm a grown-up woman now. You don't have to worry about me. It's time to give time to yourself and allow yourself to be happy.
In other words,
In other words, fall in love again. Napailing siya.
your mom is hard to forget. She'd forever be in my system. I won't love again if it won't be her, I guess.
I saw tears glimmering in his eyes.
Sige na. Papahinga na ako. Ha?
At tumalikod na siya para umalis. Pa, I said, when my dream suddenly popped in my mind. My dad was a fanatic of science and mysteries. He could surely analyze my dream.
Yep.
He asked back. But what if he'd say I was just overthinking? Or worse, he might think I was losing my mind. Ngumiti ako. Wala po. Good night. When he vanished in my sight, I sighed. I visited Traise again. This time, he no longer looked like a detainee who seemed hopeless. He looked so cheerful. Para siyang bumata ng ilang taon kahit na mukha pa rin naman siyang bata. He was the cutest in my eyes.
How will you defend me?
He asked while I was typing on my laptop. The case will be reopened, I said, without looking at Traise.
How?
Through a petition, I said as I reached the last page.
What petition?
Petition for reopening the case.
How will it happen?
We will just present evidence which your former defense withhold, and we'll prove there's an anomaly in the prosecution. It'll be easy. This time we'll win. I promise you, I said, without looking at him still.
How sure are you?
99%.
Why not 100?
Because we shall always leave 1% for uncertainty a blag. Trace closed my laptop with just his hand without standing up. Gulat na tanong ko,
You're not looking at me.
he answered.
When talking to me, you should always look at me.
I'm typing.
Kahit na,
Pwede namang...
hindi pwede. When you talk to me, you look at me.
Bakit ba?
Because I want to see your face.
Trace cut me off, and he awkwardly gulped.
All the time.
Beat,
Is that
he said now, awkwardly.
too much to ask for? Sorry. I just missed you.
But I visited you already, kanina umaga.
Kahit na, we didn't see in the afternoon and I missed you that time.
Now I'm in front of you,
At namimiss pa rin kita.
he said, like a child having tantrums.
Even now.
Napangiti ako. Talaga?
Talaga.
Paanong talaga? I jokingly said.
Ganito.
Then in an instant, Trace narrowed the gap between our faces. He stood up while I sat in front of him, and there was a table between us. His face was coming closer, like things were happening in slow motion. And his eyes fixed only at my eyes, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. Soon enough, our faces became too close to each other. The bridge of his nose was even now touching mine.
Ganito.
He said in a really low voice, and I felt his warm breath.
Ganito kalapit.
Then he looked into my eyes deeply.
Ganitong titig.
I said as I gulped, meeting his eyes. Oh, Okay. He looked straight into my eyes until it went down to my nose and then at my lips. He gulped as well.
I'm trying not to think of it.
Traise said, his warm breath now giving different feels on my skin.
But I keep on wondering how your lips taste.
I felt my heart pounding hard, and he looked at my lips again.
Sorry.
In a flash, his lips touched mine. Bewildered, I didn't move. His lips first devoured my upper lip, and it occupied next my lower lip while both of his hands were on the table. With mixed emotions inside me, I found myself being carried away by his lips. He touched my face. It felt surreal. There was a soft yet burning desire in his every kiss. Traise was sitting on a chair now, and I sat on his lap with my hands around his neck and his hand around my waist until I felt him biting my lower lip gently while sucking it, and his hand caressing my waist at the same time. It felt so insane until his hand started to invade my upper cloth. I looked at him, afraid.
There's no CCTV in this part.
Traise whispered in his most airy yet masculine way. His hair was messy. His sweaty face was turning pinkish red. His hazel brown eyes visible due to the sunlight passing through the window. His neck and ears turned pinkish red as well. He became the hottest man I had ever seen. With a voice so masculine and breath so warm, he whispered something to me.
I'll be gentle.
Until Traise kissed me again, but this time, much gentle, as if he was tasting every detail of my lips, owning it, as if he was seeking something on it. His hand once again invaded my upper cloth, but this time, I was not afraid anymore. Suddenly, I felt his soft yet warm palm on my chest, groping it, feeling it. The pleasure was enough to make you go insane. It was indescribable. Something spectacular.
As much as I want to let you, I can't.
I felt like jumping in the air when the door opened and a masculine voice spoke. "It's the policeman!" He smiled.
Control yourselves. Bawal yan.
And he walked away. We exchanged eye contacts, and awkward it may have seemed, Traise and I found ourselves laughing. I went to the court to finally receive the court's decision about the case. In fact, we have filed it 10 days after the verdict came 8 years ago. Yes, 8 years ang inabot bago nila binigyang aksyon ng isang petisyon. It sounded gibberish, but it was a fact. They did everything to prevent the case from being elevated to a higher court. Ginawa nila ang lahat para mapabagal ang proseso. Yes, they made all that possible kasi lahat ng nag-join force to convict Traise, they all won a government seat. The president, vice president, and even the chief justice were in alliance. They did their best to deny a swift justice. E paano? They all convicted him. And if the defense could show proofs that there was a manipulation involved, it would mess up their reputation. Yes, people greedy for power were that evil.
Are you ready?
You asked me as if we were waiting for it to be given to us. Di ko alam, I said, nervous. What if we're denied?
And what if we are not?
He asked back.
Don't be too negative about it. We've waited for 8 straight years. Ngayon ka pa ba panghihinaan ng loob?
Still, I sighed.
Excuse me. Do you know where the clerk agent is?
Beat. I heard a familiar voice. An utterly familiar voice that made my blood boil. I looked at the man wearing formal suit, but this time, he became more masculine. tall and attractive, yet remaining wicked. The prosecutor who almost ruined my life. Tyler Scott. I murmured.
When is he coming back?
Tyler asked the woman who seemed blushing.
Whoa,
Newt expressed, his jaw dropping.
look who's here.
I gave him a sharp look. Watch me. In a flash, I stood up, blood boiling, and with sharp eyes looking at him.
Huy, huy, saan ka papunta? Huy.
I heard Newt calling me.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler said to the woman, smiling. Ha! Marunong pala siyang umiti.
Oh?
He said as soon as he saw me. I stopped in front of him.
How have you been? Why are you here?
He asked me with a smile. For purposes, I suppose, I said, without dodging his eyes.
Why are you giving me that look?
Tyler asked awkwardly. I smiled. Prosecutor, remember what happened years ago when you moved a strike on me? He contemplated.
On the first day of trial or the last? Can't recall which.
I felt my blood really boiling. Prosecutor, I said again. What if I'll move a strike on you too? Confused, he looked at me. I smirked. A strike on your face. In no time, Tyler felt a flying fist on his face. He fell down, holding his face, which instantly turned red. Blood then came out of his nose. The people looked at us as the guards came.
Huy,
Newt exclaimed.
anong ginawa mo?
I looked at Tyler, who was in pain. Don't you know how I suffered because of you? I shouted, madly. I have been waiting for this for 8 years. Wasn't it enough that you revoked my credibility as a witness? Kailangan kasuhan pa ako ng perjury? And a yes or a no answer? Tumayo ka dyan! Kahit babae ako, lalabanan kita. Tumayo ka riyan! Kayo!
Okay,
Going high?
okay. Whenever you're ready, in the blink of an eye. In 3, 2, 1.
In the blink of an eye, I saw myself being forced out of the building, and I madly obeyed. Tingnan mo yung duwag na yun! Hindi man lang lumaban! I said, anger all inside me.
Can you calm down?
Newt exclaimed. I won't! I answered back. Muntikan na akong makulong ng 1 taon dahil doon. Good thing it was dismissed at nag-community service lang ako. Cleaning the streets in broad daylight for 6 months. I heaved a sigh and tried to compose myself. When I calmed down, I looked at him. Ba't ganyan yung mukha mo? Newt frowned and he put a paper in front of me, which said, Petition denied. I blinked. I blinked again. And I blinked 100 times now, hoping that the message on the paper would magically change. I was in my office, looking at the paper on my table. Couldn't focus on the new petition I was writing. Whew! Hirap maging lawyer. Gusto ko na lang maging kriminal. I'd waited 8 years just to get it. How long was I gonna wait again for another one? I heaved a sigh again, my chest feeling painful.
What are you doing?
I suddenly heard a loud, irritating voice I didn't want to hear for the rest of my life. Immediately, I stood up. Immediately ulit.
Okay. Hindi. Let's do another one. Last take para sa ano. I suddenly, okay? Then diretso. In 3, 2, 1. Go.
I suddenly heard a loud, irritating voice I didn't want to hear for the rest of my life. Immediately, I stood up.
Did I hear it right? You filed a motion to reopen the case?
He was our head. It was filed 8 years.
And you got the result?
I nodded.
Denied?
I nodded again.
That's right. What's that?
He looked at my laptop.
You're writing for a writ of habeas corpus?
I nodded. The motion has been denied. It's the only way I can use to reopen the case and bring just,
Stop it.
he said.
You're just wasting time. You're just wasting time. Stop fighting for a case that has long been lost. Once a motion for reconsideration is denied, it'll be hard to appeal anymore. So, stop your nonsense and don't ever open the case again. We have plenty of cases that need our attention. Focus on those.
In an instant, mad as he always was, he walked out. I sighed again and again, close to crying. I was hopeless. The case was hopeless. I went home with a heavy heart. Thinking about what I would do now. I promised to save Traise, but now everything seemed chaotic. It was depressing. What do you want to do once nakalaya ka na? I asked Traise once. Magpapatuloy ka ba sa med? Pupuntang mall? Sa fave nating fast food chain? Bibili ng libro?
No,
He said, smiling from ear to ear.
I have my own plan.
Ano? I asked, curiously. He smiled.
I'll visit Mom.
Thinking of that scenario again just made my heart weaker again. He wanted to do nothing but just visit his mom. Damn it. I wanted to cry. Why was the justice system so fucked up?
Can we talk?
My dad suddenly asked me as soon as I went inside the house. Para saan po? I curiously asked.
Are you planning to reopen the case?
My motion got denied, Dad.
But don't tell me you're after the writ of habeas corpus.
I didn't answer.
So you are.
He concluded.
Do you really want to ruin his life more?
Dad, I said, shocked. I'm just helping him.
And he doesn't need your help.
My dad said,
Ikaw lang ang gumugulo sa buhay niya. During the trial, Traise could have pleaded guilty before it started and received life imprisonment just like what he got. But you still risked his life, aiming to prove his innocence. But your help just almost exposed him to death penalty. Hindi ka ba natututo?
My heart sank. He wanted to do that because he wanted me to know the truth. I insisted.
And does it make it more important than his life?
My dad reasoned out.
Hindi mo siya tinutulungan to save him. Tinutulungan mo siya dahil tinutulungan mo lang ang sarili mo to feed your curiosity. To feed your stupid, selfish love.
My tears fell. Dad, it's not,
It is.
he exclaimed.
Remember your mom? During her clinical malpractice lawsuit, she got a life imprisonment. Until I filed a motion and the case got reopened. And you know what happened, right? She got a new verdict, but that time, it was death penalty. The cases are similar. Reopening the case means reopening his chance again to be meted out death penalty if the prosecution got proof that this case is not attempted murder, but really a murder.
But the law was twisted,
So is your principle.
he said.
Your impulsiveness will soon kill him. Drop the case. Let him live. Learn from me. Learn from your mistake.
Angry as he already was, Dad walked away, and I was left hopeless and crying. Would I really cause him harm? Everyone was telling me that there was nothing I could do. Should I let go? The next day, I went to the interrogation room. In fact, Traise was now in front of me, staring at me while I read his case. Stop staring at me, I said.
Why? Can't I stare?
Just stop,
Too bad.
he said.
I can't.
I put down what I was reading, and I felt my roots were about to disown me when I met his eyes. He was smiling at me, a smile so genuine, so precious.
What's with the face?
He asked me.
It's been a while since I saw you frown.
I cleared my throat. Should I tell him? He deserved the truth. I have something to tell you, I said, my voice cracking. About the case. It's...
It got denied.
Traise cut me off. How did you know? I asked, shocked.
My former defense counsel told me.
I looked at Mute sitting in the corner, covering his face suddenly with what he was reading. Traise smiled at me.
It's fine.
No, it's not, I said. I promised to set you free,
But it's fine.
he said, then smiled.
The petition got denied. There's nothing we can do.
There is, I said. The writ of habeas corpus. His eyes grew bigger.
That's too risky.
I know, I said abruptly. It doesn't matter what it will cause me. Pero sa'yo, I'm afraid it might make things worse.
Do you want to pursue the case?
Traise asked. I do. I felt tears now forming in my eyes. God knows I do. I was motivated to finish my pre-law course, my law degree, and pass the bar exam just for this. I wanted to do well in school because I wanted to clear your name. Pero hindi ko alam. Natatakot na ako. Natatakot ako sa posibleng maging dulot nito sa'yo. Tears now fell from my eyes uncontrollably.
I trust you.
He said.
I do have trust in you. If you think you can give a good fight, then do it.
I looked at him. Even if it might cost you your life?
Even if it might cost my life.
Even if it might give you a guilty verdict? He smiled.
Even if...
But, I said, anxiously, what if the verdict changes from attempted murder to frustrated murder? You might receive death penalty.
I won't.
Traise answered.
Because I know you'll fight for me.
Why do you trust me that much?
Because I love you.
Then he smiled.
If before you're fighting alone, now I'll fight with you. We're all in this together.
With heart fluttering, I smiled back.
Guys,
Newt exclaimed.
you won't believe the news.
We both looked at him. He put his phone on the table, and with confusion, we looked at it.
Kaso ng isang lalaking na pagbintangang pinatay umano ang sariling ama na yumanig sa buong bansa ilang taon na ang nakakaraan.
The news anchor said.
Mabubuksan muli matapos aprubahan ng korte ang isinumite na motion for new trial dahil umano sa mga bagong ebidensyang nakuha ng abogado nito. Bilang sagot ng prosecution, ang kaso ay sisintensyahan ng mga hurado o tinatawag na jury na binubuo ng iba't ibang abogado mula sa Korte Suprema mismo. Ilang kababayan natin ang naalarma at ang ilan pa nga'y isinisigaw na bigyan daw ang akusado ng sintensyang bitay.
I was left astounded.
Naibasura ang motion for reconsideration natin. Pero yung motion for new trial natin, hindi.
He said, smiling from ear to ear.
Ang galing mo, attorney. Kailan ka nagpasa nun?
I looked at him, confused. Hindi ako nagpasa. He got confused too.
Ha? Hindi rin ako nagpasa nun.
Silence.
Sino nagpasa?
Newt asked, still confused. We couldn't think of anyone. Was it my dad? No, he wouldn't. The jurors themselves? Why would they? Why would they? We were amidst absolute perplexity when the door opened, and we all looked at it.
Have you heard the news?
What we saw was a man, a tall and white man, looking manlier now with his white long-sleeve polo tucked inside his black slacks. My eyes grew bigger. Anong ginagawa mo rito? I stood up.
Oh,
Tyler said. His last "oh" was when he received a punch from me.
I bet you heard the news already. We did.
Newt said.
And there's no need for you to come. Prosecutor Tyler Scott. See you in court. You won't be seeing me in court, Public Defender Newt Dammer.
Tyler asked, smiling.
Because I got kicked out of my job.
Oh, what? I exclaimed, eyes with loads of questions.
They want me to drop the case and give it to a new prosecutor, better than me, that they can control. Those dumb jerks.
He said, smiling bitterly.
And when I said I won't, they kicked me out.
So? I asked. Anong kinalaman namin dyan? Tyler smirked.
I am the one who filed the motion for a new trial. Won't you even thank me, Attorney Courtney Spencer?
What? We all exclaimed.
How did you do that?
Newt asked.
Yung sa amin denied. Bakit yung sayo? Because I was the prosecutor of the case.
Tyler answered, smiling.
One of the strong pieces of evidence needed for a motion of new trial to be approved is to prove that the prosecution had deliberately withheld evidence that might have proved the defendant's innocence.
He smirked.
And I just did. What evidence did you use?
Newt asked.
The video of his mom admitting the crime.
Wait! I said. In order for the motion to be valid, dapat defense ang magsasubmit nun. You're not a defense counsel. Paano? Tyler smiled.
Before, I was not, but now I am.
He looked at us.
We have a good prosecutor here, which is me, who knows how to play tricks regarding evidence and knows how the prosecution works. We have a good defense counsel here who has the bravery to fight even though he's fighting against powerful authorities.
He then looked at me.
And we have a new lawyer who has an experience of being charged with perjury. So I assume she's good at spotting lies on a witness's testimony because she once lied at the witness stand.
Before, I emphasize.
All right, before.
Tyler smirking.
And knows how to throw a good punch as well.
I gave him a sharp look. He smiled.
So we're all set.
He added,
We are really a good team. The jurors are now from the Supreme Court, which may or may not be an ally of officials trying to sabotage this case. I don't know who the prosecutors are. It's us versus the officials. Us versus those who are greedy for power. Us against anyone in court, and us against an oppressive system of elites.
"Why will we accept you?" I gasped bitterly. "Why you, when you almost betrayed us in court? Why you, who intended to shut me up by moving countless strikes so I can testify?"
Because you're impulsive.
Tyler cut me.
Your dad was right when I demanded an autopsy. You.
Trace said.
It's you who demanded it?
He smiled.
It's me. At first, ayaw ng prosecution dahil baka madiskubre ko pang inosente ka kaysa guilty. But little did they know, I was curious as well. Why did the whole nation give you attention? Why did the politicians condemn you?
Tyler sat on the edge of the table.
So, I asked for a mandatory autopsy with 24 hours of your father's death at hindi ko lang ni-release dahil natatakot din ako sa posible kong malaman. Until napatunayan ko na at napaisip ako. Your mom killed your dad, pero bakit ikaw ang umaako sa krimen? Anong itinatago mo? At sino ang pinoprotektahan mo?
He gulped.
Kaya, binisita ko ang mama mo. I immediately got another piece of evidence that might prove your innocence and your mom as the real culprit. Aware ako sa lahat. Kaya kong paikutin ang trial kung gugustuhin ko. After all, I had all the aces. However, when I heard your confession to Courtney through the phone, doon ako napaisip. From that, I had the sudden urge to help you. Actually, your aunt didn't want to testify and I got curious why because she's the star witness. Siya ang nag-iisang nakakita ng krimen. Pero bakit ayaw niyang tumestigo?
No one in the whole room was moving a nerve. All ears were on Tyler.
She's so gorgeous and attractive, so I got curious on why she has no husband. I mean, just why not? I investigated it. I got plenty of testimonies from your neighbor, from her neighbor, from the shop she always went to, and I found out she was dating someone before. They described it, and in my horror, he matched your dad's physical features.
He smiled playfully.
So I talked to her. I summoned her in my office and told her I knew she had a relationship with your dad. And I had evidence when I literally had none. I didn't tell what kind of relationship or evidence, but she got so scared. She panicked and she cried. I got her trapped. That's when I got to bring her to the witness stand. I was caught off guard when she turned the table. She reproached you instead for... Okay, she reproached you. All right. In 3, 2, 1. She reproached you instead for revealing the truth. Then your mom's death was announced, which changed her stand. I convinced her. I did my best to talked to her after the trial break, almost begging her to say the truth in court. Kaya pala hindi ko na siya mahanap nun.
Newt murmured.
And you,
Tyler looked at me.
I moved a strike on you dahil napaka-impulsive mo. Your love for the guy is too obvious. The court might even use that to think you planned the death with him. So I did my best to twist your testimonies and move a strike on you so you can't testify at the end of trial because you might spill the facts before I could even make his aunt testify. I charge you with perjury just in case i-extend na naman ang trial for new existing evidence. Para hindi ka na makapag-testify at maparatangan na kasabwat. You're that bad as a witness. You almost ruined things.
Should I punch him? Or should I kill him?
So you see,
He said, and he looked at Traise.
I'm on your side all this time. Aren't you even wondering why the case is murder and not parricide?
Newt exchanged confused glances with me.
Murder is killing another person. Parricide is killing a relative, a family member. It should be parricide, but those in power were really determined to convict him to the point that they pressured me through my dad to charge him with murder. Murder and parricide have the same intensity of crime, same penalty, same crime actually. Killings, but just different in terms. They want it to be murder because it will trigger the public's hate for him more.
Tyler twisted a bitter smile.
They are that crooked.
No one was moving among us. He said, grinning at me.
Why file a motion for retrial? To reopen the trial? Then what? Just waste time? Reopening the trial will just reopen the case. We'll have a lower chance of winning it. The prosecution owns that game. And you can't win over them. Trust me.
He said, then he looked at us again.
So what I filed is a motion for a new trial. It means it's a new trial to join, new evidence to show, new witnesses to summon, all back to square one.
He looked at Traise.
They knocked you out once. We'll break them twice this time.
Why are you telling us that? I asked, emotionless yet suspicious with my tone.
Because you have no choice.
Tyler answered.
Having a prosecutor of the case on your side admitting something went wrong in the first trial is a good card to win the case, isn't it?
He smirked.
So you see, if you want to win this trial in the dirty world of politics, you need me.
Why you? I gasped, bitter still.
Why me?
Tyler asked. He looked me into my eyes, then he smirked.
Because I'm the game changer.
Chapter 9. She Who Has Returned. Pile of papers. Books scattered on the table. Sound of fingers typing something. Serious faces. I sighed as I turned the last page of the documents I was reading about Traise's previous trial.
Are you done reviewing the case?
Newt asked me, who was just sitting beside me. We were inside the interrogation room, which we often use as if it's our office. Not yet, I replied without looking at him, emotionless.
Sinong nagre-review ng evidence?
The former prosecutor, Tyler, asked. I didn't know. Even though he was on our side already, I still called him prosecutor, and my blood still boiled with the sight of him.
Ako.
Newt answered. looking at his papers too.
I'm done reviewing the testimonies.
Tyler said.
I'll summon past witnesses and new witnesses in court. We shall start brainstorming 10 minutes from now.
I smirked. Minamandohan mo ba kami?
What?
He asked, caught off guard.
I'm just making things organized.
I looked at him. Just to remind you, you are in the defense counsel, not the prosecution, and whether you like it or not, you're under us.
All right,
Tyler smiled.
if you say so.
I rolled my eyes. I wasn't usually this rude, and I wasn't actually rude. Maybe just for him? I didn't know. I developed hatred against him ever since I received perjury. I literally cleaned streets in broad daylight for 6 straight months.
Guys, I've found out.
Can you please let us finish first? I frustratedly exclaimed. You're distracting me.
Why are you treating me that way?
Tyler asked me. He was just on the side of the table, and on the other side was Traise, reading related cases.
You're treating me as if I did something bad to your ancestors.
Just stop talking, I exclaimed. You look like a bubble wrap I want to pop. Silence. Wait. What did I just say? Tyler tried his best not to laugh, and Newt burst out laughing.
That sounds so wrong.
Newt said in between his laughs, trying his best not to laugh anymore.
Sounds like something sexual.
Excuse me? I exclaimed, and they all went back to what they were doing, fearing what I could do. It had been weeks since Tyler joined the team. It became too controversial, of course. Imagine the defense counsel and the prosecution of the same case joining forces to prove the defendant's innocence. Ever since he joined us, some people started doubting if Traise really did it. Kasi nga, di ba? Bakit kakampihan ng prosecutor noon ang kriminal? It created division in public, but there were still more people who condemned him. The verdict was attempted murder, but for them, it was really murder. The division in public made the prosecution more triggered to persecute him, though. Halatang some politicians were behind it. Pinag-aralan namin lahat ng jurors, and more than half, and almost all of them actually were close to the officials before who manipulated the case ng mga nasa gobyerno pa rin. I know they do everything to make him guilty at ganoon din kami. In fact, we were having meetings almost every day just to brainstorm. We were going to different places, seeking someone who could testify. On the other note, my father was strongly against it. Soon as he found out I still took the case, we barely talked. He was aloof. He was mad at me. This time, we were determined to win this case. More determined than we were years ago. Oh no, scratch that. We weren't just determined. We were certain we would win this. I looked at Traise, who was scanning related cases that might help what approach we would use. Ever since we started, sobrang tahimik niya. Minsan titingin siya sa akin, then ililipat ang tingin kay Tyler. He seemed in a bad mood. I cleared my throat. Hey, I said. May tanong ako. I started. Nakita ko kasing isa sa evidence yung autopsy. Kasi, di ba, halatang stabbing na yung cause of death since he had stab wounds. So the autopsy was just a redundancy? Kasi, if oo, we can take this one out.
Autopsy will be done if the cause of death is suspicious.
Traise answered.
If the cause of death is obvious, hindi na kailangan unless the coroner will mandatorily ask.
I nodded understandingly. Siguro, i-cross out ko na lang ito,
Don't!
Tyler said.
Baka magamit pa natin yan balang araw.
Ba't mo ba ako pinakikialaman? I asked.
Siguro kasi kasali ako rito?
He sarcastically answered. Mind your own business.
And this is my business.
I lost my temper. Bakit ba?
Can you two stop? Can you two stop?
Trace cut us, and he looked at us, madly, and jaw clenched. He once again looked at his paper, and in less than a minute, he placed it down.
You.
He said while looking at me.
Can you stop giving him the attention that you should have been giving me?
I gulped. He sounded and looked so mad. What?
Stop giving him time as well.
He exclaimed at me.
I don't want anyone occupying your time aside from me.
What the hell was he saying?
Bro,
Tyler said, awkwardly smiling.
I think you've mistaken. And can you stop talking to her?
Trace asked. No, he demanded it.
You can only talk to her if it's about the case.
His stare was so lethal.
No, Trace. It's don't tease her. Don't make her mad. Don't look at her. Don't smile at her. Don't make her feel enraged. Don't occupy her time. It's my job.
Tyler smiled bitterly.
You've You called me bro?
Trace cut him.
Then let's show a real brotherhood here. Don't cross the fence I've built, or you'll be messing with me.
There was a trace of warning in his voice. Then suddenly, I felt the tension inside the room. The atmosphere was suffocating. They were just looking at each other. No one dodging sharp eye contact. Both jaws clenched. Then Tyler spoke.
I doubt that.
He said and smirked.
No one can tell. Will I cross, or will I not?
Trace asked while looking deadly into Tyler's eyes. He smirked.
Threaten?
Trace smirked back.
You wish.
What were they talking about? Then the door opened, and in my great horror, I felt my legs shaking. It was the police who caught us. He went in and placed a pizza on the table.
Hindi ko na pinapasok yung delivery boy.
He said.
Ako ang magpapapasok. Oh, thank you, officer.
Tyler said.
Want some?
Umiling ang policeman, and then he looked at me and Trace.
Busog na ako sa nakita ko eh. Sarap.
I felt my cheeks once again turning burning red. What the fuck? And as I looked at Trace, he was emotionless. Paano niya yung nagagawa? Habang ako, halos mamatay na sa sobrang awkward.
Una na ako.
The officer said, and with his eyes teasing, he went out.
Matuto po tayo mag-lock, ha?
He said, grinning as he closed the door. Shit, that was awkward.
Are you guys done arguing?
Newt asked.
Can we start?
We all prepared our case and argument. All the things we found from the evidence, testimonies, to related cases we presented, we found something in common. The verdict was too heavy for the case.
We'll win it, for sure.
Newt said, smiling.
Napakaraming loopholes nung unang trial. That's why I joined you.
Tyler said.
This time, we'll strengthen the self-defense claim. No,
Trace said.
we won't.
I looked at him, confused.
Why not?
Tyler asked.
Pag napatunayan nating it was self-defense, you'll be acquitted of all charges. Our evidence is solid. Makakalaya ka na. He's right.
Newt said.
Our evidence is enough to support it. It's the best way. No, it's not.
Traise said, all our eyes on him. He smiled.
I have a strategy.
The next day, I found myself inside the court, with really loads of people inside. It doubled the attendees of the trial 8 years ago. As expected, it was the main talk. People were rallying outside. The trial became a really hot topic in the whole nation like it was ages ago. With legs shaking, I closed my eyes and sighed.
Ready ka na?
Newt asked, then smiled.
We've been here before, but this time, we're no longer powerless.
Ewan ko, I said. Kinakabahan pa rin ako. Oh, hello! Suddenly, may lumapit sa aming babae. She was wearing a prosecutor's robe, and my eyes grew bigger when I found out who she was. Kumusta ang partner in crime ng criminal? That irritating voice. She still had it. She smirked. Pinanindigan mo talaga, no? She was the woman I punched before in class when she insulted Traise's case. Avery, ano? Ginagawa mo rito? I asked. Are you blind or something? Do you think I'm wearing this robe for nothing? Ano ko? Choir? She smiled widely, seeing me becoming uncomfortable. I'm the other party. I'm the prosecutor. She even let out an intimidating smirk. If I were your friend, I'd tremble in fear. You know why? Because I'll make sure he'll be convicted forever, or will be executed. Since when did you get this brave? I asked sarcastically. Dunno, she answered. I've always been brave. I never lose. She smirked again. Not even once. I scoffed. Really? The last time I knew, you kissed the floor when I punched you. She laughed. Easy, Courtney. Resorting to violence doesn't make you cool. Show some class. Wow, I said with a lower voice. Class? Why don't you just convict your dad? Wasn't he corrupt? Oh, wait. I bet he still is. Her smile faded. She seemed insulted, but she immediately gained her composure. And then she smirked. Don't be too confident, defense attorney Courtney Spencer. You can't even surpass my scores in exam. So tell me, how will you beat me in this case? Pure luck and prayers, I suppose. With the truth, I answered, meeting her eyes. And nothing but the truth. So inspiring, she said sarcastically. Iyak na ba ako? In a flash, a man in his 60s approached us. I immediately recognized him. Dad! Avery uttered. Her face softened.
Why are you wasting your time here? Go review the case.
She looked at me, then at her father. She sighed. Opo. Hesitant, she walked away. The man looked at me.
So, you're the defender now?
I am, sir. I answered.
Do you know me?
Yes,
The case is too complicated, isn't it?
indeed it is, sir. I said, trying to show dominance.
Why not drop it?
It rendered me speechless. I was caught off guard. He smiled.
You still have time, miss.
He was intimidating me. He was trying to use his power over me.
It might cause you trouble and worse. Alam mo na yun. Aren't you scared?
I stared directly into his eyes, then I smiled back. Fear is associated with dishonesty, sir, I answered. But with the truth on our side, I don't fear it. People who keep on twisting it are the ones who should. He looked offended. With a smile on my face, I walked away. Chapter 10. The Jack of all trades. The trial started.
Are you ready?
Newt asked me. I smiled at him. I always am. The trial started with opening remarks.
Is the defense ready for the trial?
The court clerk asked.
The defense is ready to prove its case.
Newt said. The trial was trial by jury, not a bench trial. A bench trial was the type of trial wherein the judge made the decision, while trial by jury was the case wherein a set of selected people would make the court decision based on the evidence that both parties had presented, while the judge would help facilitate the case.
The court will now pick up the jurors.
In no time, jurors had been picked out, but it was suspicious. Seemingly, all the jurors were allies of the government officials who wanted to give Traise the death penalty before. I sighed. Umpisa pa lang, minamanipula na nila. The trial finally started. The defense will now prove its case, Your Honor, I said, and I looked at the crowd. They were all looking at me, eyes all fixed at me. This was it. I'd waited for it for 8 straight years. 8 years ago, I introduced, the defendant was charged with murdering his father. During the entire trial, the prosecution focused on prosecuting the defendant without even looking at the possibility of his innocence. With the new evidence we've gathered, the evidence we labeled as false, and witnesses testifying with misleading testimonies, we filed a motion for a new trial, which apparently was granted. I faced everyone. Today, at this trial, as commanded by Your Honor and the law, we will present and prove the urgency for this case to be considered. There was complete silence, and everyone was just looking at me. I, therefore, summoned to the witness stand the former prosecutor of the case. I looked at Traise, who was sitting beside Newt, and I gave him a small smile, remembering the things we talked about that night.
First tactic.
Traise said, looking determined as we looked at him seriously.
You, Tyler, as the prosecutor, won't be in the defense counsel for the first day of trial.
What? The three of us exclaimed.
Why?
Tyler asked.
Since first day ito at kailangan nating makumbinsi ang jury na kinakailangan nga ng new trial, kailangan mapatunayan ng defense na maraming pagkakamali sa naunang trial 8 years ago. That's the idea.
Newt said.
Kailangan natin siya para maging miyembro ng defense para magmukhang marami talagang pagkakamali kaya siya sumali sa atin just to fix that. So why take him out of the defense the first day when it's one of the important parts of this trial?
I agree, I said. We need him there.
No.
Traise said.
You misunderstood me. What I mean is, he won't sit as a defense first, but as a witness.
We all looked at him, confused.
Look,
He said, convincing us.
kung magiging miyembro na agad siya ng defense sa unang trial pa lang, we can no longer use him as a witness kasi nga, miyembro na siya ng defense. Diba? I-revoke lang ang credibility niya. Pero, kung gagamitin natin siya as witness first, then join the counsel after, the prosecution can't revoke him, even if they try to.
We looked at each other, not able to utter any words.
Kung nasa defense na siya at magte-testify, the prosecution will insist his testimony is emotionally driven, kaya mare-revoke agad siya umpisa pa lang. and will lose because his testimony is what we need to prove there were errors. If his testimony will get discarded, the case will be closed and will lose that fast. Pero, kung ilalagay natin siya bilang witness bago maging miyembro ng defense, walang magiging problema dahil sinabi niya yun bago maging defense.
Trace looked at us.
The first day of trial is very crucial. We need to prove at first the urgency for new trial, that there were errors, and the only person that can prove that is the former prosecutor of the case, which is you, Tyler. The new prosecution can't do anything about it. You know the prosecution trial before more than they do. With that, we can win the first hours of the trial.
Then he smiled.
That's our first card.
There were murmurings. I caught the prosecution whispering at each other. They seemed to panic as if surprised with our opening bomb. I smirked. That's it! You knocked us once before, we'd break you twice this time. Tyler came out, and the courtroom was filled with some people giggling. WTF?
Please state your name for the record.
The clerk said, after the noise faded. He stated his name.
Take the oath of affirmation. I swear, by Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nostalgic. 8 years ago, I was here standing and saying the exact same thing. But it was a different case. I was a witness who was humiliated in court, got a strike, and charged with perjury by the same person I was facing now. The difference was, I was a witness and he was the prosecutor. This time, the tables had turned. I was the defense and he was the witness. Should I show a scoreboard and avenge myself? You've just stated the affirmation oath, I said, and smirked. Are you willing to be held responsible in case you tell a lie? I smiled, remembering the exact same words he told me before. Tyler smirked.
I fear nothing, attorney.
He said the exact same words I said before. I didn't expect this. I knew we'd see each other in court again someday, but as rivals, not as allies. Let's proceed, I said, then cleared my throat. So, who are you to meddle with the case? He got shocked. Everyone did. I sounded like inaaway ko siya. As if sinasabihan ko lang siya ng sino ka para makialam dito. That even me got shocked.
I was the prosecutor of the case, attorney.
He said, smiling, trying not to laugh. I closed my eyes. Self, umayos ka. Kakampi mo yan. Hindi ka laban. Bakit ba kasi ako nandito? Bakit ba kasi ako napili rito? Then I remembered the night our team talked.
And when Tyler testifies, that's when we'll reveal the errors.
Traise said.
Okay, I can do that.
Newt said.
No, not you.
Traise objected.
If ikaw ang kikilos, that may be a loophole. Why?
Newt said.
It's reasonable. Ako ang nag-handle ng kaso noon, so it means I have the full knowledge of the case. And that's the problem.
He said.
You are the defense attorney of the case and you have the full knowledge of it. But why didn't you spot the errors?
Silence.
Kung ikaw ang mag-e-examine sa kanya, the prosecution will find ways to disrupt the new trial. Pwede nilang idahilan na may errors ang prosecution, pero hindi napansin ng defense kaya hindi iyon error, kundi kapabayaan ng defense. Na may mali, pero nagpabaya ang defense dahil hindi nila ito nakita. When in fact, the defense's job is to find those errors and prove them to the court. Pero di nila nagawa. Kaya kung ikaw ang gagamitin, may babasura tayo in the first trial because we failed to attest that it was an error, not negligence. It seems hopeless then.
Tyler said.
No, it's not.
Trace said.
We still have a solution. They can prove na it was negligence instead of error kung ang mag-e-examine sa witness ay ang defense na nag-handle ng kaso noon. Pero, kung ang mag-e-examine ay ang bagong miyembro na hindi kasali sa naunang trials, it means na wala siyang alam sa investigasyon na nangyari sa naunang trial. Kaya hindi siya pwedeng questionin ng prosecution kung meron mang kapabayaan kasi wala siyang responsibilidad sa kaso noon. So, they can't strike that person, no matter how much they try.
He then looked at me.
And it's you, Courtney. You're the second card.
I sighed. You are the former prosecutor of the case. And what was your job? I finally asked, sounding professional now.
To prosecute this suspect, attorney.
And what do you mean by to prosecute?
To prove that they are guilty.
And what do you mean by guilty?
It means they committed the crime, attorney, beyond a reasonable doubt.
As a prosecutor, may I know how the prosecution handles the work?
Our work starts when an incident happened.
Obviously, I said, cutting Tyler off. Sounded as if binabara ko siya, when I actually wasn't. Even I got shocked.
When a case was reported, we looked at it first before the court.
He added. And who charges the suspects?
It's us, attorney.
He said.
If the family files a case, we'll handle. But if they don't, we still have the power to file. They can also drop a case if they change their mind. It's for us to decide.
So can I say the prosecution's decision is more powerful than the victim's? Am I right?
Sort of.
I smiled. No sort of. Just answer a yes or no.
I guess.
No guessing. State a fact.
But it's based on the victims.
But you promised to tell nothing but the truth.
It's.
A yes or no will do.
But it can't be.
I repeat. Yes or no.
We cannot.
A yes or no. I affirm.
The prosecution.
I repeat. Is the prosecution more?
Yes, in some.
Stop! I said, smiling. I'll take that as a yes. Tyler looked confused. That was right. That was also my face before. So, I said, when you receive the case, will you prosecute them instantly?
We seek if there is a probable cause to charge them, attorney.
And if there is, I assume you'll prosecute them. Am I right?
Yes.
What does the prosecution have in mind when they prosecute someone? Is it to prove they are guilty?
Indeed, attorney.
Even though they are innocent?
To prove their innocence is the job of the defense, attorney.
But you said you have to prove someone's guilt. Then the prosecution, I must say, focuses on that. Am I right?
Yes.
But the law says innocent until proven guilty. But based on what you have just said, the defendant is guilty already. The prosecution, perhaps, does not obey the law? His eyes grew bigger.
It's not.
But you said it. You told us that what the prosecution has in mind is to prove they are guilty, but not to give justice and clear things up. Do you debunk what you have just said? Tyler looked at me, remembering a familiar question. I repeat, do you?
Attorney, it's.
Do you?
It's not about.
I said, do you?
The prosecution,
I repeat, do you?
How many times?
Just answer a yes or no.
I don't.
A yes or no.
But
I repeat, just a yes or no.
Of course it has.
I heard
but-
of course, I said, and I smiled. I'll note of that as a yes. I saw how Tyler got irritated. He turned madly red. Revenge time. So, you as a prosecutor wants to prosecute more than to give justice. Am I right?
As stated in Section 17, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution, no person shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. I, therefore invoke my rights against self-incrimination. Attorney, I refuse to answer.
There was a loud noise from people. Wait, I didn't expect that.
Defense, change your question.
I closed my eyes. Shit! I looked at Tyler and I smiled frustratedly. I acknowledge your rights. But since you have debunked what you have said, it means you lied. I smiled as I met his dumbfounded eyes. I move a strike.
Objection, Your Honor.
We all looked at the one objecting, and to my surprise, it was Newt. Wait, the defender lawyer was on my team, and this witness was on my team, and we're on that team. Why are we all fighting against each other? What is happening?
You can't object to your own defense team.
The judge told Newt, and he looked at me, frowning.
You can't move a strike on your witness too, attorney, since you are not cross-examining and he's your own witness.
I closed my eyes. Stupid! Until my mind went back to the night we talked about the strategies. What would be the next plan? I asked Traise, confused. He smiled.
You have to present the evidence.
I looked at the judge. Sorry for the mistake, Your Honor. I said, then I looked at the prosecutor who was at the witness stand, smiling amusedly at me, humiliating myself. As of this moment, I would like you to focus your attention on the screen. What can you see?
A video.
Is it familiar to you?
It is.
Tyler said. Objection, Your Honor! Prosecutor Avery stood up, as if waiting for this very moment. I suddenly remembered the night again.
What evidence?
Newt asked.
Mas okay kung ang ilalabas natin ay ang autopsy report. That'll prove you're not guilty at all. As much as I want to, hindi pwede at hindi dapat.
Traise said. Why not? I asked. It's a good throw.
It is,
He said.
but too risky. Pwede sila manghingi ng ebidensya kung kumuha nga ba ng autopsy report ng defense at malalagay tayo sa alanganin dahil hindi tayo kumuha nun. It means they'll find out that we didn't ask one because it should have been our evidence instead of the prosecution. Malalaman nilang nasa atin ang mali. Hence, it would be decided as negligence more than an error.
So, anong naiisip mo? I asked.
We'll use the video of my mom admitting the crime. I'm fine with it now. Pero
Newt protested.
it was labeled as false evidence. We can't use it anymore. The prosecution can wipe it out again. They can't.
Traise said.
Naging false evidence siya noon nang gamitin mo, Newt. Dahil hindi ikaw ang kumuha ng video at walang consent ng may-ari.
Then he looked at Tyler.
But with you, it isn't. You own the video. You filmed it. You have the consent. Thus, they can no longer wipe it out.
He smiled.
That's our third card.
My mind went back to the present, looking at my schoolmate before, Avery, who was oozing with confidence.
The defense is using some old evidence that had been considered false in the last trial. I demand to strike it out.
She said. I smirked. Bitch, shut up. I own this game. Your Honor, I said calmly. The video was considered false evidence for the defense because the defense had no legal consent for it. But the same decision does not affect the former prosecutor's side, most especially because he owns the video. Thus, he has legal consent for it,
It's true, Your Honor.
Tyler said.
It's mine.
And we have proof for it, I said, handing the judge the documents which he quickly examined.
With the given circumstances, I therefore overruled the objection. Defense,
Present the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor, I said, smiling, and I flashed the video on the screen. I played it. Can you tell us something about the video? And Tyler told us the confession. Your Honor, I said, as you have witnessed, there are plenty of errors that occurred at the trial 8 years ago. From evidence to testimonies, and even to the prosecution, there were errors which affected the verdict. I met everyone's eyes. Thus, to bring light and justice to the case, we would like to invoke the defendant's right to due process, stated in the 1987 Constitution, Article 3, Bill of Rights, Section 1, which says, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the laws. In light of this, we demand a new trial to give the defendant a fair trial he was deprived of years ago. I smiled. I rest my case. With a proud yet heavy chest, I went back to the defense seat, and soon as I got there, Newt and Traise smiled at me. Did I do well?
Extremely well.
Traise answered.
Now we just have to wait for them to take the bait.
He said, looking determined. In an instant, an above-average height woman with silky black hair walked in front. With the face of an angel but a mind of a demon, wearing her prosecutor robe, she stood in front.
With the given circumstances and new evidence and proven errors admitted by the former prosecutor of the case,
Avery said.
The prosecution approves the new trial. However, with a new case to file. From attempted murder, the prosecution would like to elevate the case back to murder due to a probable cause.
And there was an uproar.
In addition, we demand death penalty or capital punishment for the defendant.
There was a loud cheering noise. Avery smiled.
We rest our case.
I felt Traise pressing my hand after seeing the worry on my face, and he gave me a weak smile.
Isa pa? And he gave me a weak smile in 3, 2, 1, go.
And he gave me a weak smile.
It's fine.
What he said that night flashed on my mind again.
And the final stage is the verdict.
Traise said.
We'll plead for self-defense again this time. Kaya naman nating patunayan.
Tyler said.
I'm afraid we should not.
Traise told us. We all got confused.
Why not? It's the same case before.
Said by Tyler.
You lost because of the errors, but this time, we'll correct it and we'll prove it was self-defense. If we win, you will be acquitted of all charges. Yes, possible nga, pero kung magpa-file tayo ng maling kaso, matatalo agad tayo.
He reasoned out.
It wasn't self-defense. It wasn't self-defense because the threat wasn't on me. My dad had no intention to harm me. My mom was his only target that night. If he did it just to save your mom, then it falls under defense of a relative category, which is under self-defense still on Article 11, Number 2 of the Revised Penal Code.
Tyler began to argue.
Yes, it falls under that. Pero kung titingnan mo ang buong sinasabi nito, self-defense is the presence of unlawful aggression or actual physical assault, or a threat to inflict real imminent danger. In my case, I knew Dad would poison my mom. I had enough time to call the police, to throw out the poison, or to do any action, but I did not. Instead, I had this thought of still killing him. Pero hindi lang natuloy nang hindi ko pinakain sa kanya yung may lason. Instead, I played tricks for him to confess in front of my mom about his supposed crime. The threat was immediate, but my action was not. So it wouldn't fall under self-defense. No,
Tyler insisted.
you hesitated. It means you have no full intention to kill. That's an acceptable case. Okay, let me repeat that. That's an acceptable case. The second element is the reasonable necessity of means of self-defense. Poisoning my dad was not self-defense. It was an attempted murder. We can still find a way to prove it. No, we can't. We can.
Tyler said.
No, we can't. Yes, we can.
Wait, are they arguing?
Matatalo ulit tayo kung ang hihingin natin ay self-defense.
Trace reasoned out.
Because the law says innocent until proven guilty. Pleading that it was self-defense means we are admitting the crime, which makes the law invalid for me, since it becomes guilty until proven innocent, which is wrong. By that, we are helping the prosecution to prove I am guilty by unconsciously admitting that I am guilty. But we have enough evidence to support the plea.
Tyler said.
When I said things, I am sure of them. I studied the Constitution and many cases for so many years. I know the law better than you. And I've been convicted for 8 straight years and been reviewing it that long. I know my case well better than you.
Trace said back. They were both looking at each other. No one was dodging eye contact. Newt and I exchanged glances. So what are we going to do? I asked. Trace looked at me.
Trust me this time. I surely know they will elevate the case to either parricide or murder, because if they will use attempted murder on me, it's double jeopardy and the law won't allow them kasi bawal mong kasuhan ng parehong kaso ang iisang tao. If they elevate it to either murder or parricide and we plead self-defense, it means I'm guilty and we are admitting it. So, what plea are we going to make now?
Newt asked. Trace looked at him.
That's when you guys will take over. You have to prove my innocence. We'll plead not guilty of any case, of any charge, of any crime. If they change the charge to either parricide or murder, they took our bait.
Then he smiled.
That's our last and fourth card.
Just like Trace predicted, they charged him guilty of murder. They took the bait. I looked at Trace, my mind now in present. How could you predict their moves? He did not even study law. He smirked at me.
Because I'm the jack of all trades, master of none. Defense.
The judge called out. I went in front and I smiled. In light of the new charge filed by the prosecution, the defense disregards the self-defense plea, and we plead not guilty of any case, of any charge, of any crime, even murder. I stopped and looked at the crowd first before I continue. The defense rests its case. Noises were coming from all sides. There were flashes from media cameras. Right. This was a hot topic. Indeed it was. I looked at the defense side, and there I saw Newt, the defender, Trace, the defendant, and Tyler, the former prosecutor. They were all looking at me, smiling, while Newt was giving me a thumbs up. That was right. We had an expert prosecutor who knew how to yield facts and evidence. He knew how the opposing party worked. We had the brave defender who took the case before, despite it being controversial. We had the one charged with the crime who studied his case the way we did. And they had me, the attorney who'd clear her beloved's name of any crime and of any charge. After all, the prosecutor was right. We were a great team, and we were ready to break them twice. I smiled. Days had passed, and we really took this case seriously. It became a hot topic, always on the front page of every newspaper. the topic of many articles, frequently featured on news programs, and a trending topic online. I bet it triggered the people behind the anomalies of the trial 8 years ago. Since that day, we prepared thoroughly for the next trial. We could not afford to lose any minute. We had to own every hearing, and we had to make it an all-kill winning strike on our side. In fact, we were inside an interrogation room again, reading articles, analyzing evidence.
Look what I found.
Newt said, reading his pile of documents on the table.
I found a case which is quite similar to us.
He added, and no one was responding since we were all busy.
It was a case that happened years ago. The defendant was the last recipient of the death penalty sentence, and after her death, saka naalis uli ang death penalty and naibalik 8 years ago.
That's a pity, I said. Hindi man lang niya naabutan yung pagkawala before she got prosecuted,
Oh,
Newt said.
Tyler, your dad was the judge of the trial.
My dad?
He nodded.
Oh, wait, what?
We all looked at Newt as he seemed to argue with the paper he was holding.
Why?
Tyler asked.
Why is your mom one of the witnesses?
My mom?
Tyler asked, flabbergasted.
No,
Newt looked at Traise.
your mom.
My eyes grew bigger,
What?
Traise exclaimed. The two approached Newt, reading the paper.
Why would my mom testify? Bakit di ko to alam?
I don't know.
Newt said.
Shit! It's really my dad! Oh, it's really my mom.
They both exclaimed.
And one interesting fact is that the jurors of that woman's case were the same officials who were eager to convict you before.
Newt said to Traise. What is the case about? I asked, confused. Who's the defendant? They searched for it, and all their eyes grew bigger. They got dumbstruck, dumbfounded, caught off guard. I let out an awkward facial expression, with my heart pounding nervously. What's with the look?
Attorney,
Newt said, stuttering. And what he just said made my world stop.
it's your mom's.
Chapter 11. The Game Controller.
Una na ako, ha?
I looked at the owner of the voice. It was Newt. We were outside the detention building, going home. It was 11 in the evening. Ingat! I said. In no time, his car departed and I was left, watching it vanish from my sight. I put my hands inside the pockets of my coat, seeking warmth.
Uuwi ka na?
Tyler asked me as he was standing beside me. Yep, I said weakly. He grinned.
Ayos ah. Hindi ka pa ba lang sumagot ngayon?
Ano? I asked with a slight change of tone.
Ayan, pabalang na.
He laughed.
Wala.
I looked at the sky. Billions of twinkling stars were scattered. I sighed.
Iniisip mo pa rin ba yung kanina?
Tyler asked me. As I looked at him, he was staring at the stars too. That was when I noticed his features. His neck and Adam's apple were contributing factors to his masculinity. He was no longer wearing his coat. He was holding it, and he was just wearing a long-sleeve white polo with some of its buttons opened, and with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his arm tucked inside his slacks.
Don't be.
He added, and he met my eyes.
I know my dad. I know my dad. He seems like a manipulative person, but he's not. He judged people based on facts and nothing but facts.
That was the case. I knew the prosecutor's dad judged things objectively and rationally. I knew my friend's mom had principles I admired, so she wouldn't testify on something that ain't real. My mom's case was clinical malpractice, and the article said it was intentional. My mom killed someone intentionally, taking advantage of her profession. The article, however, did not reveal who the victim was and did not provide necessary information for me to have a full grasp of the case. But seeing the people involved, the judge and the witness, I had this feeling that caused me chest pain. What if my mom really did it? I studied law and respected the law, but on the other side of the coin, I was the daughter of a criminal. I sighed again.
Pwede bang tumigil ka na sa kakabuntong hininga?
Tyler asked.
Parang kang kambing.
I looked at him sharply.
Kidding.
He said.
I was just trying to lift up the mood. Ang unusual ng atmosphere. Saan na napunta yung maldita kong katrabaho na kahit witness niya, i-strike niya?
I'm not in the mood to fight back, I said, feeling now a much heavier chest pain. I want to go home.
All right. My car is parked there.
Tyler said awkwardly, pointing at the car on the other lane. I looked at him. So?
And I only bought that last month. It has a nice aircon. You won't even sweat unless you'll do something that would make you sweat.
He stopped himself.
Oh, wait. That sounds wrong.
Stop over talking. You're no help. I said, emotionless, and turned my back, but in my great shock, he blocked my way.
You don't really wanna, ride me?
My eyes grew bigger,
No.
he said, defensively.
I mean, my car, it's brand new.
If you want to talk about your car, how much you bought it, or how classy it is, wala akong panahon makipagyabangan, okay? And I walked again, but he blocked me again. All right, he was making my blood boil again,
You're dumb.
Tyler said, looking irritated.
I'm not bragging about my car. I'm just worried about you. With your condition and your mind flying in outer space, I'm afraid of what will happen to you.
That caught me off guard, because he looked like a mad boyfriend. So? I asked, trying to maintain my posture.
So,
He exclaimed.
you're giving me a migraine. Gusto kitang ihatid, okay?
What was he saying? Bakit mo naman ako ihahatid? Boyfriend ba kita? Tyler opened his mouth, but he closed it again, and he sighed.
I'm just worried.
But then a car stopped in front of us. Ayun na yung grab, I said, looking at him. I can manage myself,
Grab?
he asked.
Why take a grab if I can drive you home?
Why drive me home when I can take a grab? I asked back, twisting his statement. Then I opened the car's door, but he closed it, stopping me from getting in. Ano ba? I irritatedly asked.
Paano kapag napagdiskitahan ka niyan?
Tanong ni Tyler.
Teka lang. I'll talk to him.
What?
Sir,
He approached the Grab driver before I could even stop him.
I'll be taking note of your plate number po, ha? Here's my phone number, and once she safely gets home, please do text me about it. May I see your driver's license, sir? Just for further details. I hope you won't get offended. Thank you.
After negotiating with the driver, Tyler looked at me. Arte mo, I said. Then I watched him cross the other lane, and in no time, his car left.
Ako yan.
Boyfriend niyo ba yun, ma'am?
The driver asked me as he was looking at me through the open window of his car.
Nakakatakot.
Ay, hindi po, I answered. As I opened the door of the car, for no apparent reason, I looked at the detention building. To my surprise, one room's light was still on, and someone was looking out the window. My heart pounded hard when I noticed who it was. Traise. I smiled at him and I waved, but to my horror, he turned his back and he faded from my sight. As soon as I got home, I saw Dad on the rooftop, looking at the stars. I felt the urge to talk to him, but just like my any other attempts, he'd just ignore me. He'd be aloof, saying I should only talk to him if ever I'd knocked myself back to my senses. I remembered then what my dad said when we were on the rooftop last time.
Your mom is hard to forget. She'd forever be in my system. I won't love again if it won't be her, I guess.
Then I remembered also what he said about Traise and his mom.
Remember your mom during her clinical malpractice lawsuit? She got life imprisonment until I filed motion and the case got reopened, and you know what happened, right? She got a new verdict, but that time it was death penalty. The cases are similar. Reopening the case means reopening his chance again to be meted out death penalty. If the prosecution got proof that this case is not attempted murder, but really a murder.
The only thing I knew was my mom had a lawsuit of clinical malpractice, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment until my dad fought again, reopening the case, and she got a verdict of death penalty. All along, Dad was right. He had been telling me not to meddle with the case because he was right. He knew my mom's case was similar to Traise. The same jury, the same people around it. Both got a verdict of life imprisonment, and after reopening, the judgment was raised to death sentence. The case was very much alike. The only difference was my mom was guilty, and Traise was not. However, would they yield the same outcome? Would it yield the same tragic death? I blinked. I remember another thing my dad said.
Hindi mo siya tinutulungan to save him. Tinutulungan mo siya dahil tinutulungan mo lang ang sarili mo to feed your curiosity, to feed your stupid, selfish love.
That made my heart stop for a minute. Now it made sense. My mom was guilty. Dad reopened it because of his love. Similar to me, regardless of whether guilty or not guilty, I'd reopen the case because of my love. My stupid, selfish love. All this time, my dad was right all along. History repeats itself. But this time, would I even be able to change it? Tomorrow morning, we were in the interrogation room again, examining the evidence and the arguments we would present in court days from now. It had been hours since we were here, but the atmosphere felt uneasy. Traise wouldn't even talk to me unless I'd first talk to him, which was unusual. He was the kind of person who talked to me all the time. Guguluhin ako kapag nagtatype sa laptop, manlalambing kapag nagbabasa, mga asar kapag halatang bad trip na ako. Even when I was reading documents, he'd just sit in front of me, watching me doing my things, smiling, and would sometimes seek attention. Minsan pa nga, tatawagin niya ako for no reason. Once I looked at him, he'd smile at sasabing, wala lang. I knew he was doing those because he wanted my time. He wanted my attention. Pero ngayon, mailap siya. Whenever I asked him, he'd reply, but very limited. No emotion could be traced in his voice. He wouldn't even look at me once I talked to him. Newt and Tyler felt it too. and they were also affected by the sudden uneasy atmosphere. May tanong ako, I said while looking at Traise. He was just sitting in front of me, a table in the center, reading cases.
Hmm?
I felt my heart breaking. He looked uninterested. I started, stuttering. About the forensic evidence. Can DNA traces be tampered?
Yes.
He answered briefly, without even looking at me. How so? I asked back. I could feel the pain of him being this cold.
It just happens.
He replied, with a really uninterested tone, as if I was being such a nuisance. Okay, I said as I bit my lower lip.
Attorney,
Tyler said, who was just beside me. He put an open book on the table right in front of me and adjusted his chair.
I think it's best if you'll...
Suddenly, a noise coming from someone who then closed the book brusquely got our attention.
What did you just call her?
It came from the man in front of me. It was Traise.
And can you put enough space between you, please?
He looked so mad and cold at the same time.
What?
Tyler asked, baffled.
I just called her attorney. Why would you call her that?
He asked back, a sign of warning in his tone.
Because she is an attorney?
Tyler reasoned out.
Yeah, she is.
Traise answered, but then a burning glare flashed from his eyes.
But stop calling her attorney. I am the only one who has the right to call her attorney. What?
Tyler exclaimed.
What do you want me to call her then? Anything. Just don't call her attorney because I am the only one allowed. Anything?
He asked.
What about darling, baby, love?
My eyes grew bigger.
Are you picking a fight with me?
Traise asked.
Or what about
Tyler contemplated.
honey bunch, sugar plum, bumpy umpy umpkin?
What the hell? Cringe! I exclaimed. Tyler looked at me.
You're my sweetie pie. You're my cupcake.
Stop it! I said.
Stop calling her that.
Traise protested. He looked irritated, but the prosecutor wouldn't stop.
Gumdrop, snoogums, boogums.
I said stop it! I said, warning Tyler.
Won't you stop bothering her?
Traise exclaimed.
You're the apple of my eye.
Stop it! I exclaimed.
I said, stop bothering her. You said I can call her anything. You said I can call her anything.
But I did not say you can call me anything. I'm not interested in you calling me some endearments.
But you just called me dumb when you answered my phone call last night. Wow. So you're calling each other every night without me knowing? We are.
We are not. That was just last night.
Putang ina.
We all stopped arguing when Newt slammed the table and cursed. He looked so stressed out and disturbed.
Ang ingay-ingay. Ang gulo-gulo. Puro kayo away. Hindi ako makasali. Hindi ako makarelate.
Newt, his face red with anger and frustration, shouted at us. Then the door opened and someone went inside, carrying a box with him. It was the police officer, and he smiled.
Pizza?
After hours, we started reviewing the case and we started brainstorming. However, we kept on referencing the case we had now to my mom's case. Everything was just related, which made things more confusing, yet thrilling. The thing that we noticed was the documents about that case had been well suppressed. We couldn't get information aside from the verdict, the defendant, the witnesses, and the date of the case. Some pieces were just missing, like who was the victim? What was the evidence? On the other note, we also talked about Traise's mom. Like, if his mom testified in court against my mom, then why did my dad hire her to do our laundries? Why did my dad grant Traise, the son of the woman who testified against my mom, a scholarship? Everything was confusing, the epitome of irony. In fact, we were all quiet now.
All right.
Tyler suddenly spoke, breaking the ice. We all looked at him.
This won't do. Hindi tayo makakapag-focus. Masyado nating iniisip yung case. We all have what-ifs. So let's go.
He said, and he stood up, carrying his coat.
Saan tayo pupunta?
Tanong ni Newt.
Saan pa ba? Eddie, we'll seek the documents of that case. Let's go. Kayo na lang.
Traise then said, closing the book.
Why?
Tyler asked. He smiled bitterly.
I'm a detainee. Have you forgotten?
Then he walked out of the room, accompanied by the police officer, without saying his usual goodbye, or without even looking at me. In no time, I found myself inside the prosecution office. Newt was outside, serving as a lookout. It was thrilling how we passed all the guards without us being caught. Great. We are really a good team. 2 robbers, 1 lookout. Bakit dito? I asked with a low yet panicking voice.
The prosecution has a collection of cases it handles,
Tyler said.
and we'll look for it.
Paano kung may makahuli sa atin? Yari tayo. They can use it in court.
E paano kung wala? Eddie, oh, wait. May narinig ako.
Pinakiramdaman namin ang paligid, and that was when we realized the footsteps were coming towards the room. Suddenly, we heard a knock on the door. That was a sign from our lookout that someone was coming. Immediately, we went underneath the table. Magkabilang table ang inoccupy namin, pero magkaharap. Then we heard the door opening. It was followed by 2 women laughing. Are you sure we are going to use that? The one said. Of course we will. Paglalaroan natin sila. That voice was familiar. It was from my schoolmate, Prosecutor Avery. Avery? It might make them cry, joked the other girl. That's the idea. I want them to cry and pee on their pants during the trial due to fear, my former schoolmate said. This bitch. Imagine the parents of the former prosecutor, the defendant, and her family were in the same trial before, she said. I can't imagine how her awful face would be when she found out who her mom killed. I felt my heart pounding hard. I looked at Tyler, who was in front of me. He was shocked as well. Avery knew the case. Sino ba kasi yung victim? Your dad didn't tell you? Avery asked. I could imagine her face smiling sarcastically, knowing someone was as knowledgeable as her. Huwag kang maingay, ha? And what I heard made my heart stop beating. It was the 13th president. It was a president. I closed my eyes and opened it again. I closed my eyes and opened it again. I was outside our house, yet I wasn't going inside. It had been 15 minutes since I arrived here, yet I wasn't even moving. Right after hearing that my mom killed a president, it made sense. There was a president who died years ago due to an operation. My mom killed a president, and the case was not widely known because of a news blackout. Many people still knew the case, and they were the people who lived during that year. Only few from recent years were aware of it because it got filtered out and slowly being crossed out as if someone wanted to completely bury something. Soon as I heard that, I went to my mom's previously owned hospital. She was regarded as the best surgeon before, so it did make sense if the president would choose her as his surgeon. However, what I found out from interviewing people in the hospital convinced me that my mom committed the crime. She was known as the most feared surgeon in the whole hospital. She had an attitude. There was even a case wherein a child died in the hospital before he was even operated because the surgeon in charge was late. Mom did not apologize at all.
Di ka papasok?
I almost jumped when I heard my dad. He was standing behind my back. Dad, I said in a lower voice, and my eyes started to be teary.
Huwag kang umiyak. Panindigan mo ang desisyon mo.
He said, and he walked past me. About Mom? I said, which made him stop walking. She killed the president, didn't she? He turned his back on me. He obviously looked shocked by that unexpected question.
Don't believe anything you just heard somewhere.
He said, with a face now full of pain and confusion. And you told me to drop the case because it reminds you of her case, isn't it?
You only found that out now? You're really dumb. Mana ka nga sa mama mo.
My tears fell. Was she a criminal? Dad's facial expression changed. His face went blank.
Stop digging the past. If you've realized my intention, you know dropping the case is still the best option. Let the boy live.
Just like that, he turned his back on me. I was left alone, confused and crying. As soon as I went inside, I saw my mom's framed photo with me. I looked at it. Ma, I said, with tears flowing. Sino ka ba talaga? I looked at her smile. Ano ka ba talaga? Tomorrow morning, I composed myself. The hearing was coming near, and I should not let my personal issues meddle with my job. In fact, it took me the whole day to gather enough witnesses for the trial.
1 hour na lang.
The police officer said. I was now outside the interrogation room.
After that, close down visiting.
Noted, officer, I said. He smirked.
Make things quick. Make things quick.
Referring to the scene where he caught Traise and I kissing. Feeling awkward, I went inside immediately, and from there, I saw him, sitting already with his emotionless face and his eyes with its usual cold gaze.
I told you, no visit at night.
Traise really hated visitation at night. I sat in front of him and just looked at him.
Do you have anything to say? Let's make it quick. I want to rest.
But I didn't speak. I was just looking at him.
If you don't have anything to say, I'll leave.
Bakit mo ako iniiwasan? I asked, pain evident in my voice.
Hindi kita iniiwasan.
Bakit ang cold mo bigla? His cold eyes were now melting when he saw the pain written on my face. Tears started to form in it. Bakit ayaw mo na akong kausapin? Bakit hindi ka na tumitingin sa akin? Bakit hindi mo na hinihingi ang oras ko? Bakit?
Because I'm jealous.
He cuts me off. My eyes grew bigger. Traise. He bit his lower lip.
I'm jealous of anyone who can be with you whenever they want. Of anyone na kaya kang ihatid just to make sure you're safe. Of anyone who can call you whenever they want to. I'm jealous. And I'm scared.
Why would you be jealous? Don't you trust me?
I trust you.
Traise answered, pain now visible in his eyes.
But I don't trust anyone around you.
He looked down.
I saw you with the prosecutor, arguing outside. You look like a couple. Anyone who saw might think you guys are.
No, I said. Nothing's going on between us.
I know.
He halted.
Yet I'm scared still. I'm still jealous. For you, wala lang yun. Pero sa kanya ba, wala rin?
Of course,
How sure are you?
he asked.
He's giving you the same look I am giving you. How can you expect me to sit still and do nothing? He's there when you need him. You can watch movies together, can go to a concert together, anything together because he's there. One call away. Ako. I'm locked up here. I can't even call you. I can't even tell you good night before you sleep. I can't even do anything when I'm missing you. And that's unfortunate because I can't do anything but miss you. It sucks being like this. It sucks being in this situation. It sucks being me.
I felt a bang on my chest.
Pero kahit ganito ako, kahit ganito ang sitwasyon ko,
He said and bit his lower lip, trying his best not to make his tears flow.
can you wait for me? Can you stay until I get my life back? Please, don't go with anyone. Just be with me. Wait for me. Please? Can you?
The pain in his eyes was enough to break my heart into tiny million pieces. I looked directly into his eyes. Do you want me to prove to you that I won't go with anyone else? I asked, my voice cracking. He looked at me, confused.
What do you mean?
In a flash, I stood up. I walked towards the door and locked it. He looked at me, alarmed. The CCTV's still not functioning, right? He gulped, and he nodded. Let's do it, I said as I went to his seat.
This ain't what I'm...
Traise immediately stopped talking when I sat on his lap, looking in his eyes. Let's do it tonight.
But...
Let's do it tonight.
But...
He stopped when I started kissing him. He wasn't fighting at first. I started devouring his upper lip, squeezing it with my lips, and then his lower lip. Then I started kissing him with passion, with fire, feeling his warm breath, tasting his lips. He wasn't moving at first until he started answering my kisses. It was clear that he got aroused. His hands were now around my waist, and my hands were around his neck. This time, his kisses were reckless. There was a feeling of strong emotion other than lust, a strong connection of love and longingness. Traise kissed my lower lip while nibbling it, and I felt his tongue playing on it. Without breaking the kiss, he stood up and carried me, and in the blink of an eye, I felt myself being pinned against the wall. My hands were still wrapped around his neck, and my legs around his hips. His kiss was more than just a kiss. It was like the star, the moon, the clouds, and the sun all colliding into one. His lips then went down to my chin, to my jaw, and now I felt it on my neck, kissing any part, sucking it, licking, devouring with his lips along with his tongue moving, tracing every detail of my skin. It was the hottest feeling I had ever felt, and I found myself moaning.
I love how your voice sounds when it moans for me.
Traise whispered in my ears, with voice so sexy yet masculine, and his breath so warm. He kissed me again, but this time it was gentle, much careful yet passionate. and then he placed me on top of the table. I was sitting on the edge. My legs were spread, and he was in between. My hands were still around his neck while we were looking at each other's eyes, and with his rock-hard fly pressing against me, he turned serious, yet provocative.
Can you feel me?
He asked me with a masculine voice that seemed like a whisper. I nodded, but then my world almost stopped when he took off his shirt without halting eye contact with me. It revealed his perfectly built body. His neck and some parts of his chest were pinkish red. His chest had moles on it. His face was pinkish red as well. His black hair was sort of messy. Sweats were all over his body, and his eyes looked so pleasing and attractive. And his lips are wet. I gulped. In no time, Traise placed himself on top of me. He put both of my hands on each side of my head and locked them with his hands. He looked into my eyes intently, as if he was seeking my soul through it. Just then, a small smile curved on his lips.
I love you.
He mouthed. From that, he started kissing me again. He first sucked my upper lip, then he stopped, as if he was teasing me to crave and beg for more. I felt his small smirk, which turned me on.
You like it, huh?
He whispered. His warm yet masculine voice gave me goosebumps, which turned me on even more. Then he sucked both of my lips. The passion faded. The teasing eased. The gentleness was gone. It became wilder than before, as if he was seeking something through my mouth. It was burning wild. I felt his hand slowly unbuttoning my cloth, and he started kissing my neck. I let out a moan, a really satisfied moan I couldn't longer hold when he sucked my neck, his tongue playing with it. When Traise was done unbuttoning my cloth, I felt his hand invading my bra. Without taking it off, his hands went inside it. I felt his warm yet soft hand on my breast. He was feeling them, groping them carefully, playing with them leisurely, as if he had the luxury of time, so there was no reason to hurry. I closed my eyes with a pleasure I couldn't contain.
Don't close your eyes.
He whispered.
I want you to see everything. Every detail.
He successfully took off my bra without breaking our kiss. He then stopped and pressed his bulge on me, enough for me to feel that he was longing for this too. His lips then started to explore my collarbone, down to the gap between my chest and finally my breasts. He started tasting it, kissing it, with his hand exploring and giving warmth to every part of my body. To my surprise, he suddenly stopped. He looked at my eyes. When I stared back, he smiled and he stood up. He went to the window, and to my horror, he opened it and the light coming from the moon sneaked inside the room, mainly focusing on the table, as if the moon was serving as a spotlight on me. Traise just stood there, topless, and his face, neck, and chest were pinkish red. Sweats were all over his face and were even flowing on his chest. Nabasa na rin ng pawis ang gulo-gulo niyang itim na buhok. He remained standing and was just looking at my face and my body, with nothing but admiration in his eyes.
You look like an art.
He said, with eyes full of sincerity.
You look so beautiful.
Aren't you gonna kiss me again?
I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself.
I'm giving you the permission, I said.
You don't know what you're talking about, Courtney.
He said, smiling.
Once I let you see my naked body,
I'm up for a full blast, and there's no way that I could stop.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out.
Let's not rush things.
Trace said, and looked deeply into my eyes.
I want to marry you first.
I let out a weak smile, understanding him. I have a question, I asked him as soon as I got dressed. What do you do when you miss me?
Nothing.
He said while putting his shirt back, and I even had a glimpse of his abs.
I just look at the stars, thinking at least we're standing on the same ground, breathing the same air, seeing the same stars, and under the same sky.
I smiled. Why am I so lucky to have you?
No, let's rephrase that.
He said and cupped my face with both his hands.
I am lucky to have you.
Before I could even answer, we heard someone trying to open the door. We both looked at it.
Oops! Nakalock!
The police officer said.
Babalik ako mga 15 minutes, ha? Kunwari, wala akong alam. Alis na ako, ha? Alis na!
When we heard the footsteps moving away, I looked at Trace, and we both laughed. May tanong ulit ako, I said, while preparing to go home. Bakit hindi mo ako hinayaang bisitahin ka for 4 years? Nakakatampo yun, ha? He smiled.
Someone told me you had a boyfriend. I was jealous.
Boyfriend? I exclaimed. I never had a boyfriend. Who told you? He twisted a smile.
The new prosecutor.
The second day of the trial started. As always, it was controversial and the place was too crowded.
Is the defense ready?
The court clerk asked.
The defense is ready to present its case.
Newt said. I was sitting in between Trace and Tyler, who seemed to dislike each other a lot.
Your Honor,
Prosecutor Avery suddenly meddled.
may I request to have the opening for the prosecution to take?
Newt and I exchanged looks.
Sure.
Newt said. It was obvious that he was confused.
Thank you.
Avery smilingly said, baka sangiting yun na may binabalak siya. Lalong lumakas ang pagkabog ng dibdib ko. The whole court was quiet. No one was making a noise. In fact, the only noise you could hear was coming from the footsteps of Avery. As soon as she reached the center of the room, she smiled.
Before this hearing starts, I would like to present something that concerns both the prosecution and the defense,
she said.
I won't make it any longer. Let's look at Exhibit A.
We all looked at the screen.
Exhibit A is the autopsy report of the defendant's father, which shows the victim dying due to multiple stabs, which directly.
Okay, don't I? Which directly hit his organs in 3, 2, 1, go.
Which directly hit his organs.
Obvious ba?
Newt murmured in his seat, and he looked at me.
Nagsasayang lang ng oras eh. Nagsasayang lang ng oras eh. Alam na nga natin lahat yan.
But that was not it. Why did I feel so heavy? Avery was oozing with confidence at nakakabahala yun.
But I'm afraid, Your Honor,
she said and smirked.
The autopsy might have been tampered.
There was a loud murmuring noise from the public. Newt, Tyler, and I exchanged baffled yet flabbergasted glances. And I looked at Trace. He was just staring at her with an emotionless face, as if it did not affect him.
My claim is supported by Exhibit B,
Avery said, and she flashed something on the screen.
The autopsy used in the previous trial and the autopsy we acquired have different results, Your Honor.
A loud murmuring.
Ano bang sinasabi niya?
Newt asked. He was getting mad.
She's a real devil.
Tyler also said, looking at her madly.
No wonder why they appointed her to this case. That woman didn't come to play.
Traise's face was still emotionless.
Therefore,
Avery said.
I would like to summon the coroner of the case to clear things up, and I'll charge him with tampering if proven.
My eyes widened. Sinabi ba niyang coroner?
Para sa mga di nakakaalam, the coroner is the father of our very own Courtney Spencer from the defense.
She added, and she looked at me with fascinated eyes. Lahat ay nagtinginan sa amin. I closed my eyes hard. Why did she need to drag my dad into this?
I would also like to summon the former prosecutor of the case, who's part of the defense now. Acquiring false evidence is not a sign of the prosecution's error, but the defense's sign of negligence. That's basic stuff, ain't it? He's a bar passer. He should know better.
Murmurings. Tyler was obviously offended. He just smiled frustratedly when Avery gave him a mocking smirk.
In light of that, Your Honor, once it is proven, the prosecution motions for this case to be dismissed.
There were insane murmurs from the crowd.
As for the defendant, the prosecution is changing the case from murder to parricide.
Fuck. Tyler and I exchanged eye contact, remembering one of our strategies.
If they file murder, it's a complicated case and they have to prove the crime, the weapon, the intention, everything. But with parricide, they just need evidence that will show he killed his dad. Nothing more. So as long as they're not thinking of this strategy, we have a chance to win.
But now she found out.
Objection, Your Honor.
Newt stood up. Nanginginig siya.
The prosecution has no basis to change the case.
She smiled and looked at Newt as if he was some kind of garbage in her eyes.
Your Honor, the autopsy we acquired is an autopsy report from the same medical facility where the victim died,
Avery said confidently.
It shows the victim didn't die because of the stabbing.
Then she looked at me. Her eyes were mocking me.
But by poisoning.
The murmuring noise became more disturbing now. There were flashes from different media cameras. My eyes grew bigger. Everyone in the defense was all caught off guard. Avery licked her lower lip while smiling, a sign that she was having fun.
It means, Your Honor, the defendant killed his father, and the previous charge of attempted murder is wrong, because he did not attempt to kill his father. Why?
She asked, and her smile faded as he looked at our side.
Because he intentionally killed his father, not by a knife, but by aconite.
I looked at Traise. He was looking at Avery. Ang kanina niyang walang emosyong muka ay napalitan ng takot at galit. Kung titingnan, he seemed like he was caught red-handed. I looked at him, emotions swirling inside me. Are you really innocent? Or just like what my dad said, I was defending a criminal because of a stupid, selfish love.
The prosecution rests its case,
Avery finally said. She started to walk, but then she stopped and looked back at me. When our eyes met, she smiled. Suddenly, what happened before the trial started flashing in my mind.
You heard me, didn't you?
She said that made me stop walking. I was about to go inside the courtroom.
Heard what?
I asked.
Heard me talking about your mom. I saw you underneath the table. I got shocked. Why did you stop stuttering? Avery said. Her eyes were mocking me. I won't do anything. In fact, I love the fear in your face. What do you know about my mom? I asked her accusingly. That's for you to find out, she said. And you know what's more to anticipate? On how I'll convict your murderer childhood sweetheart, forever imprisonment, or by death. Who are you to do that? I asked. What are you to do that? Who am I? She asked, and she inched the gap between us. I'm the game changer, Courtney. I heard a bang in my chest. She then flashed a mischievous, yet cunning smile. And I'm not just a typical game changer, Avery said, smirking. Then her expression changed. Her face turned deadly serious. Because I control the game.
Chapter 12. The Sudden Confession. My legs were shaking. I felt debilitating pain in my chest, as if someone was stabbing me multiple times. The whole crowd went insane. All of us in the defense counsel were knocked out. We couldn't all talk. We couldn't even look at each other. We felt so weak, as if we were all hopeless. As if as of this moment, we had already lost the battle. I looked once again at Traise and observed him. He was not talking, but he seemed uneasy and disturbed. His legs were also shaking, and he seemed nervous.
Defense.
The judge called. I stood up, but then I almost fell when my legs were about to disown me. Good thing Tyler got hold of me by my wrist and my back, and with weak eyes, I met his gaze.
Take your seat.
He said. His voice sounded worried, and he smiled.
I'll handle this.
I took my seat, and Trace looked at me. After a few seconds of looking at each other, he put his gaze somewhere else. I sighed. Are you still my friend? Suddenly, I remembered what he said to me before.
You fought for me because you think I can't commit such horrendous crime.
But Courtney, I just did.
You know, drop your overly angelic image of me on you. I'm no longer the same friend you had.
It wasn't self-defense. I poisoned him. I murdered him. Intentionally.
I closed my eyes, fearing my tears might flow. I didn't want anyone to see me in this state, most particularly Avery. She was right, after all. She controlled the game now. She was playing with our lives now. Medical autopsies could not be easily tampered with, most particularly the medical facility where she got the autopsy report from. It meant that the information she got was real. The victim didn't die because of the stab wounds, but because of the poison. If that was the case, it meant that Trace lied to me. He lied to the person who'd risk everything for him. I looked at Trace again. Did you really change? Or I never really knew you at all? Were you just playing with me? Seeing someone would fight for you unconditionally, whether you were guilty or not?
Your Honor,
I heard Tyler starting.
I would like to question the prosecution's motion to dismiss this case, labeling it as negligence on the part of the defense.
He said, with all eyes and ears on him.
Because, first and foremost, the evidence they used, the false autopsy to be exact, was something I obtained before when I was the prosecutor of the case. How could it be negligence on their part if it doesn't belong to them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Avery stood up.
That's the idea. If they have to prove the defendant was innocent, they should have mandatorily asked for an autopsy, in which they did not.
Objection as well, Your Honor.
Tyler said.
The prosecution is making a false assumption. The defense did not ask for it because their plea was self-defense. They have no obligation to prove the defendant didn't kill his dad. Their mindset was to prove that it was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, then that means he's admitting the crime.
Avery suddenly flashed a mocking smile.
Does it mean you're admitting the crime?
A wave of murmurs. This woman was really an evil, psychotic bitch. She had mastered how to play people in her hand.
You're the prosecutor.
Tyler answered.
Don't make allegations. Prove it.
Order in the court.
The judge said.
Warning to both sides. You have forgotten court etiquette.
Apologies, Your Honor.
They both said.
Furthermore,
Tyler said.
it was an error because the first autopsy came from the prosecution I was handling before. I want to put a motion for it to be false evidence since I acquired it myself, and the prosecution used it without my consent.
I beg to disagree, Your Honor.
Avery said.
The former prosecutor may have acquired it himself, but only because it was his job. The autopsy evidence was registered under the prosecution, not in the former prosecutor's name. In light of that, I put a motion for the defense to be banned from using it. In addition, I put the coroner under subpoena, and in case he won't attend, I'll order his arrest.
She smiled, looking into Tyler's eyes and giving him a "you're doomed" look.
The prosecution rests its case.
What the hell? My dad was the coroner she'd subpoena. Subpoena was a writ ordering someone to attend a court. She'd even order my dad's arrest.
She has mastered this trial well.
I heard Newt murmuring.
She's not an easy opponent. She's a devil, a really monstrous devil.
Tyler went back to his seat, his face looking very much annoyed.
With a change regarding the case and new evidence filed,
The judge said.
I am canceling this hearing today to be moved to another day to give both parties necessary time to file a new report.
In no time, I saw myself in the interrogation room with Newt, Tyler, and Traise. We were all worried and disturbed, but Traise wouldn't even talk.
Anong gagawin natin?
Newt asked.
Nasa kanila na lahat ng alas. They can literally knock us out in the next trial. They changed the charge to parricide. Hindi yun maproseso gaya ng murder. It means one solid proof that he killed his dad, and the court may issue a guilty verdict against him in the next hearing. That fast.
He said, frustrated. No one responded to him.
And that autopsy?
Newt exclaimed.
Once their new autopsy got proven as the real medical report instead of the coroner's, wala na. Talo na tayo. Walang-wala na tong kasong to.
Calm down.
Tyler said.
We won't be able to think of anything if you keep yourself mad.
I'm not mad. I'm worried.
He exclaimed.
I'm worried that we waited 8 straight years only to lose this case over that woman who's just using a piece of autopsy. Hindi mo ba siya nakita? Napaka-confident niya. I never saw her being worried like us. And from the first day of the trial, mala palang dayon?
Yeah.
Okay, and from in 3, 2, 1.
And from the first day of trial, it was her who just keeps on defending. Hindi pa nagsasalita yung isa. Pero look at us here. Tatlo tayo. Pero why are we no match to just one woman?
Newt was right. Thinking of it now, maybe Avery really was something monstrous. Maybe masyado ko lang siyang minaliit.
Now, we can't even have a copy of the autopsy. She banned us.
Newt said.
And not just that. She filed a case for this case to be dismissed. Kung hindi niya maipanalo ang kaso, matatalo pa rin tayo kapag na-approve yung motion niya na yon. She's playing with two cards, parricide and a motion to dismiss. Can't you see how powerful she is?
I felt a loud bang in my heart.
Calm down, okay? Just calm down.
Tyler said, trying to be optimistic.
May iba pang paraan. We just have to think of it without panicking. I can't take it anymore.
Newt said frustratedly and looked at Trace.
Be mad at me. But did you really do that? Did you really kill your dad? Did you poison him? That's insensitive.
Tyler exclaimed.
I don't care whether it is insensitive or not. He better tell us the truth. In order to defend him, we better know the real situation of what we are fighting for.
Then he looked at Trace again, his face mad and his eyes red.
Did you? Or are you just playing around for 8 straight years?
We all looked at Trace, who was looking down, emotionless. Then he looked at Newt with cold eyes.
Section 17, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution.
Trace said, with voice emotionless too.
I invoke my rights against self-incrimination. I refuse to answer.
Then he stood up, went to the door, and without looking back, he vanished.
He's guilty.
Newt said. He looked like he was about to cry.
I've been saving a criminal all this time. I feel so betrayed.
He continued, breaking down on the table. I closed my eyes hard. Before, Trace kept on admitting he was guilty but I never believed him. Pero bakit ngayon? Kahit hindi niya sabihin, ramdam ko na rin. Soon as I went inside our house, I saw my dad sitting, and when he looked at me, I noticed the letter in his hand. So you received it, I said.
The new prosecutor is a genius.
He said, bahagyang nakangiti.
She orders my arrest if I won't come gamit ang subpoena. Sort of a blackmail, but supported by law.
Did you do it? I asked him, with a tone of hate in my voice. Did you tamper with the autopsy? His face had turned blank when he looked at me.
What if I did? Would you hate me?
That was when my tears uncontrollably fell. I already hate the fact that I don't know what kind of family we are. But with the tone of your voice, I bet you did. I saw pain on my dad's face. Mom killed the president, didn't she? I asked.
Stop.
Don't lie anymore! I shouted, and tears escaped my eyes. I already know the truth!
Who told you?
He asked. His voice was shaky. Does it matter? I asked, my sight now getting blurry because of tears. The fact that you kept it a secret from me is enough for me to know how bad this family is. I bit my lower lip, feeling the pain that was swallowing me alive. My mom killed the president using her profession. My dad tampered with autopsies through his profession, and now I am defending a criminal using my profession. I looked into my dad's eyes. Hate and pain were all over my face. Dad, tell me, how much blood in your hands do I still have to clean? How many lives did this family kill?
I told you.
My dad now said, tears building up in his eyes.
Reopening this case will make things complicated for you. You still have time.
I've said it too many times.
And I'm telling you this again. Don't commit the same mistake I did. If you love that boy, let him live.
And then quickly, he walked upstairs and I was left alone, breaking down. Tomorrow morning, I went to a coffee shop to read about the case. Tyler and Newt were in the office, while Traise didn't want to be visited. As soon as I got my order, I checked my emails. Suddenly, I saw someone sitting in front of me. I looked at her.
Hi, classmate.
She said, smiling. Heaven knows how much I hated her and her presence. Go away, Avery. Sabi ko, at tiningnan muli ang laptop ko. Avery laughed.
Courtney! Hanggang dito ba naman? Trabaho ko pa rin? Loosen up. Hindi ko gagalingan sa next hearing. Promise.
I looked at her. Wala ako sa mood makipag-away. Get another table and don't talk to me.
Paano yan? Gusto kitang kausap.
She asked, smiling as she teased me. I'm not your toy to play with, I said. Umalis ka na before pa ako mainis.
Wow! I'm scared.
She said.
Paano ka ba mainis? He'll punch someone? Ganyan ba ang lawyer? Oops! You can't even fight me as a lawyer. That Tyler guy fought me instead of you. Why, Courtney? Natatakot ka na ba? I thought it was a battle between us, but now you're asking help from your knight in shining armor.
She then smiled widely.
I mean, I can't blame you though. You're not yet on that level to face me. Practice more, Courtney. Try harder.
Don't mess with me, I said. Umalis ka na.
Paano yan? Ikaw ang gusto kong umalis.
Ako na una rito.
I don't care. If you want peace, ikaw ang lumipat.
I looked at her sharply. Do you want to try me? Avery just nodded. Okay. I smiled.
Magnanakaw!
Her eyes grew bigger after I shouted so loud, all eyes looked at us.
May magnanakaw!
Hey!
She said, bewildered.
Can you?
In her horror, the security guard went to us.
Ma'am, bakit? Ano po yun?
He immediately asked me. I looked at my wallet. Ay, kuya, wala po. Akala ko kasi may nawawala sa akin. Then I looked at Avery. May nakita kasi ako. Mula sa pamilya na magnanakaw. I saw her face turning madly red.
Sigurado po kayo? Gusto niyo pong i-check natin ng CCTV?
No, kuya. Okay lang po. Then the guard walked away.
Is that how you play?
Avery asked angrily. I told you. I play the dirtiest shit, I said. Don't mess with me again. Go away.
Dirtiest shit?
She asked.
You mean your family?
I looked at her. I was shocked by her audacity to drag my family. She stood up.
A mother who murders, a dad who tampers, and a daughter who defends a criminal. Really dirty shit.
Avery smirked, then she walked away. An hour later, I found myself at the hospital again, which my mom previously owned, although my family still had shares in it. In fact, high officials in the hospital knew me. As soon as I got there, I saw the hospital full of patients. This hospital was one of the top hospitals in the country. Its name was originally derived from my mom's name, but after what happened to her, the shareholders decided to change it.
Naparito ka.
I almost screamed when a nurse talked to me. I recognized her instantly. She was the chief nurse of the hospital. I smiled at her. In no time, I found myself inside her office. The chief nurse had their own office too, since they supervised the health of all patients. She placed a coffee in front of me while I was sitting at the table. So, bakit ka pala naparito? I looked at her, hesitant at first. Then I sighed. I looked at her again. It was now or never. You're close with my mom before, right? Yes, she stuttered. Suddenly, her eyes were evasive. Would you mind if I'd ask something about her case? She looked at me, and I saw pity in her eyes. As much as I want to, I have no right to tell you. Well, why? I asked. Did my dad ask you not to? She looked at me, and then she looked down. But then her telephone rang. Excuse me, she said and answered the call. Just then, I saw a pile of papers on her table and my eyes grew bigger when I saw the title of the folder. Documents requested by the prosecution. I murmured. Wow, Avery's really determined to beat me in this case. I looked at the chief nurse and she was talking with someone over the phone. Carefully and as quickly as I could, I opened the folder and the first page of the paper left me flabbergasted. It was a medical report of... Heck! It was Traise's mom! I scanned the paper quickly, but what I saw made my heart pound harder. Cause of death, unknown. Autopsy, denied by the family and coroner. Ano tinitingnan mo dyan? I immediately looked back. Oh, wala po. Few hours later, I found myself inside a taxi, going home. Napatingin ako sa relo ko and it was already 11 p.m. Dad was trying to silence everyone about my mom's case and he denied the autopsy of Traise's mom, whose cause of death was unknown. Unknown cause of death required mandatory autopsies, but he just denied it. Bakit? May itinatago ba sila? Did they do something bad again? I closed my eyes, feeling my head aching. I'd been living for many years now, yet I never knew my family was this complicated. Hindi ko kilala ang sarili ko. Hindi ko nakilala ang kaibigan ko. Hindi ko na makilala ang mga magulang ko. Ang gulo-gulo. Nakakasakit na ng ulo. Nakakatakot. Sobrang nakakatakot. As I looked out the window, I noticed the car was now taking the wrong path. Kuya! Ulit. 3, 2, 1. Kuya! I said. Bakit parang iba po itong daan natin? But he was not answering. Kuya! I said again. Naliligaw po ba tayo? But he was still not answering. Kuya! But then I realized we were heading to an isolated highway. I felt my heart banging inside. Kuya! Bababa na po ako! I said nervously. The driver met my eyes through the rear-view mirror, and he smirked.
Sino nagsabing may plano akong pababain ka?
Pete. Hours later, I found myself sitting in the corner while my clothes were partially torn. Then in a flash, a man showed up wearing a plain white shirt and black shorts, with his black hair all down, looking worried.
Are you fine?
He hurriedly asked me as soon as he walked towards me.
Tell me you are fine.
He shouted,
Who did that? What did they do?
I looked at Tyler. Meeting his eyes, I smiled so weakly. Tyler, don't worry, I said. Walang nangyari. May checkpoint sa nadaanan namin. He failed to rape me,
Rape?
he exclaimed. Then he stood up.
Where the fuck is that rapist? Sir, kumalma po kayo.
Said the policeman in the police station.
Just show him and let me beat him up. Sir, kumalma po kayo. Nasa presinto po kayo.
It took him a long time to finally calm down and sat beside me.
Are you now fine?
Tyler asked. Yes, I said. Sorry kung ikaw ang natawagan ko. I'm afraid to tell Dad,
Okay lang.
he said.
Anytime.
Natutulog ka na ba nung tinawagan kita? He nodded.
Nawala nga antok ko nung narinig kitang umiiyak. Nagpanik ako.
I smiled. Sorry,
Bakit kasi gabi ka na umuwi?
I studied his case. Tyler smiled.
You love him that much?
Kahit magulo na,
He loves you too.
he said.
I can see it. He's really in love with a bad girl.
Bad girl? I exclaimed, shocked. Am I?
Yes,
He said.
bad at everything.
We laughed.
You know,
He said.
he loves you so much too. I know when a man is madly in love with someone because I'm a man. And I've experienced it too.
Really? With whom? He looked into my eyes and then he smiled.
With someone I know that will never be mine.
I suddenly felt sad. Tyler flashed a weak smile.
Siguro kung yung kaibigan mo ang pumunta rito, magwawala yun.
I smiled. He surely will. Naaalala ko nga dati, kapag may nang aaway sa kanya, hindi niya ginagantihan. Pero kapag ako na yung inaapi, handa siya makipagbasag ulo. Sa katunayan, ng burol ni Mama, mayroong batang bumisita at inaaway ako. But he came and defended me. That was how we met. He nodded understandingly. Then silence devoured us.
Your clothes are torn.
Tyler told me as if we were waiting for the process of filing a charge against the person who attacked me.
May pamalit ka ba?
I shook my head.
Wala.
To my great surprise, hinubad niya ang damit niya, revealing his great body build and moles on his chest. He was just wearing his sando now,
Magpalit ka.
he said.
I don't want anyone to look at you with malicious eyes.
Paano ka? I asked.
I can handle myself.
He said smilingly. Thanks, I said awkwardly.
Oh,
Tyler said, and he picked up something from his pocket and handed it to me. A flash drive. Ano to? I asked.
my dad, the Chief Justice, was the judge of your mom's case, right?
He said.
My dad has a stockroom for his papers and I happened to find the information about the case there. Hindi ko kinuha. But I took photos and compiled them into one file. Nandyan lahat. I know you're curious about it.
My eyes became teary, feeling so moved about his sincere act. Why are you doing this? I asked, mixed emotions stirring inside. I'm rude towards you. Pero bakit mo ako tinutulungan? Tyler smiled.
Because I like you.
I looked at him, shocked.
Don't look at me like that.
He smiled. He said, in 3, 2, 1. He said, smiling so weak.
Silly, isn't it?
But
Shh.
he halted me.
You don't have to tell me anything. I confess because I believe you have to know. It started when I saw you helping him 8 years ago. You were so eager, which tweaked my curiosity more. Until you smacked me last month. Then we met again and got to work on the same case. I admit, I fell in love with you, and now the feeling just won't go away.
I bit my lower lip. He smiled.
That guy, your friend, he oftentimes caught me looking at you. I was stealing glances, and when I can't take it anymore, I'll tease you. It'll give me a sharp look then.
Pero, I said, but couldn't come up with anything to say.
Hey,
Tyler said,
I just told you I like you, but that doesn't mean you have to accept or reject it. I just want to let you know that in everything you do, every silly word you say and every tear you shed, someone is falling in love with you.
He smiled, but his eyes seemed sad.
That's me.
He added and looked deeply into my eyes.
It'll always be me.
Chapter 13. The one who creates the game. This was it. I just had to face it, I guess. It had been hours, but still I couldn't sleep. In fact, I had been looking at the ceiling of my room for an hour already, and I was wide awake. I didn't know what was bothering me more. Was it my mom's identity? The unknown cause of death of Traise's mom? The sudden confession from Tyler? Or was it the fact that I was almost raped? Speaking of my mom, the flash drive Tyler gave me was still in my hand. I was holding it tight, and I hadn't checked it yet since I was afraid of what I might find out. I looked at it, and I sighed. With determination rising inside me, I sat up. It was now or never. I looked at it. In 3, 2, 1. I looked at it again and heaved a sigh. Oh, let's do this. Let's face the facts. The next day, the third day of the trial started. It was chaotic. The defense summoned some witnesses, and the prosecution summoned the medical facility head. It was proven that the autopsy they had was authentic, which meant the tampered evidence was the one my dad provided. She summoned my dad to court, and she examined him.
You are a coroner. What does a coroner do?
Avery asked.
We conduct mandatory autopsies.
My dad replied.
For what?
For record.
Do you have the power to do so?
Avery asked with a sassy voice.
Yes.
My dad answered.
Powerful enough to acquire one?
Yes.
Powerful enough to mandatorily ask for it without the family's consent?
Yes.
Powerful enough to keep the records?
Yes.
Powerful enough to manipulate it?
My dad got shocked.
That's...
Not just manipulating, but to forge, dismiss, abuse, and tamper?
I felt the urge to smack her. She was traumatizing my dad.
That's not...
And even strong enough to fool the defense and suppress the information, implanting false records, abusing your power, and twisting the law?
You're...
A yes or no, sir.
I don't...
Just a yes or no.
I closed my eyes as I heard her almost shouting at my dad. She was humiliating him in front of everyone. Tyler, Newt, and I had decided beforehand that we wouldn't object and would just watch so we would know the truth. But this time, I could no longer take it. Ibang usapan na kapag kasali na ang tatay ko. I was about to stand, but Newt held my wrist and signaled me to stop. I closed my eyes hard and sat back.
I can't.
Again, a yes or no, sir.
Avery said with finality.
Can you?
A yes or no.
That's not.
Again, I repeat,
She said.
just a yes or no.
That's too hard to.
I said a yes.
Okay.
My dad then shouted back, which shocked us all.
I did it. I tampered with the evidence. I manipulated the autopsy.
I gasped. Dad? Avery smiled.
Your Honor, as clearly as it is.
She then looked at me and saw the anger on my face. She smirked.
The coroner admits the crime. I rest my case.
Noises were coming from every corner. Yet my dad was there, sitting still, with no one to help him. Not even his own daughter.
Defense,
The judge asked.
would you like to cross-examine?
We do, I said. Newt and Tyler looked at me and they were shocked, since we planned not to cross-examine my dad para hindi na makadagdag pa sa pressure na nararamdaman niya. I stood up and went in front. Your Honor, I won't cross-examine the witness. I will present evidence concerning the witness. Let's look at the screen. There were murmurings. Then everyone got confused.
Objection, Your Honor.
Avery argued, just as I expected. She got alarmed by what she saw.
The defense is using something that has no connection with the case.
It is connected with the case, Your Honor, I said and glared at Avery. You wait and see. There was a warning. You wait and see in 3, 2, 1. You wait and see. There was a warning in my voice. Avery opened her mouth to speak, but failed to speak. She sat back instead. The Exhibit A, I said, about the photo on the screen, was the 13th president's autopsy report who died because of a medical malpractice that happened years ago. There was an uproar from the crowd and flashes of camera. The same person on the witness stand was the same coroner who did the autopsy on the president. Whether there's some manipulation involved, we shall investigate. I flashed something again. This is the medical report of the defendant's mom, who was proven as the one who stabbed her husband, the victim. The medical report says her death is unknown and no autopsy was done, but I'm afraid on the coroner's log of services, he did an autopsy to the deceased 23 hours after her death. I flashed Exhibit C, which showed the log I stole from Dad's office. In other words, Your Honor, the person at the witness stand has a history of tampering with autopsy reports, and he was also the one who did an autopsy on the defendant's mom and to the former president. I then looked at the crowd. With new evidence found and probable cause to consider, I am reopening the medical malpractice case that happened years ago. Everyone almost stood up. Tyler was shocked. Newt's jaw dropped. Avery's eyes widened. The crowd stood up too, even the judge, and even the jurors, who were still alive. I therefore summon all the parties involved that time, the jurors who were still alive, the former Chief Justice, the judge, 10 senators, people from the Congress, and the lawmakers involved. I summon them all and will subpoena them, and if proven guilty, I demand either life imprisonment or a dose of their own medicine, the death penalty. With tears in my eyes and pain in my chest, I looked at my father. My tears fell. Even you, Dad. Inside a room in the detention building, a man wearing formal attire, known as the prosecutor, was sitting in front of a man whose shirt says detainee.
Why do you like to see me?
The man in a formal suit asked. The man who had a detainee on his shirt wasn't responding. He was just looking at the man who spoke, seeking something through his eyes, until he finally gulped and smirked. He glared at the man.
The game. It has started.
The detainee said.
Game?
The prosecutor asked, baffled.
Traise? What game?
The detainee with the name of Traise once again smirked.
Drop the act, Tyler. I know who you are.
The man in a formal suit with the name of Tyler became more confused.
You know what exactly?
Everything.
Trace said, and he placed a newspaper in front of Tyler. Tyler looked at it and saw that it was dated 8 years ago.
My case.
Trace said.
It was originally handled by your cousin. You took it away from him, Tyler.
Tyler scoffed while looking at the newspaper before he redirected his eyes at Trace.
Because I was interested, Traise. I told you that before.
Really?
Trace asked.
You know you can't fool me, Tyler. I can see through you. Rule of the thumb.
Tyler said.
Stop giving assumptions. Start spitting facts. Be careful what you wish for.
Trace said fiercely, and he placed something on the table. When Tyler looked at it in 3, 2, 1. When Tyler looked at it, it was an article again.
What's with that?
Tyler asked. He started to feel alarmed.
You said I should spit facts.
Trace said and turned dead serious.
The article says that your dad, the Chief Justice, is incapable of producing a child.
Tyler's eyes widened. He knew Trace was smart, but he never knew he was at this level.
And
Tyler asked. He was partly alarmed and partly impressed by Trace's intelligence.
if that's the case, there's no chance that you can be his legitimate child.
Trace answered while looking daggers at Tyler. Tyler gulped. It was a family secret they were trying to hide.
You.
Trace uttered, and his gaze was undeniably lethal. His jaw then clenched.
You're the son of the 13th president. Am I right?
There was a long pause of silence. The smile on Tyler's lips faded away, and in just a few seconds, a smirk replaced it.
How does it feel to get exposed by a detainee? Huh?
Trace asked, and his voice was bitter.
You freak.
Tyler forced a laugh.
I'm afraid, Mr. Stevens, that may be nothing but pure fiction.
He said.
How can I be the son of the 13th president when the first lady was incapable of carrying a child?
The detainee smirked back.
She is incapable, but the president isn't.
Again, Tyler was taken aback. He was caught off guard.
You're talking to a biology major, Tyler. Stop lying. You're starting to look pitiful.
Tyler licked his lower lip. He felt challenged.
The former Chief Justice was an ally of the 13th president. The whole nation knows the First Lady is incapable. So you are an illegitimate child. And revealing you will be controversial. That's why you were kept. That's why the Chief Justice adopted you.
Tyler's jaw clenched. Trace placed another article from a tabloid.
It's an article about you. You weren't kicked out of your job.
He said.
Tyler, you resigned. What? Why would I do that?
Tyler asked.
That's the question. Why would you do that? I already knew a long time ago that you were the 13th president's child. I investigated everyone involved with my case when I got imprisoned for 8 years. Kilala ko kayong lahat until you came, and you came at Courtney. I kept asking myself, anong kailangan mo sa kanya? Until the recent trial revealed things. I thought you just liked her, but I was wrong. Kinuha mo ang kaso dahil tungkol ito sa akin, na anak na nag-iisang witness sa kaso ng presidente.
Hate was in his voice.
Wala kang planong tulungan ako, Tyler. Ginawa mo lang yun dahil nalaman mong parte rin dito si Courtney, na anak ng doktor na sinasabing pumatay sa tatay mo.
Tyler glared at him.
So you didn't convict me. Kasi alam mong convicting me is a small payback for your dad's debt. So you aim for something higher. Sinadya mong ibaba sa attempted murder para ma-reopen mo ang kaso. You submitted a motion for a new trial 10 days after my verdict, the same day the defense passed a motion for retrial. Hindi sila na-reject because of their content. Okay, let me repeat that in 3, 2, 1. Hindi sila na-reject because of their content. They were rejected kasi nauna kang nagpasa. You fooled them.
Tyler gave him a sharper look. If there was something he hated, it was when someone discovered his plan even before he could win.
After hearing it got approved, you resigned and joined us. Hindi para iligtas o in-convict ako, kundi para i-trigger si Courtney na buksan uli ang kaso because she has the right dahil anak siya ng dating defense. Yung article na nabasa ni Newt about her mom, which first triggered her curiosity, ay ikaw naglagay sa table niya. When you went to the prosecution's office, you planned it also so she could hear from Prosecutor Avery that it was the 13th president. I heard that when you talked with Avery after the trial. The whole case about her mom, which you put in a flash drive, walang autopsy yun. You added the autopsy you acquired lately to trigger her to reopen the case.
Trace looked at Tyler with mad eyes. He was utterly condemning him.
She trusted you, but you just used her.
He madly said. Tyler gulped. He didn't know exactly what to say.
All this time, you're the real game changer, playing us all in your palm.
Trace said. Tears started to form in his eyes out of anger.
It's been a while, Tyler. You snake.
Tyler looked down and sighed. Suddenly, a dark smirk curved on his lips.
As expected from you, Traise.
He said and smiled.
You caught me.
There was a long pause until Tyler finally looked at Trace's eyes.
But I'm afraid, Traise, you focused too much on me to the point that you didn't notice the real snake. What?
Trace asked, shocked. Tyler placed a paper in front of him. To his surprise, it was a resignation letter from Mute.
He's leaving
He answered.
to join the prosecution, to convict you.
Trace's eyes grew bigger and tears were forming in them. He felt betrayed.
From the start, he intended to lose. Can't you see how petty he was? He's the spy. Why? Why would he?
Trace said. He couldn't believe what he just found out.
Kanino ba siyang scholar?
Tyler asked, and he smiled.
Yes, the coroner's. His loyalty is with the coroner, the attorney's dad.
Tears finally fell from Trace's eyes. Tyler smiled after seeing it. He then stood up.
Game changer?
He asked.
What a nonsense concept. Everyone can be a game changer. The new prosecutor, the defender, the attorney, even you. The detainee can be a game changer.
He continued. and he sat on the edge of the table.
But you know, I'm different. I'm not just the game changer who returns. Want to know why?
He looked at Traise's eyes. He smirked.
Because I created this game.
Chapter 14. Convict me, attorney. I blinked. And I blinked again. I closed my eyes forcibly, and I opened it again. I sighed as I looked once more at Newt's resignation letter that was left on my desk. His stuff was no longer in the office, and he was nowhere to be found. I read the letter again, and I still couldn't wrap my head around it. Why would he leave now that the trial was soon to end? Now that we were about to lose? Now that I needed him more than anything to fight with me in the trial? Just why would he? I tried to call him, but he wasn't answering. I texted, yet I received no reply. This wouldn't do. I had to tell Tyler about this. We had to plan for it. That was right. Tyler knew what to do. He was the ace of this group. He could still help me. I just had to inform him. I took my coat on the table and hurriedly took a grab going to the detention center. I knew he was there to talk to Traise.
Good evening, ma'am.
The police officer greeted me. Good evening, I said without looking at him. Finally, I reached the door, and it wasn't locked. I opened it slightly to see if there was someone inside, and I saw Tyler and Traise talking. Nakatalikod si Tyler, while Traise was facing me. A few seconds later, Traise saw me. When our eyes met, his eyes were sending me a message I couldn't decipher. I saw him gulp, and his eyes went back to Tyler, who was in front of him.
You.
Traise suddenly said,
You're the son of the 13th president. Am I right?
Beat. 13th president? My eyes widened. Don't tell me.
As expected from you, Traise. You caught me.
My eyes literally grew bigger. I even covered my mouth because it was too much to handle. Until they revealed the revelations, I never thought that it would happen. He was the son of the president, and he used me. What shocked me more was the reason why Newt resigned. It made sense. He was my dad's scholar. Dad appointed him as the defense. Dad wanted me to drop the case. He was a spy. All this time, I felt like I could die from the pain these sudden betrayals brought me. It was killing me. I trusted them more than my dad. I trusted Tyler because I thought he was genuinely concerned for me. It turned out he did those because of his agenda. He never cared for me at all.
How can you say that?
Traise asked.
Knowing she treated this team as her family. Family?
Tyler mockingly asked.
I never considered you as a family, but don't worry. I don't need her anymore. She reopened the case already. And that's her only use. It's time for me now to control the game I created with you as my players. I'll tell her soon enough. You don't have to tell her.
Traise said with a bitter voice.
Because she already knows.
That was the time I opened the door with eyes mixed with pain and anger. My tears fell. When Tyler looked at me, he was shocked at first, but he later smiled.
Then that's good.
He said, looking at me. His smile then faded.
The game starts now. A boy could be seen reading a book. As he turned the next page of the book, he saw the face of the 13th president as if it was smiling at him. The boy's serious face immediately formed a smile. Oh, it's Dad. The boy next to him looked at the photo he was talking about, and the boy laughed. He then stood up and faced the class. Everyone, the outcast just said the president is his dad. They all laughed. He was so used to it. Being bullied just because he had no family was normal for him. But little did they know, he was saying the truth. Little did they know, his dad was the president. Why can't you just accept me? He asked the man reading on the sofa beside him. It was the president.
You know the answer.
He answered. Is an illegitimate child unacceptable in Malacanang? He innocently asked. The president laughed.
No. I'm not hiding you because you are illegitimate. I just fear my enemies in politics might use you against me and might bring you harm. I don't want my son in that situation. Am I clear?
How about the first lady? He asked. She only calls me child. Does she hate me? The president looked at him.
Whether she hates you or not, Dad loves you. Okay? I love you. In fact, I will announce to the public that you are my child soon when these political wars ceased.
The child's eyes grew bigger. Really? Then it means I can call you Dad and I don't have to hide now?
Yes. You don't have to hide now. After my operation, I will announce you in public if you want. Can you wait for me?
Yes, President, the boy excitedly said. He was even smiling from ear to ear.
Why call me president? You can call me anything now. Call me Dad.
Tears built up in the child's eyes. It was the moment he had been waiting for, to be acknowledged by his own father and to be able to call him Dad. The child looked at the president. His heart was hurting so good. He smiled at him as tears fell to his cheeks. Yes, Dad. Tomorrow evening, the day of the surgery. Are you nervous? The child asked the president, who was lying in bed, getting ready for the operation.
No.
He said, and he smiled. I will wait for you, Dad, the boy said. Tomorrow is my birthday. Tomorrow is the end of your operation as well. I don't need anything. The only gift I need is your safety. So be safe, will you? He smiled.
For my son, I will.
He was holding his dad's hand until they reached the door. Slowly, their hands started to detach from each other. Dad! I love you! The boy shouted. The president looked at him and he mouthed,
I love you more.
Just then, the president faded from his sight. The judge, who would eventually be Chief Justice, stood beside the child. Dad will be okay, won't he? The child asked. The judge looked at him.
He's being operated by the best surgeon in the country, so worry no more. Come, I'll buy you ice cream.
However, tomorrow morning, the surgeon went out and later announced the president's death. The boy was devastated. He was expecting him to come out stronger because that was what he promised him. He had a lot of promises to him. Like he'd announce him as his son, they'd finally eat dinner together because he had never dined with his father. He was excited to see his father finally attend family events in his school and for his father to teach him how to ride a bike. But now, he couldn't anymore. He was expecting him to come out fine. Tragically, the smile he saw from his father before the operation was the last memory he had about him. He could no longer hold his hand or hug him because he was gone on his birthday. Hey, the judge said, standing beside him as he cried at his dad's dead body. Your dad told me I'd be your guardian if things won't turn out okay. The child looked at him. The judge smiled back, but with eyes full of pain. Can I be your dad? Until the time came that it was revealed that his dad didn't die because of his illness, but because of clinical malpractice. It was chaotic. The whole nation was in turmoil until the surgeon was proven guilty and got life imprisonment. The case was reopened, but it turned out it wasn't medical malpractice. According to the court decision, she intentionally killed his dad because his dad was once threatened to take down her hospital if they wouldn't obey the law. She was found guilty and death penalty was served. She was executed by an electric chair. With hate inside him, he went to the burial of the woman who killed his father.
Hey,
A girl greeted him.
you're visiting my mom? It's strange. People hate her, but I love her.
He looked at her with sharp eyes. She deserves the hate. She's a killer,
No, she isn't.
the girl insisted. She is.
She's not.
She is. She killed my dad. Your mother is a psychotic bitch. The girl's face turned red and she cried until a boy came and he protected the crying girl. Don't shout at her. That's bad.
Ano ba yan? Huwag kayong mag-away.
A woman approached them and he knew her. She was the witness who testified against the surgeon at first, but after the case was reopened, she changed her testimony and sided with the surgeon. He just looked at them with hate in his eyes. He left. That was the day he decided to study law, to protect people like his dad, and to serve justice at all cost.
Ama pinatay ng sariling anak habang ang inay na trauma.
He looked at the screen of the television and his eyes grew bigger after seeing who the mother was. It was the witness of his dad's case years ago. I accepted the case, his cousin proudly said, who was just sitting beside him. You did? He asked curiously. I'm excited, he said. The case is a bomb. It's dope, man. Something came up in his mind. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to ruin their life, like how that witness twisted facts so that his dad wouldn't be given justice. Remember when I covered up your drug use in the party last year? He asked his cousin with a warning in his voice. I didn't tell father about that. His cousin was caught off guard. What do you mean? He didn't answer and just met his eyes. Wait, Tyler, his cousin said. Are you blackmailing me? He smirked. If that's the term, then maybe I am. His cousin's jaw partly dropped. No more words, he said, and he turned serious. Give me the case. He took the case, and it was a hot national issue. What brings you here, prosecutor? A man asked. Coroner, I want the victim's autopsy report. Why would I give you that? The coroner asked. He looked at him darkly. He was the husband of the woman who killed his dad. Because I'm the prosecutor and I am the son of the Chief Justice. Everyone supports me. Will you fight against me? The coroner was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. He just laughed. I didn't expect your idiocy will reach this far, he said and met the coroner's eyes. Just do as I say and don't stand in my way. The last time you did get in the way of someone as powerful as me, your wife died. Would you afford to lose another loved one? The coroner's eyes grew bigger. Tyler Scott. I'm glad you know me, he said and smirked. The coroner didn't know exactly what to say. He had never been this scared before. Give me the autopsy and don't block my eye, he said. His smile was cunning. Give it to me now. What? Newt, the public defender, exclaimed. The coroner said, I'll plead guilty. But I told you, you should not, the prosecutor said, convincing the defense before the preliminary trial started. I have the country's support. Again, in 3, 2, 1. I have the country's support. Do what I say. Besides, I talked to the coroner last night. He knows it. Really? So it means that what his daughter told me when she locked me up in the restroom? Really? So it means that what his daughter told me when she locked me up in the restroom was right. Daughter? The defender smiled. Yes. Nilock niya ako sa restroom kanina para lang sabihing ipinapasabi raw ng papa niya na mag-plead ng not guilty. Hindi nga ako naniniwala. Buti na lang sinabi mo. Thank you, ah. Just then, the restroom opened and a girl came out from it.
You! Yung sinasabi ko, ha?
Sigaw nito.
Huwag mong kalilimutan. Di ako aalis dito hanggat di yun nangyayari.
Oo na. Naiirit ang sabi ni Newt at tumingin sa kanya. That's her. He looked once again at the woman and when their eyes met, she smiled at him. He snubbed her. The next days, he visited the defendant's mom in the hospital. Your son won't plead guilty because if he does, hindi siya aabutan ng death penalty. I want him to plead self-defense, and I'll prove he's guilty. And by the time he gets the verdict, he'll be the recipient of death penalty. How's that? He smirked. The woman cried.
Hindi! Hindi mo mamatay tao ang anak ko. Ako ang sumaksak sa...
Sino ba yun? Teka, sino ka ba? Bakit ako nandito? Nasaan si Mommy? Si Daddy?
Baliw ka na. Nakakabaliw bang manipulahin ang katotohanan? Umanib sa ibang tao para lang pagtakpan ang kasalanan nila? Ha? The woman looked at him.
Sino ka?
I'm the son of the president that the surgeon killed, he said, his voice hateful. I am the son of the man who almost didn't get the justice he deserved after you switched sides. The woman cried.
Hindi yan totoo. Tinakot ako. Tinakot nila ako.
Tinakot? He asked, shocked. It was the first time he heard it.
Papatayin daw nila ang anak ko kapag hindi ako tumestigo laban sa doktor. Ayoko mamatay ang anak ko.
The woman cried hard. He got bewildered. It meant someone out there was involved. Someone out there manipulated things. The guy doesn't have to die yet. If he dies, it means the case is closed. No. He murmured to himself inside his car, and then something popped in his mind. Right. I need to use the coroner's daughter this time. He called the girl and he handed the video of the defendant's mom admitting the crime. He had deleted some parts of the video. He smiled as he took it. The guy was proven guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. 10 days after the verdict, he filed a motion for a new trial. 8 years after, the motion got approved. He resigned from his office and joined the defense. Be careful with the detainee, Newt said. He's more than just a detainee. He's a genius. So he tried his best not to act whenever Traise Stevens was around. The man was smart. One wrong move and he might sense something. He put the article about Courtney's mom on Newt's side. They read it and she got curious. He lured her into the prosecution office so she'd hear everything. Newt, as the lookout outside, was in the plan too, including prosecutor Avery Himesworth's script as well.
That's too easy.
Avery said once he requested it.
Just promise me that this will destroy her, and I'll do well.
When she was in the police station, he handed her the flash drive. As expected, it triggered her. Until everything fell in the right place when Courtney reopened the case and summoned all the jurors. The judge, the senators, lawmakers, and other figures involved with the subpoena. The plan was successful. He looked at his dad's grave and smiled. The players are set. Now is the time to play the real game, Dad.
I found myself sitting in front of Traise inside the detention building's room, staring at each other. His face seemed so weary. Like me, he seemed so tired of everything. I cleared my throat. So as you know, I started. The prosecutor used me while the defender was a spy. In the next hearing, I won't be surprised if I'll see both of them on the prosecution side. It will be Tyler, Avery, and Newt in one team, so it's basically me against them, you see? I said with tears in my eyes, my voice cracking as I tried not to cry. So, I want you to be honest with me para alam ko kung paano kita ipaglalaban. So, tell me, ginawa mo ba yun? I asked. His face was emotionless. Did you kill your dad? Traise looked at me, and pain started to build up in his eyes.
Why, Courtney? Are you confused now?
I'm not just confused, Traise, I said bitterly. I'm afraid. There's a part of me na ayaw nang maniwala sa'yo. He looked down and smiled bitterly, weakly.
I see.
Don't get me wrong, Traise, please, I said, my voice shaky. My eyesight started to become blurry with tears. Mahal kita. Mahal na mahal kita. Gusto kong maniwala sa'yo pero masyado na akong nabubugbog ng pagtitiwala ko sa lahat. Tears were in his eyes too.
You don't have to explain yourself.
He said and smiled at me weakly.
I understand. I understand.
I finally burst into tears. Gusto kong maniwala sa'yo, I said while crying uncontrollably. I want to help you. I want to fight for you. My voice cracking. Pero sa mga nangyayari, sa pagsisinungaling mo, hindi ko na alam, Traise. A huge part of me doesn't trust you anymore. A huge part of me got damaged by those sudden betrayals. So, help me, please. I looked down and cried hard. Gusto kita paglaban kahit magulo na. Kahit nakakasakit na. I said, and my voice broke again. Kaya, tulungan mo naman ako. Huh? Tell me everything with no lies.
Everything?
Trace asked me while looking deeply in my eyes while tears were on his too. Everything, I reiterated.
With no lies?
With no lies. I said,
Will you love me still?
tears fell from my eyes after seeing the pain that was swallowing him alive. Let's, I said, my heart breaking into tiny million pieces. Let's see. Tell me the truth first. Ask me to defend you like before. Give me the strength para lumaban, please. I'm begging, Trace.
Okay.
Trace said, and he looked into my eyes. From there, I could see how he was drowning in so much pain and suffering too. He gulped. He met my eyes. His tears fell as he smiled at me weakly.
Convict me. Attorney.
Chapter 15. She Who Destroys the Game. Things started to feel uneasy. It seemed so vague, so disturbing, and utterly uncomfortable. And then I heard noise. A really loud noise.
Buti naman!
One said.
Dapat lang yan, no? Dapat nga noon pa yan.
One angry man said.
Wag
Wag
yun
yun
ang
ang
patagalin!
Angry people were complaining. Then, things became clearer to me now. There was a mad crowd in the middle of an unfamiliar place. There were soldiers and policemen all over the place who looked as if they were securing its safety. And they were all screaming and shouting at a man standing on a stage. As I redirected my eyes towards the stage, I saw Tyler, Traise, Newt, Avery, and my dad on one stage. What was happening? And then Tyler smiled.
Your Honor,
He said confidently.
I move a strike.
Avery smirked.
Your Honor, I demand a death penalty.
Newt agreed.
In light of that, I demand that this case be closed.
In a flash, police surrounded Trace and my dad and brought them up to a device I failed to recognize quickly. Wait. What? And I was utterly shocked when I recognized it. A guillotine. It was their device for the death penalty, used to behead the guilty person, cutting their head off in front of the public. The crowd was cheering wildly, and I found myself in almost lethal pain. Trace's eyes were wandering around as if seeking something, and then our eyes met. He stared at me.
I told you to convict me.
He shouted angrily.
You're stubborn.
I heard my dad,
I told you to drop the case.
and before I could even move, I found blood spitting in the air. Two heads just got severed. The crowd was cheering insanely after seeing the blood that flowed like a river in the whole place. Newt and Avery laughed. Tyler looked at me with a smirk on his lips, and he announced.
Game over.
I opened my teary eyes, and I sat up. Dream. Just another dream, but it felt so real. It was similar to my first dream about Traise's case, but this time, some things had changed, and my dad got included in the scene. With a heavy chest and gasping for air, I stood up and walked downstairs to get some water and cleanse my mind. But to my great shock, I found my dad sitting on the sofa, reading some papers.
Why are you still awake?
He asked, with eyes still on the papers. Naalimpungatan lang po, I replied, with pain in my chest.
Okay.
He said. I looked at my dad, and the scene in my dream popped in my head once more. No, I don't want Dad to die,
Bakit?
my dad asked when he felt my presence still there. Dad, I said. About Newt.
Have you received his resignation letter?
Yes, I answered.
That bastard.
My dad mockingly said.
That was his dream.
Po? I asked, confused.
He resigned to join the prosecution because he saw a probable cause to prosecute your friend. It was his dream to be in prosecution. But I let him handle the defense. He was mad for 8 years.
Hindi niya po siya inutusang umalis? I asked. My dad shook his head.
No. It was what he wanted.
My jaw clenched. He quit because we were losing and he joined the other side because their chance of winning was higher. Since it was a national issue, being on a winning team was a good opportunity for his law career. There was silence. Dad, I said, looking at him. I'm sorry. Finally, he looked at me. Sorry kung hindi kita sinunod. Sorry kung hindi ako nakinig. Only if I know. I bit my lower lip. Sorry. And my tears fell.
Why apologize? Will you drop the case now?
I closed my eyes hard. I don't know. Everything seems so messed up. The defender whom I considered a brother betrayed me for his career. The prosecutor I thought who cared for me just used me for his own gain. The person I am fighting for 8 straight years just lied to me. I don't know anymore, Dad. I feel so weak, so fragile, so dumb. I feel so damaged.
The prosecutor is the devil ever since I met him, when he asked for the autopsy.
Dad said. There was bitterness in his voice. Why did you tamper the autopsy, Dad?
I didn't do it intentionally.
He answered.
I did it because he wouldn't use it in court, and he was just digging something I didn't know, so I faked it.
Dad, I said. He's the son that Mom apparently killed. He's the son of the 13th president. My dad got petrified for a moment. He couldn't talk. Dad, I said, with tears flowing uncontrollably from my eyes. Did Mom really kill the president? Dad's mood evidently changed. His face went blank. Dad, please, tell me. I sobbed. Did she do it?
I can't tell you that,
My dad said.
but I believe these can.
He handed me a box. Before I could answer, he smiled at me.
Don't focus on your mom's case yet. Focusing on it will divert your focus from Traise's case. But focusing on Traise's case will give you answers about your mom's case. If that makes sense.
I don't know anymore, Dad, I said, now barely crying. Pakiramdam ko, bagsak na ako. Pakiramdam ko, pinagkakaisahan na ako ng lahat.
Quitting will do you no good.
Dad said, giving me an encouraging smile.
Dropping the case will cost your friend's debt, and losing the case will give him debt too. So, I'm giving you the consent to fight for him. Like what I did to your mom before.
But Dad, I said, I don't know. I feel so lost, so broken, so confused. I don't know who to trust. I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start. Everything seems hopeless, as if I'm fighting an already lost battle, as if this game is not for me to play.
If you feel lost, then start here.
He placed a paper in front of me. Baffled, I looked at it. Autopsy report. My eyes grew bigger. It was the autopsy report of Traise's mom.
I hid that
My dad said,
because I knew someday you need it.
I looked at it intently. Cause of death: insulin poisoning. What the heck? My dad placed another paper in front of me.
It's a consent form to have access to the hospital's security cameras. His mom didn't die naturally. She died because of the drugs injected to her. I already talked to the chief nurse. She'll help you if you need to see any records.
My dad looked at my teary eyes. Then he smiled at me like an encouraging father.
The game is not for you to play. You're not the game creator and you can't even control it. You're not a game changer either. You're just a player. A mere player. But do you know what a player does? They act in the game. They may be a dot in the game, but the game won't be completed if not for them. They may just be a player, a mere player, but they can destroy the game.
And he placed his hand on my cheek.
And that'll be your role.
He then smiled.
Be the game destroyer.
What documents do you need? I looked at the chief nurse skimming documents on our table. I need the medicines she'd been taking, the doctors and nurse in charge. The chief nurse smiled. That rings some sort of bell. Confused, I asked. Oh? She faced me. That's your dad's line before when he was asking me for the records to help your mom. Then she looked for the documents again. History really does repeat itself. Did Mom do it? I asked again. Did she kill the president? But she didn't answer and just handed me the documents. She smiled. Good luck. Then she went out. I looked at the papers, and from there, I found out that Traise's mom was diabetic and had been taking insulin. Confirmed. She'd been taking insulins and she overdosed. I looked at the doctors and nurses in charge, but there were plenty of them. I immediately went to the security office and I saw them arguing.
Someone plagiarized our logo. We need to sue them.
A man shouted. We need to talk to them first.
No, we need to file a charge. 1 year imprisonment and 100,000 fine for plagiarism or violation of intellectual properties will do.
No, it is 5 years and just 50,000.
1 year.
5 years.
1 year.
5 years. It's 10 years. I butted in and they both looked at me. And 150,000. I added, and I smiled.
Po?
Tanong ng isa. I forced a smile. I'm a lawyer and I need to view your security cameras for our case. In no time, I found myself inside one of the hospital rooms with a nurse in front of me. I viewed the CCTV cameras and I saw one nurse who kept on coming in and out of Traise's mom's room every day with a man in a suit I couldn't recognize. I told you, the nurse said with sharp eyes after I caught her in her attempt to run away earlier. I won't tell anything. Of course you will, I said. Because I will force you to. She smirked. Like what, attorney? You will kill me? I smirked as well. I can, but I won't because I don't want to be a murderer like you. She laughed. You don't have evidence, attorney. Well, I have. Then I placed an autopsy report in front of her. Her eyes grew bigger. The victim died because of insulin poisoning. You are in charge of her medicine. And my jaw clenched. Her eyes started to become tense. Why did you do it? And I felt anger inside me. Why did you kill her? Yet, she was not answering. She was just shocked and scared. I placed a syringe on the table. It has your fingerprints. Her eyes widened, and then she cried. Attorney, the nurse said, crying. Nilakot nila ako. Ayokong mamatay. My eyes widened, shocked at the sudden confession. Tinakot? She held my hand eagerly. Attorney, tulungan mo ako. Hindi ako pinatatahimik ng konsensya ko. Papatayin daw nila ako. Ang pamilya ko kapag hindi ako sumunod. Someone was manipulating something. Bakit? I asked, eyes confused. Bakit siya? She looked at me. She was the nurse of the case before. What case? I asked. The case of the 13th president. Beat. Sino? I asked. Sino nagutos sa'yo? The nurse shook her. The nurse shook. In 3, 2, 1. The nurse shook her head. Ayoko, attorney. Ayoko. Trust me, I said eagerly, holding her hand. Tell me. She cried hard. Papatayin nila ako. Put your trust on me, I said. Sino nag-utos sa'yo? Attorney, they are powerful. Tell me, I said, with zeal in my eyes. She gulped and she cried hard. She opened her mouth, and what she said rendered me speechless. I heaved a sigh as I looked at the ceiling of my room. It was a tough day. I found a witness who agreed to testify in tomorrow's trial and reveal things I never thought would be real. She didn't know the syringe I presented had no fingerprint of her. I lied, and she just bit my trap. I visited Traise to tell him all the things I found out, but to my great surprise, he knew them all, even about his mom's death. It turned out, my dad told him everything days after his verdict 8 years ago. He didn't want to see me, saying there was no need for me to investigate since he'd plead guilty. I didn't know how to react. Would I in 3, 2, 1? Would I destroy this game? Or would the game destroy me? I looked at the framed photo showing me and my mom when I was 3 on the table, and I sighed. What's the real you, Mom? Tomorrow morning, the hearing started. The thing was, the size of the audience got doubled. The media people were all over. Politicians and lawmakers were watching, and the pressure could be felt in every corner of the courtroom.
Your Honor,
Avery said,
as what you have heard, under oath, the former defense, which is Mr. Newt Dahmer, admitted the negligence on their part as a defense in acquiring autopsy reports and related medical and forensic evidence to defend the defendant. I, therefore, request this case to be dismissed before the verdict. I rest my case.
I looked at Newt, who was at the witness stand. I felt myself fuming with anger, as he had the nerve to look at us without any hint of guilt on his face. Newt stood as a witness first before joining the prosecution in order for his testimonies to be valid. He just copied our strategy. That fucktard, I murmured.
Defense,
The judge called.
would you like to cross-examine?
I heaved a sigh. No, Your Honor. Avery looked at me, shocked at first, but she managed to smile. But I'll present my own witness. Her smile faded, and I smiled back at her.
Begin.
The judge said, and I walked in front, facing the crowd. I called to the witness stand the nurse from the medical facility where the victim and the wife of the victim died. There were murmurings. But then, no one was coming. I looked at the crowd, and there was no presence of the nurse. Again, I said, hoping she'd hear wherever she was. I called to the witness stand the nurse from the medical facility where the victim and the wife of the victim died. But what I heard was just a noise, a really loud noise accompanied by a boo sound. Again, I said, and I closed my eyes. I'm calling the...
Your Honor,
Avery stood up.
her witness clearly didn't show up. We are just wasting time. I demand to...
Shut up, I said, my eyes confused and unsure. She'll come,
Show us.
Avery said, smilingly mocking me.
Call your witness and stop being pitiful.
I faced the crowd and cleared my throat. I call,
Your Honor,
the court clerk said.
I have something to tell.
It provoked an uproar from the crowd again, and I was left dumbfounded in the middle of the court, confused about what to do.
See?
Avery said, fascinated by seeing me in this state.
I told you.
Avery said, fascinated by seeing me in this state. The court clerk and the judge were soon done talking, and the judge faced us.
I would like to make an announcement.
The judge said.
The witness of the defense was found dead inside her condo unit.
My eyes widened. What the fuck? I felt my legs shaking.
Your Honor,
Avery stood up.
with that situation, I, therefore, request to strike out her witness.
Request granted. Defense, you may take your seat.
I couldn't wrap my head around the things that were happening. What just happened? How come she was dead? No, maybe it was a trick. I had to call her. I opened my phone and accidentally, to my surprise, I saw a notification from my email that was sent an hour ago. Astounded, the email came from the nurse who just died. With hands trembling, I opened it, and a video met my eyes. I immediately clicked it. Attorney, she said, sobbing. She seemed terrified. May mga tao nang umaaligid na sa labas ng unit ko. Narinig ko sila, attorney. They might kill me anytime now. Attorney, natatakot na ako. Attorney. I heard a knock on her door. Nandito na sila. I think I won't make it to the trial. Just check the file attached, attorney. If anything bad happens, you know who did it. And she cried. Sorry. Then the video ended. I checked the file, and it was the medicine injected to Traise's mom, and the recording was below it. My legs almost disowned me. I felt scared. Your Honor, I said, facing everyone. My witness didn't die. She was killed. A loud noise then occupied the court.
That's a serious allegation. Can you support it?
The judge said. I looked at the prosecution with determination in my eyes. I can, Your Honor.
Proceed then.
The judge said. First, I would like to play this video. I played the video and received.
I played the video I received.
In 3,
Okay.
2, 1. I played the video I received from the nurse. People were shocked after watching it.
Objection, Your Honor!
Avery stood up.
The defense acquired an illegal video.
It's not illegal. She sent it to me, Your Honor. I exchanged glares with Avery.
Objection overruled. Defense. Continue.
Avery and I looked once again at each other fiercely before I faced the judge. As you can see in the video, I said, the witness experienced threat in her life after being registered as the witness of this case. The witness was the nurse of the victim's wife and the mom of the defendant who agreed to testify because of the power manipulation she got involved with. To justify that, I would like to play this recording. I played the recording, which contained our conversation yesterday in the hospital. As what you have heard, the witness was threatened to do such act. And what's that act? I rhetorically asked, and I faced the crowd. 8 years ago, the mother of the defendant, who could have been the star witness of this case, died. It was believed that the cause of death was natural. However, the autopsy report conducted by the coroner showed the eyes of the mother of the defendant were dilated. There were blood-stained froth in her nose and her blood dropped. Prior to this, let's take a look at the medical report the witness sent me. Then I flashed it on screen. The mother of the defendant had been suffering from depression, nausea, personality change, pale skin, sweating, sleep disturbance, and fatigue. The medical facility refused to present her in court because they thought she developed a strange mental condition, which they couldn't figure out yet. And I flashed another piece of evidence on the screen. These are the medicines that the mother of the defendant had been taking and injecting directly through her bloodstream. One of them is insulin. And all the symptoms aforementioned, from depressed mood to fatigue, are all signs of one thing. I flashed an autopsy report on the screen. The mom of the defendant didn't die of a natural death because she was killed by insulin poisoning. There was a loud noise. The mother of the defendant was supposed to be the star witness of this case, but was taken out of the list because of her mental condition, which, it turned out, didn't exist. If we can recall, the mother of the defendant was also the star witness of the 13th president's case years ago.
Objection, Your Honor! The defense is just making up allegations she has no plan to prove.
I smirked. Don't worry. I'll prove it.
Then do it.
Avery fiercely said. How will I do it if you keep on interrupting me? I asked. Nagpapani ka na ba? The crowd was thrilled. Avery scoffed as she sat back. She seemed offended.
Objection overruled.
The judge.
Continue.
She had her chin up, an indication that she was ready for a war. So who did it? I asked, and I played a recording. Let's play this. Papatayin nila ako. A woman's voice could be heard. Fear could be detected. Put your trust on me. My voice. Sino nag-utos sa'yo? Attorney. They are powerful. Tell me. The woman cried hard. It's... The voice was hesitant. It's the former vice president. It provoked a louder noise from the audience, with almost everyone standing up, even the judge, with that unexpected revelation. To prove that, I said, I'd like to play this video. And the video contained 1 week footage of the vice president with the nurse coming back and forth to Traise's mom's room. With the evidence shown and not abiding the subpoena the defense filed, I, therefore, demand the arrest of the former vice president, the 10 senators, and some people from the lower house, few lawmakers and medical practitioners. And I looked at Avery's shocked face. Even the prosecutor's dad. The people were now panicking. Flashes from the media cameras became frequent.
Oh, what are you doing?
Avery asked, losing her cool.
Who are you to do that?
Who am I? I asked. I am the player who'll destroy this game. Then I smirked. I'm the game destroyer.
Really?
Avery asked.
Then I demand your dad's arrest for hiding an autopsy report for 8 years, which is against Presidential Decree number 1829. And as a punishment, I'd like to file a charge and demand to take him out of his position.
She looked into my eyes sharply.
You forgot you cannot destroy the game I can manipulate. I'm the game controller.
And I'm the game creator.
We both looked at the owner of the voice, and to my surprise, it was Tyler.
Your Honor, I request to take over.
I looked at him. You're no longer part of the defense. Back off.
I'm still part of it. I did not resign, so sit back and watch the show.
Request granted.
Tyler smirked. Left with no choice, I sat back. I looked at Traise, and there, I saw his eyes full of anger, his jaw clenched, and his face red.
Auntie.
He murmured. As I looked at the middle of the court, I got dumbstruck when I noticed whom Tyler was with. It was Traise's aunt. The witness inquiry started. He was roasting her through his questions.
So, you admit he's been beating up the defendant?
Yes. Yes. The woman answered.
So bad?
Yes. The woman softly uttered.
Bad enough for the defendant to fight back and defend himself?
What? The woman asked.
Just a yes or no, ma'am.
I can't.
Yes or no?
But
Just a yes or no, I said.
he's not like that. He's good.
I know, but a yes or no will do.
He loved him as a child before. He didn't beat him up for no reason.
I understand. But I said yes or no.
He's just hurt by what.
A yes or no, ma'am.
Shut up! The auntie got mad. He wasn't beating him up for no reason. He loved that child before better than how he loved himself. But my sister was a whore. She was indeed a whore.
Shut up.
Trace stood up.
You ruined my family, so shut up.
Your mom ruined your family first. The auntie cried.
Stop defaming my mom.
Trace shouted. I am not defaming your mom. I am just telling the truth.
Order in the court. What truth? That you and my dad cheated on her?
Your mom cheated first. She shouted, crying. Your dad started ruining his life after he found out that you. Her tears fell like river.
Stop telling lies!
That you weren't his son. Silence. Anak ka ni ate sa ibang lalaki. Then she cried hard. I felt a bang in my chest. Trace was standing still. His tears fell. I looked at Tyler. He was looking at Trace, and then he looked at me. After seeing the mess he did, a smirk formed on his lips, and he said,
Bullseye.
Chapter 16. Game over.
Due to the absence of these supposed witnesses and the situation created by new pieces of evidence that were acquired, I, therefore, move the day of the last day of trial to the day after tomorrow to give way to new reports both the prosecution and the defense need to file.
Matapos niyon ay tunog ng gavel ang narinig mula sa judge. Nagsimulang magbulungan ng mga tao. I looked around. As I looked at Avery, she was looking at me sharply. Trace's aunt was still standing at the witness stand while uncontrollably crying. Newt seemed confused. Tyler, on the other hand, looked like he was amused.
Leave.
I looked at Trace, who was beside me. He seemed devastated. His face had turned madly red and there were tears in his eyes. But
I said, leave.
he exclaimed to me while his jaw was clenched. He probably still couldn't believe the revelation his auntie just spilled. Few seconds later, he was escorted by police out of the courtroom, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from my sight.
Well, I guess that's it for today.
I heard that mocking voice and I looked at the owner of it. When our eyes met, I looked daggers at him as if I could kill him any time. When he saw the anger written all over my face, a smirk formed on his lips. He then turned his back and walked away. So what are you up to? I asked while following him, but he wasn't looking back. Hindi pa ba sapat sa'yo yung niloko mo kaming lahat? Na nagpanggap ka at pinaniwalang kakampi ka? Pero ang totoo, ginamit mo lang kami, ha? Na ginamit mo lang ako? That was when Tyler stopped and turned to me.
Courtney, think whatever you want to think. I have my own agenda to fulfill.
Agenda? I bitterly smiled. Anong agenda, Tyler? Nagaguhin kaming lahat?
You know,
He said.
in the first place, you should not be mad at me. Tinutulungan pa nga kitang kilalanin mo ang sarili mo.
What? I asked, confused. He smiled.
Who gave you enough resources to know about your mom? It was me. Who gave you an idea about your mom? It was me. And now I'm helping you unravel your family secret.
Family secret? What do you mean? I asked. He walked towards me while his eyes are fixated on me.
It was revealed that Trace Stevens, your dear friend, is an illegitimate child. Nanay niya ang tumestigo laban sa nanay mo para mabigyan siya ng death penalty, which apparently caused her death. If that was the case, bakit siya tutulungan ng tatay mo kahit na siya ang isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit nakulong ang nanay mo? Bakit siya bibigyan ng tatay mo ng trabaho after malaman ng tatay ni Trace na hindi niya ito tunay na anak?
I felt a bang in my chest.
And why would your dad support the education, even giving allowances of the son of the woman who testified against his wife, making way for you and Trace to get close?
I felt my heart stop. He narrowed the gap of our faces.
Tell me, is your friend really your friend? Or he's more than that?
Tyler smirked.
Stay tuned.
His smile faded. He turned dead serious and walked away. With my mind in absolute confused state, I went inside our house and I saw my dad on the sofa, reading something.
That was a nice move.
He said, and he put down the paper he had been reading.
How you presented the evidence was perfect.
I looked at him with blurry sight, as tears were now forming in my eyes.
What's with the look?
He asked me, then he smiled.
Are they gonna arrest me soon?
They will, I said, and I looked at him intently. Dad, is there something you want to tell me?
Tell you what?
About myself, about this family, about fucking everything. My dad's expression changed with the abrupt change in my mood. He turned dead serious.
I told you,
He said,
the box can answer your questions.
But I want you to tell me everything! Alam niyo ba kung anong nararamdaman ko ngayon? Parang hindi ko nakilala ang sarili ko. Napakaraming sikreto. Napakarami kong hindi alam. Pakiramdam ko, hindi ko kayo kilala. Parang joke time lang lahat. Ang gulo-gulo, Dad. Sobrang gulo. So please tell me everything. Please, I'm begging.
My dad's eyes turned teary and the pain was written all over it.
Would you be able to handle them?
I will, and I can, I answered.
Even if it means letting go of things you can't live without?
I heard a bang in my chest. Did you? I said, stuttering, tears flowing like a river. Just confirm that my friend and I are siblings? My dad looked down. I saw tears from his eyes fall. A man in his 20s with the word detainee on his shirt entered the interrogation room and was suddenly stunned upon seeing the person who was waiting for him inside. It wasn't the former prosecutor he knew, or the defender he once considered a brother, or his friend he oftentimes called attorney. It was the woman with the sweet face of an angel, but had the mind of a clever devil. She was the one who controlled the game that anyone should not mess with.
I hope you're pleased to see me.
She said, with her usual smile. The man sat in front of her, with an emotionless face.
Well, I'm a bit flustered.
He said,
I never thought someone as successful as you, Avery Himesworth, would visit me.
The last time I did was 4 years ago. Am I right?
Avery asked, smiling still.
Yes.
Trace answered.
And you told me Courtney had a boyfriend when she had none.
She laughed.
I was just kidding that time, Trace. Don't tell me you believed me.
The man smiled.
I did.
The woman laughed.
You still look the same
She said.
and act the same.
Well, contrary to me, you've changed.
He said, looking at her.
What happened to you?
You ask yourself that question.
Avery said, and her facial expression changed.
What did you do to me?
I told you,
He said.
I don't need your.
You need my help.
She halted him. Her voice was authoritative, but there was pain in it.
Can't you see things now? Courtney can't defend you. She can't defeat me. She's really distracted now because of her mom's case that overlaps with your case. I told you 4 years ago to wait for me. For me to defend you, but you turned me down. You turned me down, saying,
She can defend me.
Trace halted her.
She can. And she will.
I thought you were smarter than me.
She said, pain in her eyes.
She couldn't even beat my scores in tests, and she couldn't even make it to any rankings. How will she defeat me in court?
Just wait and see.
He said, determined.
Why do you trust her that much?
She asked.
Yet you can't even trust me. You even turned me down not just once, not just twice, but thrice because of her. Remember when you didn't accept my love letter back in high school? Remember when you chose to teach Courtney basic calculus instead of joining the national academic competition that will help get you to an international school? Remember how many opportunities you sacrificed just because you didn't want to be apart from her? Remember how you ruined your life for her?
That's my choice.
He said.
It's not living if it's not with her.
Avery looked down, and tears formed in her eyes.
How long are you gonna hurt me?
No.
Trace answered.
How long are you going to hurt yourself?
He looked into her eyes.
When you confessed your love for me several times and I oftentimes turned you down, that didn't mean I didn't like you. Well, I like how smart you are. I like how goal-oriented you are. I like how competitive you are. But you know, I can't see you as something suitable for me. You're too good. You're like a lost angel, a lost and tired angel looking for a safe haven to suit your tired wings. But I guess I'm not that safe haven you're looking for. It's somewhere else.
She weakly smiled.
You really know how to turn someone down in a poetic way, huh?
It's a talent, I guess.
He said, smiling back at her.
But I think it's over for you too.
Avery said.
What do you mean?
He asked, confused.
You're an illegitimate child and your dad abused you for being one. Think of it. Your mom testified against the coroner's wife. But why did the coroner give your mom a job and give you a scholarship?
He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't come up with any words to say. She smirked after she saw how it caught him off guard.
Strange, isn't it?
It is.
The man said.
But can you do me a favor?
Let's see. What is it?
Trace smiled.
Do your best to convict me.
I look at the man sitting in front of me inside the interrogation room. Former Vice President, how's life treating you here? I asked, smiling at him sarcastically.
It's fine.
He mockingly said,
Comfortable so far. Guess what power can do?
I smiled bitterly. Ulit. 3, 2, 1. I smiled bitterly. It should be fine, and you should start to adjust, I said. After all, you'll spend the rest of your life here. He laughed.
I never met any woman as brave as you.
He said. But then his expression changed.
Oh, there is. Your mom. But my bad. She's dead.
My expression also changed.
Have you seen her expression when she got killed by electric chair? It was fun to see.
My jaw clenched. Don't worry, I said, anger now in my eyes. You'll experience it soon.
Really, attorney?
He asked while smiling sarcastically.
I have the power, but I wonder if your dad has.
My eyes grew wider. Don't drag my dad into this, I said, and my eyes gave him a warning.
We'll see, attorney.
He said and met my eyes.
Revealing things about me also means revealing things about your dad tampering important evidence. Seeing me in electric chair also means seeing your dad beside me, being killed by the exact same electricity.
Then he laughed.
In order to prove me guilty, you have to prove your dad also is.
He then narrowed the gap of our faces, and with a twist of a smile on his lips, he whispered,
I wonder if you can do that, attorney.
Hours later, I found myself inside the interrogation room with a familiar man in front of me. I had been here for 15 minutes, and we were just looking at each other for the entire time.
How long are you going to look at me?
Traise asked me with his signature, emotionless face. As much as I want to, I said. As much as I can,
Why?
he asked.
Is this my last night?
I didn't answer.
Oh,
He said.
bukas na pala ang last day of trial. So it will probably be my last night, I guess.
Traise, did you really do it? I asked again. He smiled.
I already told you the answer. Don't worry. I'll plead guilty tomorrow. There's no need for you to defend me. Just use tomorrow's platform for your mom's case. I'll take the verdict wholeheartedly. That's
Why are you doing this? I asked, and the tears I had long been trying to
okay. I asked.
I asked in 3, 2, 1. I asked, and the tears I had long been trying to suppress fell to the ground. I can still defend you. I can still do things for you, but why are you telling me to stop?
Because I can see how pained you are.
Traise answered.
Can you see yourself now? You look so stressed. You seem sleep deprived. You are bothered. You're worried also about your mom's case. Your dad got involved. You carry the whole world now on your shoulder.
He then looked down.
I can't afford to see you being roasted in court. I can't see you being played and labeled by the media as a criminal defender. I can't afford to see you being hated by the whole nation alone. I can't afford to see you cry. I don't want to see you in pain. So please,
Please take a rest.
He said and met my eyes.
I'll handle it myself.
You told me we're all in this together, I said eagerly. Then we'll end this together,
No,
he objected.
you should stop. Don't torment yourself anymore. Please, do it. Do it for me.
I can't. My voice broke.
You can.
He encouraged.
I said I can't.
I exclaimed.
You can, Courtney. Listen to me.
He insisted. His emotionless face started to get emotional.
I studied my case well. If you'll still defend me, it means you have to drag influential politicians into this. Even your dad, Courtney, you have to drag into this mess.
He gulped.
Once proven, they will all be imprisoned, or worse, executed. It's going to be you against the whole nation, the ruling elites, and you even have to sacrifice your dad. But if I'll plead guilty, everything will end. It's only me who needs to sacrifice, so there will be no more casualties. So please, do me a favor.
I met his eyes. Tears started to form in his eyes too.
Sacrifice me.
I can't.
I said and burst into tears.
You can.
Traise said. Tears were glimmering in his eyes.
Whatever our relationship is, best friends or siblings, please always remember that I love you forever. Forever and always.
I looked at him and I saw how hurt he was. You also think we are siblings? He smiled bitterly.
I guess we are.
And what if we are? I asked, and my voice cracked.
Then
He said,
I have to let you go.
What?
I exclaimed.
Can you hear yourself?
We can't do anything.
He said,
It's immoral. It's immoral. It's wrong in everyone else's eyes. As much as I want to, I can't see you being humiliated by just anyone. I want you to be happy. Even if it's not with me. Even if it no longer includes me.
What are you saying?
I asked.
Are you perhaps building a wall between us?
If that's the term, then I am.
Don't you love me anymore?
I asked, my voice cracking.
You know,
He said,
my I love you comes in different forms. Sometimes it's when I wake up at 4 in the morning to walk and go to your house just to make sure you wouldn't be late again. Sometimes it was when I was being strict whenever I was tutoring you because I wanted you to be the best. Sometimes it was when I walked you home after class just to make sure you'd be safe. Sometimes it's when I built my fence high just for the other guys not to befriend you and later cause you heartbreak.
He smiled at me weakly as his tears fell to the ground.
Sometimes it's when I was watching you all night as you slept after an earthquake just happened, making sure you'd sleep safe. And most of the time, it was when I held your hand when you're scared, kissed your forehead when you felt insecure, and hugged you when you're about to cry. Ironically, it also comes in the form of when I say, I'm letting you go.
I felt myself getting numb. I couldn't feel anything. I felt so fucking lost.
I love you so much.
He said. His voice cracked and tears fell on his cheeks.
To the point that if leaving you will later cause you happiness, my love, I will.
Don't, I said, crying. Please. Trace shook his head.
I'm letting you go not because I want to, but because I have to.
I bit my lower lip and cried. No, Trace. Please. He gulped.
Now, you won't understand it, but someday, I know you will. By that time, I want you to be happy. Even if I'm not there.
I cried again and was trying my very best to stop my heart from breaking.
Can I make a request?
He asked, smiling painfully, while tears welled in his eyes.
When the world forgets me, please remember me.
I sobbed again. The pain in his eyes was enough to murder me. Can I make a request as well? I asked, my voice shaking.
Sure.
He said, trying to flash a smile while another wave of tears was building up in his eyes. Can you sing for me? I asked.
But
The one you sing to me every time I can't sleep. That Evan Lofranco rendition. Please, Trace. Can you? He was hesitant at first, until he finally smiled painfully at me.
put your head on my shoulder.
He started.
Hold me in your arms, baby.
I felt my heart melting and my eyes ready for tears.
Squeeze me oh so tight. Show me.
He continued singing and he smiled at me.
Show me that you love me too.
I felt something piercing my heart.
Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby?
And he held my hand and pressed my hand gently.
Just a kiss goodnight, maybe.
And his tears fell.
You and I will fall in love.
He stopped and he looked into my eyes. He then wiped off the tears on my cheeks.
If I die tomorrow and turn into ashes, I'll be reformed in the next lifetime. And I will wait for you there.
He said, and he smiled at me weakly, and he mouthed.
I love you.
The next day, I found myself inside the courtroom. The scenery reminded me of the last trial 8 years ago. The audience was filled with media personnel, lawmakers, politicians, and even the Chief Justice came. The media people were all over the place, seeking a good place for their coverage. Outside the building was a mixture of activists, former vice president supporters, human rights groups, and people asking for a death penalty for Traise. It was undeniably the most controversial issue in the country. In fact, it was the headline of many newspapers.
Defense, are you ready?
The court clerk asked. I am, I said. Then I looked at the prosecution. They were composed of the duo of Newt and Avery, Trace was sitting beside me, and Tyler was nowhere to be found. The hearing started. It was a tough and heated argument. I called Trace's aunt in the witness stand again, and there, she revealed the original plan of Trace's dad to poison his wife and obtain her insurance. As you heard, Your Honor, I said. The victim aimed to commit a crime and the defendant just stopped him. I rest my case.
Prosecution, would you like to cross-examine?
No, Your Honor,
Newt replied.
but I would like to present our evidence.
He walked to the front with an innocent-looking face, like he did nothing wrong to me at all.
At this point, Your Honor,
Newt started.
I would like to play this recording.
Few minutes later, the recorder played and was heard by everyone inside the court.
I've been telling you, I'm guilty.
Ayaw niyo kasi maniwala.
A voice said.
You fought for me just because you think I can commit such a horrendous crime? But Courtney, I just did.
My eyes grew bigger after hearing it. Yun yung pag-uusap namin ni Trace 8 years ago. Objection, Your Honor, I said. The prosecution acquired illegal evidence they do not own.
Your Honor,
Newt said back confidently.
the evidence was personally recorded by the current defense for the former prosecution to hear, and the former prosecutor registered it under the prosecution evidence possession. Therefore, it is not illegally obtained.
Then I remembered that I let Tyler hear our conversation before. Shit.
Objection overruled. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Newt said and looked at me as if he was mocking me.
Let's continue.
So, this was the real Newt. He could do well in court, but he chose to be petty before.
You're right about my mom, attorney. She stabbed my dad, but at the same time, you're wrong.
The voice from the recorder said.
She didn't kill him, Courtney. I did.
Everyone gasped, including me. Newt smirked.
As you have heard, Your Honor, and dear jurors, the defendant admitted the act. But there's still more.
He said, and he played the recording again.
Dumb detectives, dumb police, and dumb law. They think he really died because of that?
What do you mean? I heard my voice.
My dad didn't die because of the knife.
He said.
It was poisoned, Courtney. I poisoned him.
Newt stopped the recording and he faced the crowd.
The defendant admitted the crime and said it was poisoning. Now, let's take a look at this exhibit.
Then he flashed something on the screen.
This is the autopsy report of the victim. The cause of death was not by multiple stabs, but by poisoning. In the recording, the defendant said he poisoned the victim. Therefore, his confession and the autopsy findings matched. With that as a takeoff point, we stand firm in saying the defendant is guilty by all means.
Newt said and smiled.
The prosecution rests.
There was a loud noise coming from satisfied spectators who were impressed by what they heard and witnessed. I looked at Trace and I couldn't read his face. This ain't right. I had to do something. Your Honor, I said, I would like to summon a witness. I called the coroner to the witness stand. My dad took the oath of affirmation. What are you? I asked, feeling my heart breaking apart one more time.
I'm the city coroner, attorney.
He said. What does the coroner do?
The coroner may conduct an inquest to know someone's cause of death under his jurisdiction, attorney.
Was the death of the victim under your jurisdiction?
Yes, attorney.
I gulped. I couldn't do this. It was said that there was no autopsy report at first. I said, determined. How come that it turns out there was one? And why is it different from a medical facility's result? My dad looked at my eyes deeply, as if he was seeking enough strength through it.
I tempered it, attorney.
Everyone gasped. My jaw dropped after my dad said something he should have not said. People immediately talked about him. You can take it back, sir. My voice cracking. I won't acknowledge it,
No, attorney.
he said.
I did it. I tampered the autopsy to manipulate the case.
I felt a bang in my chest. It was revealed that the cause of death of the mother of the defendant was insulin poisoning, I said, while trying to pull myself together. Do you admit that you hid the autopsy report from the public? A contradiction of your responsibility as a city coroner.
I did.
I bit my lower lip. Dad,
And not just that.
he said.
I tampered as well the autopsy report of the 13th president. While I was under the threat from the former vice president.
My eyes grew bigger. I got dumbfounded. Everyone stood up. They were all shocked to the point that even the prosecution couldn't open their mouth to contradict him.
My wife was the surgeon in charge for the president's operation years ago.
My dad started.
My wife was the surgeon in charge for the president's operation years ago. My wife was excited because it was a rare opportunity, but at the same time, she was scared. Nevertheless, she took the job despite her conflict with the government because of the hospital she recently opened. Hours after the operation started, the vice president went to my office and, for the first time, asked me to tamper an autopsy with no name on it.
My dad heaved a sigh to release the pain in his chest.
At first, I declined. But he intimidated me. He used his power to make me do it. He even used my daughter to scare me. Stupidly, I tampered the autopsy. I put what he wanted me to put there. It turned out it was an already prepared autopsy report of the president's death. They already made it even before the operation could fail, as if they were sure that the president would die.
My dad narrated, but you could sense deeply rooted anger on it.
To my horror, that put my wife behind bars. My wife said the president died mysteriously during the operation, but it wasn't medical malpractice because she knew what she was doing. But it was too late. The autopsy they forced me to tamper said it was medical malpractice.
My dad bit his lower lip. Tears were forming in his eyes.
My wife, she was sentenced to life imprisonment. When the star witness of the prosecution turned her back on them and joined me because she regretted what she did, I filed for a new trial in which they manipulated through their power. My wife got a death penalty as a verdict, and she died with no justice. She died for something she didn't do.
It was the first time seeing my dad in this state. It was killing me.
That's a serious allegation, mister.
The judge said,
Can you prove it?
I can. I butted in. Everyone looked at me. I went to the defense seat and carried a box to the front. First, I said, let's play this video. I played a video on the screen. In the video, you can see the vice president coming back and forth to the room of the mother of the defendant. In the last trial, it was proven that the vice president ordered her death. It was revealed by the nurse whom they then killed. Now, through this recording, the defense will solidify our claim that the vice president has something to do with the past and the current cases. Let's play it. I played the recording.
Anong ginagawa mo rito?
A woman can be heard. It was Traise's mom.
Hindi pa ba sapat sa inyo yung ginawa niyo sa akin noon?
Isa pa, mams. I like the emotion. Hindi pa ba? Game in 3, 2.
Hindi pa ba sapat sa inyo yung pinagawa niyo sa akin noon? Ha? O di ba naman ang anak ko? Idadamay niyo rito. Mga walang hiya kayo. Ikaw, walang hiya ka.
Shout all you want.
A voice could be heard, and it was the vice president's.
That'll be your last shout in this life. Alam mo kung bakit? Because high dosages of insulin are now in your body. Ikamusta mo na lang ako sa kaibigan mong doktor sa kung saan lupalop man siya napunta.
And the woman cried, and the man just laughed hard. This evidence is not illegally acquired, I said, since the prosecution couldn't object anymore to the things they found out. Avery and Newt were shocked too. The mom of the defendant had been filming herself every day, recording everything to help his son, and when she died, all the things she owned related to her son's case were all sent to me. I gulped. The recordings showed the vice president killed the nurse and the mom of the defendant, who was the witness of the 13th president's operation years ago. To prove the autopsy tampering, let's take a look at the screen. No one was moving, and an absolute silence occupied the courtroom. Then I showed something on the screen. The president's case was an open heart surgery. I introduced. The president had been experiencing a heart problem, and it was causing his arteries to get blocked and narrowed, making it hard for the coronary arteries to supply the heart with blood, which may cause the president to suffer a heart attack. I looked at them, making sure all eyes and ears were on me. To access the heart, my mom, the surgeon, made an 8-inch incision along the middle of the chest, passing the breastbone. Based on the report, the medical team used a heart-lung bypass machine during the surgery that made the heart temporarily stop. And the bypass machine took over the heart's pumping action, and it removed blood from the heart via tubes. The machine then removed carbon dioxide from the blood, added oxygen, and returned the blood to the body through the process called on-pump surgery. I looked at the prosecution, and Avery was looking at me intently, waiting for an opportunity to object. However, while on the process of it, the president had a cardiac arrest, which tragically caused his death, I said, and faced the judge. They said it was clinical malpractice, but I begged to disagree. Why? Because my dad, the coroner, made a truthful and not a tampered autopsy. There were murmurings. I flashed the autopsy on screen even before either Newt or Avery could object. The president didn't die because of the surgeon opening him up. but because he was injected with potassium chloride, which caused muscle damage that took effect during the operation. Lumakas lalo ang mga bulungan, pero hindi ako nagpatinag. At sino ang may gawa? I asked and flashed a video on the screen. I looked at Traise, who was looking at me emotionally. It was the mom of the defendant. Then the video played. It was a video of Traise's mom admitting the crime while crying hard. As shown in the video, the mom of the defendant, who was the head nurse of the operation, committed the crime while under the threat from the vice president. She first testified against the surgeon because she was threatened by the vice president again, that he would expose her if she wouldn't. I felt anger inside me. But why would the vice president do that? I asked. Let's hear my final recording. And it played.
You know what?
The vice president said while we were in the interrogation room.
The president is probably alive till now if he wasn't a son of a bitch. Imagine, he'd proclaim a revolutionary government right after he recovered from the operation to arrest me and my allies. All because he found out that we plan to throw him out of the government with a destabilizing blueprint. Kaya inunahan ko na. Malas niya.
And I faced the crowd. It was because of power. Many lives were wasted just because of his greed for power. With this, I, therefore, suspend the bail of the vice president and all involved with the 13th president's case. That means they are not allowed to go outside the prison in the meantime. I looked at the former vice president who was sitting with the crowd. Everyone was looking at him, and flashes of cameras were blinding us. I smirked as he met my eyes. You destroyed my parents. Now I will destroy you. I murmured.
Objection, Your Honor!
I suddenly looked at the owner of the voice. It was Avery.
The defense is overlapping a case not related to the case we have now.
Objection sustained.
The judge approved. My eyes grew bigger. What?
I request to take over, Your Honor.
Avery requested. I beg to. I objected.
Request granted.
What the fuck was happening? Avery met me halfway and looked at me with disgust.
Stop overlapping cases. You'll lose.
I looked at her again, confused with her sudden concern.
Your Honor,
Avery started.
I would like to summon the defendant to the witness stand.
Ano bang pinaplano niya? Traise took the oath of affirmations.
I won't ask questions.
Avery said.
I just want to hear you narrate what happened that night. Can you?
I can.
Traise said.
Go on.
And he narrated it.
So it means you do not know whether your dad ate the pinakbet, where you put the aconite poison?
Yes. I put it there, but I wished my dad didn't take it. My dad asked me to get some water in the fridge, and I didn't know if he partook of it or not while I was doing it.
But he died and the aconite was found in the autopsy. Do you admit the crime then?
There was silence. His eyes wandered. When he met my eyes, he smiled at me weakly.
I do.
Loud noise. I closed my eyes hard, remembering what he said.
If pleading guilty means protecting you, I will.
Now he had done it. Since he had done it, the case was over.
With a testimony from the defendant,
Avery said.
The case is now closed.
I beg to disagree, Your Honor.
The door opened, which provoked more murmurings. And when we looked at it, we saw Tyler Scott coming in, wearing his formal suit, looking so professional. What the hell was happening?
The defendant is just pressured and confused.
He said.
He admits the crime, Your Honor.
Avery argued.
And I'm here to prove the case is wrong.
He said.
Your Honor, I request to take over.
Your Honor, I disagree.
Why?
Tyler halted Avery.
Are you afraid of the facts?
I am not.
Avery said fiercely.
Then let me.
Tyler smiled at her mischievously.
Request granted.
The judge proclaimed. Avery and Tyler exchanged deadly glares for a few seconds before Avery finally sat back. Tyler then faced the crowd.
A case can only be classified as parricide if someone killed a relative. But did the defendant really kill his dad?
He smiled.
Or was it his mom?
What? Everyone is gossiping. He flashed something on the screen.
The autopsy shows the victim died because of aconite poisoning. However, let's take a look at this exhibit.
Tyler flashed a photo of a pair of gloves on the screen.
The mom of the defendant used gloves because of her skin condition. And the thing is, the gloves contained samples of aconite on each surface, which means that the mom of the defendant may or may not be the one who poisoned the victim.
He flashed another photo on the screen.
The defendant told us that what he put in the pinakbet was the trunk part of the aconite. But I'm afraid
Tyler said.
we found a petal, not a trunk, in the wine the victim drank. The autopsy showed that the poison wasn't in the food he congested, but in a fluid he drank. It confirms that his mother committed the crime and the defendant is innocent. The case should be attempted murder, but since the prosecution filed that against him already, they cannot revert to that because that'll be double jeopardy, which is against the law.
He smirked.
Also, it cannot be parricide because it has been proven that the defendant and the victim are not blood related.
But parricide applies with stepdad.
Avery finally argued.
You're right.
Tyler said.
But do you know what I found out?
He flashed another thing on the screen.
It's the newly acquired birth certificate of the defendant. His father, the victim, deleted his name as his father 2 days before the crime happened, which means the defendant and the victim were no longer blood related or paper related, which makes the parricide and murder now invalid.
Tyler smirked.
Checkmate.
Everyone was shocked. The revelation even made some people stand up.
And to prove that the defendant and the victim were not blood related, let's take a look at the screen.
Then he flashed something.
It's the DNA test conducted years ago when the defendant was 4 years of age.
He said.
I got it from the 13th president's documents.
Wait. Did he just say president?
Yes,
He said.
he's the son of the 13th president, just like me.
He faced the crowd.
My brother is innocent.
He smiled.
I rest my case.
Minutes later, the judge took a break, and afterwards, the verdict would be handed. Traise refused to talk with anyone and let himself be accompanied by the police. On the other hand, I was sitting in front of Tyler after siyang dumugi ng media dahil sa mga sinabi niya. Gaya na lang ng anak siya ng dating presidente na lingid sa kaalaman ng publiko. How did that happen? I asked.
Well,
He said.
Traise's mom was a personal nurse of my dad, and he asked her to join the operation team for his security. But it turned out that she poisoned him. Tragic, wasn't it?
He faked a smile.
She changed her mind after sacrificing her job to help your dad win the second case. In return, your dad gave her a job and sponsored her son's education.
He added. Since when did you know that? I asked.
Remember when I dropped the case from murder to attempted murder as a first case? That was part of my plan to checkmate them, and now I just did. I found out we were brothers when I visited his mom and acquired the recording I sent to you before.
You're too clever, aren't you? I said.
He's more clever than me.
He said.
But when it comes to who is more good looking, I'm the winner.
We laughed. Few seconds later, an awkward atmosphere kicked in. We both turned serious.
You know,
Tyler said.
I faked everything. Literally everything. But all the things I did and said to you were the only real ones. I felt numb for years, but Courtney, you made me feel things.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out.
Hi? Can I butt in with all due respect?
We both looked at the owner of the voice. It was Avery.
I'm gonna make it quick.
She said.
The good news is my petition to repeal the death penalty got approved, and it'll be on reading next week.
You mean our petition?
Tyler corrected. Wait, magkakampi kayo? Tanong ko.
Only with a death penalty, because we both hate it.
Avery said.
So it means whether Traise or your dad would be found guilty, they have the chance to avoid it. But the bad news is, you lose your mom's case.
My eyes grew bigger. Why? I exclaimed. She turned dead serious.
The statute of limitations.
An hour later, I found that people were cheering. Some were disappointed, but the cheering ones outnumbered them after the verdict had been handed. As we had predicted, my mom's case was dismissed because of the statute of limitations, which set the time that parties involved could initiate proceedings regarding a case. If you filed the case too late, it would be invalid. It meant the culprit would go scot-free, whether he was guilty or not, because that was the law, and that was what the law said. On another note, half of me felt happy, but the other half just died. My dad and Traise received their verdicts. One was found guilty, while the other one was not. My tears fell. I caught Tyler looking at me, and he had tears in his eyes too. He smiled so weak, and just like in my dream, he uttered the final words.
Game over. Skeletal.
A man who seemed like the lead surgeon commanded. He later then opened up the patient.
Retractor.
He commanded. The nurse gave him one,
Bovie.
and the blood spitted in the air.
Shit.
The doctor said.
Irrigation.
He commanded. He tried to handle the sudden commotion.
Suction.
He said.
Cut.
His eyes started to feel comfortable after he was able to manage it.
Suture.
He instructed. They assisted him.
Saturation.
He followed and looked at his co-doctors.
Is the patient stable?
The vitals went back to being stable. The anesthesiologist said. I sighed as I turned off the television. Bakit ba ang daming medical shows sa TV lately? I looked at the ceiling one more time when suddenly I heard someone ring the doorbell impatiently.
Honey, I'm home.
He shouted. Look at this guy being so much of a nuisance again. I opened the door. Bakit ngayon ka lang? I asked. He smiled.
Do you miss me that much?
With a wide grin, he went in. I told you, your curfew is 11 p.m. It's almost 1 a.m. now, I said. He laughed.
Why does my wife sound so cute?
He took his coat off and placed it on a table. Tyler, hindi ako nakikipagbiruan. Naiinis kong sabi. He looked at me.
Can you not be angry at me? Your husband is a lawyer. What can I do about it?
Well, we are all lawyers here, I said. And can you stop calling me honey or your wife, for Pete's sake? Tyler, you're disgusting. He laughed.
Sorry na. Your dad told me when I would marry you daw kasi parang wala pa raw balak si Traise. Gusto na raw niya ng apo.
Napangiwi ako.
Your dad, it seems, is enjoying his new friends in prison.
He added. Okay lang ba siya? I asked. My dad was meted out 20 years of imprisonment.
He is.
Tyler said at binuksan ng ilang butones ng polo niya. I sighed.
You guys are disgusting,
said the woman who was walking downstairs while eating chips. It was Avery. We decided to team up and establish our own firm, but we were forced to live here due to the overload of cases we were handling.
In case you get married, you will create a disgusting duo. The daughter of an evidence tamperer and the son of a fuckboy. I don't know anymore.
What? I exclaimed. 3, 2, 1. Coming from the daughter of a thief?
Did you just call my dad a fuckboy? Huh? Almighty Avery Himesworth?
Yes, I did, Tyler Scott.
It is pronounced as Tyler Scott, not Tyler Scott. You uncultured swine. Did you even attend your English class?
Well, I did. But did your dad attend his values class? Imagine impregnating your personal nurse in another woman when you have a wife.
Well, that's none of your business.
Well, it is no wonder why you are like that.
What do you mean like that?
They argued. People may think that it was alarming, but honestly, it was our daily routine. To my surprise, I received a text.
Nasa kanto ako.
My eyes grew wider. Okay, guys, I'm out, I said, and immediately got my jacket on top of my study table. And trying my best not to make any noise, I sneaked out. As soon as I closed the gate, I replied, on my way. In a blink, the cold wind touched my skin. I shivered as I put my hands inside the pockets of my jacket, seeking some familiar warmth. Within few steps, I saw a familiar figure standing in the corner of the street. From there, I noticed that the orange light coming from the nearby light post was the only light guiding him through the night's total darkness. I suddenly smiled. It seemed so familiar. Long time no see, Dr. Traise Stevens. He laughed when he saw me.
What's with suddenly calling me by my full name? Attorney Courtney Spencer. And mind you, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm just in my internship.
Ganoon na rin yun, I said while scanning his face. He was wearing his white doctor coat with white polo inside, and he was also wearing his fitted black slacks. Suot din ni Traise ang bilog niyang salamin at nakabrush up ang itim na buhok. Namumungay na ang mga mata niya dahil sa pagod. pero napakagwapo pa rin sa paningin ko. You are still wearing your coat, I said. I guess babalik ka pa doon? He nodded.
Break time ko. I went here just to see you.
Then he stared at me. Why are you staring? I asked, smiling.
Why? Can't I? Am I not allowed to stare at my woman?
I looked at him. Just then, I noticed there was something wrong with his smile. He seemed uneasy, like years ago when he went to me at this hour after his father died. Is there something you want to say to me? I asked.
Nothing.
He said.
I just want to see you.
Why did everything feel weird? Bago pa man ako makapag-isip, my phone beeped and I received a text from Tyler.
A patient died in the hospital where my brother works as an intern. Call him. I can't reach him.
My eyes grew bigger. Trace looked at me and he smiled weakly.
Defend me, attorney.
I felt my heart pounding so hard. What did you do? I asked. Before he could even answer, I heard police cars coming towards us, and there were plenty of them. Trace, I said, tell me, what did you do? He smiled weakly.
Will you surrender me? Or will you run away with me?
Tell me first what happened, I exclaimed. I promise, I will defend you.
Courtney, it's too late.
And before I could move, police mobile cars had surrounded us. No, I said. I'm not giving you in. Run! Run!
I'm not going anywhere.
He said.
If loving you is a crime, then convict me, attorney.
Confusion clouded my eyes. What? And to my horror, the police cars opened and I saw my friends and relatives alighting. I saw Tyler and Avery from the gate, watching us.
That looks so disgusting.
Avery shouted. What the fuck is happening?
Courtney,
I looked back at Trace.
I know you are confused right now, but hear me out. I love you, and I don't want to lose you ever again. I know I'm not as successful as you yet, but I know I can take care of you for the rest of my life.
He said while looking at my eyes deeply, his eyes starting to become teary.
I won't be asking you to defend or convict me anymore because right this moment, in front of everyone close to us, and even with the billions of stars above and the moon along with the celestials as our guardians, I am officially asking for your heart to be mine and for our hearts to be as one. Always.
Trace looked in my eyes intently, and he turned serious.
They say forever doesn't exist. But my love, we will create our own.
And he opened a small box, and everyone giggled.
Marry me, attorney.